Okay. We didn't start good today. We are having difficulties on the website. Free for Talk. I don't know. They had a problem, and many people are trying to connect. The owner of the website thinks that people are just, software nerds or something like that. He thinks that people can easily change, features, which is false. Like I spent nearly 10 minutes to solve the problem. And probably we will have less traffic than usual today. So Prokar, you have a really bad connection, I see. I do not believe in God, and I see that you believe in a God, and I want to know which God you believe in. Mm, okay. Sound check. Okay. At least I hear myself. When they speak, I will test whether they are audible or not. Why do you not believe in God? Because I don't see good evidence for God. That's why. Prokar, do you believe that Superman is real? Why not? Okay, I haven't seen the God also.
Great conversation you are doing, man.
Sorry, come again?
But there are some evidences,
Some evidences. Okay, but I don't think those evidences are good evidence.
Yeah, but I little believe in God. I do not actually uh, how do I say it? Perfectly believe in a God. I believe in little in it.
You believe
I
in
also
what?
oppose. I do not actually believe in God,
Oh, okay.
but my friends believe in gods,
Okay, your
and I
friends believe
always
in God.
oppose. And I always oppose them.
Oppose them. Okay.
But they always say, "Why do you not believe in God?" Oh, can you give me some answers so I can, suggest him?
Okay. Sure, I can, but seemingly you didn't realize that I have a YouTube channel and this is live on YouTube. So you can suggest my YouTube channel. Like we are every day discussing God's existence, nearly every
Yeah,
day.
why not?
S Okay. But what do you want to learn exactly? Maybe I can just
I just
tell
want to learn the conversation to oppose the God.
to oppose the God. I don't understand what do you mean by to oppose the God.
Matlab,
So
to oppose the God and the believance of the like people believe in God, So I want to oppose the supporters of the God.
still, you're just repeating yourself, and I don't understand your intention here. You want to make them non-believers? That's your purpose?
I want them to not believe in God.
Why? Why you're bothering
because
them?
because there are no one because there is no God in this universe. I know exactly.
There's no
So I
what?
just
I'm
want
sorry.
um, I actually know that there was no God in this universe, but they think there are some special powers
Okay.
like God.
First of all, when you claim to know something, And when you want to impose your knowledge to other people, the best way is to present very good evidence for your claims. So your claim is God doesn't exist, and I don't understand which God you mean exactly. Maybe you think there's not any God. There's nothing that
Let me
people can
let
call
me
God. So that part is confusing a little bit. You should solve that problem first. But then if
uh
you're talking about Hindu gods like Krishna, Vishnu, or if you talk about
yes,
the
yes,
Christian
yes, yes.
God, Jesus, or
Y-
Allah, if you think
No,
that
no,
they
no,
don't
no.
exist, you said no.
The Hindu gods.
Okay, Hindu gods. So how you can prove that they don't exist? You should work on it. When you say I know they don't exist, that doesn't mean that's the case. For example, if I say I know unicorns are real, oh, okay. My claim to know them doesn't make them real. Maybe they're not real. Maybe I think that they're real, but maybe that's not the case. I mean, maybe they're not real, right? So when you say I know God doesn't exist or Hindu gods they don't exist, that doesn't mean they don't exist to anyone. You have to prove it.
I have proved, but they
What's that?
have some, they have some strong evidence that oppose me.
Okay, what do you have?
I have many evidences, like I use science to oppose them, but they use mythology to oppose me.
You use science, but science doesn't try to prove or disprove Hindu gods. So how can you use science?
There are some thing called physics.
Okay, and physics is not working on God, right?
In Hinduism religion, there are many mythologies. Like there was a temple in which the wind flow opposite direction.
Mythologies.
So
So what?
there is a temple in which the wind flow opposite direction. Their
Ah, I
flag
know that.
always flow like.
I know that. I know that. Okay, I've seen it.
So I always oppose it by using physics. But they have some great mythology and
Okay,
strong
okay, okay.
evidences.
So like, when you say there's a problem about the flag thing, doesn't still
Yes.
it doesn't disprove their God. They can be wrong about the flag, but maybe they're right about God. So how you can disprove their God?
I use physics to solve their problems. I use physics to. I totally give them a page of calculation.
What if they don't have problems? What if they just want to believe?
Uh, might be. Let him. Let him them free. I will.
Okay.
I will give them freedom. They have. They are in India, so
Okay.
they have to free.
Yeah, don't bother them if they don't want to engage. Like, but if they willingly
Yeah.
come and they want to discuss with you about God's existence, sure, you should present your arguments. Sure, you should oppose their opinions if that's your
You know.
purpose.
In India, the condition is very bad. What does I say?
You think it's because of God?
Yes, the condition is very, very, very bad.
Okay, but do you think this is because of God?
Yes.
Okay.
If you want evidence, I can give you.
Evidence of what? That the condition is bad?
That yes.
No, I don't need evidence for that. I can imagine that. Hey,
So
Burger.
I just want to know, in which country you live?
I live in heaven.
Amen. Oh,
Yeah.
so can you tell me some conditions?
That's cool. That's fine for me.
Fine.
Yeah.
Actually, the country which I live is not much fine.
Not much fun. Okay.
I just wanna, I just in next year I'm just leaving India
You're living in India. Okay.
and I'm coming and I'm going to USA.
Ooh, okay. It's a big change, man.
Yes, man.
I hope you become more happy.
I have seen many Indian conditions, there are not even bathrooms. There are not even bathrooms in public places.
Ooh, I hope you can
And
find more bathrooms in USA. Anyway,
I, I have lessons very, foreigners come to India and then oppose Indian peoples.
see, I see. Anyway, my friend, like you're diverting the topic right now.
Okay, sorry for
Seemingly,
diverting the.
seemingly we're done. So you don't also believe. I don't believe, and I don't see much to talk about it. But we have a problem today in the website. Which okay, people are joining, but slowly. I see they're trying to fix the problem. The people are complaining. I
Oh, you are live on YouTube.
told you you didn't listen.
Oh,
Admin, don't
sorry.
make my life terrible, please. What is this now?
Let me see.
Yeah. I don't know what is the problem. I asked him and he didn't
Let me see your YouTube
answer.
channel.
I sent you the link, you can see it. So, Harry, how are you doing? Harry, Harry, Harry. Harry, Harry, Harry. Ooh. Marilyn. Marilyn. Okay, you want to join Marilyn? Oh, I muted this tab. Wait. Now I can hear. I hope I can hear. Mm. You're sitting in the toilet. Okay, Harry. Please do not unmute yourself, or I'm not gonna be anxious about it. I'm muting the whole room. I don't want to hear any farts today, okay? Anyway, hey Marlon, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. You visited Blackstone's table?
Yes,
Okay. How are the things there in the room?
it's okay.
Okay. Any atheists in the room?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I hope they're doing fine.
So, God. So, you believe God doesn't exist?
False. I don't believe that
What?
God exists.
Why not? I can prove you.
Oh, okay, then try.
Do you know the cosmologic argument?
I know it's a really bad argument.
No, it's not.
It is very bad argument.
How? Do you think universe has a cause?
I'm sorry, come again?
Do you think universe has a cause?
Mm,
Everything has a cause, right?
I don't know. Do you think everything is a cause?
Yes. According to science, yes.
Oh, but you're a
It's
god.
called cause and effect.
But you're a God believer. How can you say everything has a cause?
What do you mean?
You believe your God has a cause also?
No, because his
Then
uncreated is beyond time and space and matter.
but but it's
The
the same.
God is uncaused. That's what we believe.
But that's what you believe. That doesn't mean that's the case. That's why you break the
No,
rule.
that is
Listen
the
me.
case
Listen
because
listen listen me. Listen me. You can't do that in this table. Okay. So when you create a rule, you should be consistent. When you say everything has a cause, then I will suppose your God also has a cause because you said everything has a cause. If you want me to buy your rule, let's be consistent together. Okay, you can't make exceptions. If you can, let's do that. Okay, okay. I permit you
Yes.
to make exceptions. Then I will say I believe everything has a cause, but the singularity, okay, Big Bang, let's
Mhm,
say, doesn't have a
mhm.
cause. It's
Yes.
uncaused. This is my belief. What do you think?
Yes. So I can explain why it's uncaused because it is beyond time. The Big Bang itself it created time, so the cause is
Yeah,
eternal.
yeah, but
This uncaused is eternal.
singularity is timeless. There was no time at singularity, so it's also
Yes,
timeless.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's the
So
reason it's eternal and uncaused.
yeah, singularity is eternal and uncaused. So you don't need a god. You see?
Uh, yeah, wait, we can get to it. So you agree that
Y-
there was a cause which is created, like
I believe that singularity is the last point that you can go back in the causal chain, and there's nothing beyond singularity. Singularity is uncaused and it's eternal. Therefore, you don't need a god. Because you said everything has a cause. Okay, I accept that. And you say there must be one thing without a cause, and I agree with that. But if we do that, you don't need a god anymore. Just say singularity doesn't have a cause.
just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I have a call.
Take your time. JP.
So you believe it must be transcendent time and space and matter. This thing.
I don't understand what you're saying, and I don't understand why you're eating your mic.
Yeah.
Welcome.
So I'm so sorry. You think like this singularity is beyond time and space and matter? It's transcended beyond time and space and matter, right?
I still don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay, like
So
you know about Big Bang, right?
yeah, I know.
Okay, so like the singularity is just everything in a very, very small point, let's say. The matter
Yeah.
energy just condensed intensively or
Yeah.
infinitely. It's it's just that. But everything is in one single point.
Yeah.
And there was no time at
Yeah.
you know at singularity. So it's timeless, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. It must be transcended time and space since it's created both time and space.
it has created. When you say created, like this language is a little bit problematic because when you say created, but it sounds like there was an intention or there was an awareness, consciousness, and created. It sounds like that. Maybe you don't mean it, but let's fix it a little bit to make it more clear. So I don't want to even say it's caused something. Singularity is everything together. It started expanding. We don't know how, why. Okay,
Yeah,
it just
but
started expanding. That's all.
this singularity created matter and time.
No, no.
It didn't like no.
Singularity is the matter and energy. It didn't create. It was
Yeah,
there, and
no, it was already there.
yeah, it was already there. It was always there.
Wait, you think universe always exists?
According to science, it sounds like it always existed.
No,
Yeah.
no, it doesn't. It
Uh,
has a beginning. I can prove
no,
you that.
no. Maybe you should go and check it again.
I checked it twice and thrice. Universe never existed. It has a beginning.
Okay, but maybe you should check it again because like the one that began to exist is time and space. not the
Yeah.
universe or not the
Philosophy
singularity.
and science evidence both confirm that universe begins to exist.
Okay, like
Both.
science says that time and space began to exist. That's what science says.
Okay.
Science doesn't say singularity
Wait,
began
time.
to exist.
Okay. Science says this is a science. Premise one. Philosophy and science evidence both confirm that universe began to exist.
You
Do you
don't
agree
understand.
with this premise?
You don't understand what does it say, and I don't agree what you think. Okay, because that's
Okay.
not what
The
science says.
universe began to exist. Do you agree with that premise?
Like that premise is irrelevant here. Like, answer my question. Do you think singularity began to
My
exist?
brother, this is a cosmological argument, and this is the first
And
premise.
and the first premise of the kalam, what is that? Everything began to
Okay.
exist as a cause.
Yes, that's the second premise.
What is the first premise again?
The universe began to exist.
Universe began to, like that again. Like what do you mean by universe began to exist?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because you think that there was nothing at all, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but science doesn't say that.
So wait, it literally means it began. The universe had a starting point when I said the
That's why
universe began to
That's
exist.
why I'm trying to clarify. What do you mean by began to exist? You mean there was
Yeah.
nothing and universe popped into existence? That's what you think?
Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
that's why I told you go and check again because science doesn't say that.
Science. What does science say
Science
exactly?
says that there was singularity and it began
There
to
was always
expand.
singularity.
That's what they speculate. They don't know that also, but they don't
Uh,
say there was no singularity. They don't say that.
No, 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 my brother. Do you believe there was a singularity for eternal?
Like I don't believe in that, but it sounds like it was eternal. It sounds like that. Okay.
Okay. Wait, what? How can something be eternal?
How can God be eternal?
Okay, no, no, no. You said singularity is eternal. Do you have any kind of scientific proof to claim that?
You're listening me through your ass. I didn't say I believe in that. I said it sounds like it was eternal. That doesn't
No,
mean I believe
no,
it
no, no.
was
You have
eternal.
do
Stop.
you have any scientific proof?
Stop. Okay. Hey, listen carefully. I'm not saying I believe it is eternal. I'm saying it sounds it is eternal according to what scientists say. Because scientists they don't claim singularity began to exist. They don't claim
Okay,
that. They think that it was there. They don't know how it was there. They don't know whether there is a cause for singularity or not. They don't claim anything. Okay, they don't know.
okay.
Don't know. So then we don't have to prove anything. But
My brother.
According to what they say, singularity was there and it began to expand, and after the expansion we have time and space. So
Okay.
what does it mean?
Can I?
It means the time and space began to exist.
Okay. So do you have any scientific proof of anything that which says the singularity existed?
Singularity existed? You don't believe that singularity existed?
Eternally.
Okay, but I told you 2 times this is not my claim.
No, you claiming it.
I clearly said you're wrong. I didn't claim that. I underlined that. You keep saying that you
Okay.
said it.
No. Philosopher, you said scientist said that. Now give me the proof which scientist said that.
I didn't say that also. I said like
My brother, what?
my brother, you are intentionally trying to lie here. I said
Look. You literally said scientist.
Okay, 3 mutes equals 1 kick. You should know that. Okay, I cannot tolerate your childishness. Okay, listen carefully.
So scientists didn't claim it. You didn't claim it.
The second mute, the third mute means kick. Okay, so scientists they don't claim that it is eternal. Okay, they say it was there. They don't know anything because they cannot say even eternal because it doesn't make any sense because there was no time and they don't figure out what does that mean even. Okay, they don't know whether there was a cause for a singularity or not, but they claim that energy cannot be created, cannot be destroyed. It sounds like it was always there. Okay, it sounds like they don't claim, okay, specifically it is eternal, it was eternal. They don't claim that. I don't claim that also. And you're asking,
Thank
what's the
you so
evidence?
much.
What's the evidence? What is the evidence? Like, there is no such a claim. Why we should try to bring evidence for
Okay.
something that we
So
don't
we are
claim?
clear that we are clear there is no evidence from science that the singularity is eternal, and you don't claim it, I don't claim it.
Yeah, we don't
What
claim
I'm
that.
claiming it, what I claim it, the universe had a beginning.
Okay, what's that
That's
beginning?
what I claim.
What's that beginning? But you're not trying to be clear, man. When I ask you a
No,
question,
it
do
is
you
the
think
first premise of the
okay,
argument that
that doesn't
universe
mean
had a beginning.
like what the premise says is true, and yet it's not clear. Also, like I want you to clarify.
My
You're not
brother,
helping.
philosoph-
If you are my
philosophically
brother,
scientific.
if you are my brother, please try to be honest. Please try to help.
I'm
You're
being
not helping.
honest.
You're not
Calm
helping.
down.
Please
Okay,
help.
calm down.
You should calm
Philosophically
down.
and scientifically
Try to
evidence.
help me. I have questions. Try to help me, okay? Do you think there was
Okay,
nothing at all?
can I talk? Can I talk?
You're not helping.
The first.
I'm begging you
Okay.
to. I'm begging you to help me. You're not
Okay.
helping.
The first premise:
Okay,
did the universe had a
stop.
beginning?
You're
Yes or no? It's
dishonest.
simple as that.
You
It's
got
simple
your
as
kick.
that.
You
It,
got
the,
your kicked. Congratulations. Just wants to talk. Hey Theo, welcome. And I think I understand why he doesn't want to answer that question, because he knows that there's no such a claim, or he knows that he cannot prove such a claim, which is there was nothing at all. That's not a scientific claim. He knows probably. That's why he didn't want to help. Anyway, we don't like wasting time with such people. Let's try free for talk again. People are learning how to join, but the problem still exists. Yep. Yeah, but do. I think cause is just the local unfolding of index relations inside a plus. Okay, Justin. It means nothing to me because I don't understand anything. But I hope there are people who can understand that. Theo. Okay. Oh, we're still sharing. Hi, local. Let's go back to Free for Talk. Mhm. Okay. Hey, man. Nothing much. How
Are you
about?
an atheist?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Same.
Same. Then that's boring. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Did I share the link? Yeah, I shared the link. If anyone wants to join. Um, oh, James. Nice to see you, James. I'm okay. How about you? Okay, wait, let me check. Your audio is a little bit low, or oh no, it's okay now. It's okay. It was from my side, I believe. Oh wait. Okay.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Very clear. Very good.
Very good.
Yeah.
So I dropped in the other day to a random one of those Jesus is God Christian channels, and
Oh.
this time Barnabas wasn't even in there. One of his friends was,
Hmm.
but I think his friend texted him because he showed up immediately after, and he started saying, "You're streaming this to YouTube." I'm like, "No, I'm not." "Yes, you are. I just checked. You're streaming this to YouTube." I'm like, "No, I'm not." And somebody else is like, without asking us first, that's outrageous. And Barnabas is like, don't you hate that? These atheists, you can't trust them at all. And I'm like, dude, I'm not streaming. And I'm
And
like,
who was
and
that exactly?
Barnabas kept saying that about me. You know, the guy that,
That guy has a problem with you.
oh, such a big problem. And I'm like, look. And somebody else is like, well, what channel is this? Is his channel on YouTube? Let me go check. And he's like, no, I refuse to share the link. And I'm like, that's what I thought. So,
Okay.
like, I just laughed. It's whatever.
He sent me a screenshot about the claim that he made. You remember what he was claiming? Probably he claimed a lot of things about you.
Yeah, he said he makes a lot of claims about me.
Yeah, but that issue like that, you get banned, and the claim was you used a different nickname.
I did not change my nickname. As far as I know, the only way you can change your nickname is to log out of the service, log into your Google account, change your name there, and then re-log into the service because that's the. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I did get hacked, and I didn't know that I'd been hacked, so I changed my passwords. But
Oh, wait, you have been hacked?
my Google account got hacked, and so I didn't know it.
Or maybe
Like,
they did it. Maybe they changed that.
maybe I don't know what happened. I don't know who did it. I don't want to accuse anybody, but you know, it's whatever.
Okay.
So, but Barnabas definitely has it in for me, and so I'm like, dude, I'm not streaming. I'm not. Like, check my YouTube account. I'm not streaming. And I was like,
Okay.
whatever.
Why
So
you didn't want them to share screen and show it?
well, he didn't want to. People were asking, let me see his link for his YouTube channel. I'll see if he's streaming it, and he refused to link it. I guess I could have dropped the link, but I just didn't feel like dealing with his bullshit, so I just laughed.
Okay, too much bullshit.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I always tell people I'm going to stream. Now it's possible that somebody, whenever I do stream, misunderstands me, right? They've got a bad internet connection, or there's a language barrier or an accent barrier. That's possible, right? But I was not, when I went in the other day, I was not streaming at all. So he's just talking shit.
That's weird.
Hello there, Emma and Harry's. What I can.
Harry, I hope you're out of toilet. And we have M.
Fortunately, I am.
Okay.
Finally, actually.
Finally, okay. Okay.
So, guys, you know what happened to this website?
I asked him, but he didn't tell me where's the problem. He's so lazy, and he thinks that everyone is just computer genie that they can solve the problem. It took 10 minutes for me to solve the problem.
Yeah. I mean, of course, it's not a permanent solution; it's a temporary fix.
Oh.
Because yeah, anyone who's slightly tech savvy and to be able to fix it, but yeah, not like layman. It's gonna take a lot of time.
I hope he
Not
can
a
solve
lot of time, but maybe like more than 15 to 20 minutes.
And this website had a lot of problems, and they're all fixed. I think he can fix this one also.
But I think because his website got attacked by hackers.
Maybe.
What I simply did was like use an app, and the app was able to fix it all for me.
Okay.
I didn't get into settings myself. It was just the app that did it for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway. I see the traffic is still very low. People are not able to solve the problem.
Yeah. Is it down? The website says the server's down of FIFA Talk.
What?
If you visit isitdown.com, it'll say FIFA Talk has its servers down.
Server's down. Okay.
Yeah, it's this website if you can check.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Someone is sending copy paste. Oh. I hope he's not spamming. Scientific explanation. No, it says of course the problem of view of God is all good and perfect suffering exists, lack of empirical proof, there's no direct measure, but it's a person exists. Okay. You are an atheist? I'm okay, Professor. I hope you're doing fine also. Okay. Anyway. Any believers in the room? We need some believers. We
I
need
am a believer, Phil.
you're a believer just likes to listen.
Um, well, sometimes, not all the time.
Yeah.
I do want to talk, but it's just my microphone. It's not that good.
I see that, yeah.
Yeah. But I guess like I know like the problem with having a debate with you, Phil, is that I find myself stuck at the same problem.
Which is?
I don't think we can go beyond that, like the infinite regression problem.
What's the problem there?
It's like I believe that there cannot be infinite regression in the
Okay.
past.
Okay, it's
It's
believable, but it's not proving any God. That's the problem.
I mean that comes after we solve this problem.
You're not solving the problem. You just say that it's impossible. You assume that there's no infinite regress by just
Do
saying,
you believe
if it was
that?
infinite, we wouldn't be here.
What about you? Do you believe that there cannot be infinite regression?
I don't know whether there is an infinite regress
Oh,
or
this is
not,
the
but I don't
problem.
have a problem in either way. I don't have a problem with that. Maybe there's no infinite regress. I'm okay with that
Why do you say you don't know?
because I don't know.
I mean, just using common sense, like
Common sense.
yeah.
Okay, common sense says things have causes. Okay. So when you say, there is one thing which doesn't have a cause is against my common sense. But still,
Mhm.
I can see that, okay? I can see your arguments, which is there's only one, by the way, which is again, if there's an infinite past, we couldn't be in our current moment, or if there's an infinite causal chain. So again, they claim that we
Yeah,
couldn't exist. And that's the only answer. I see that. Okay. And I can buy that. So what?
so like, if you can bring yourself to believe that there was a point where everything started,
Yeah,
um,
but you again take another problem, which is that now you claim God is eternal. but it's eternity doesn't make sense to
And
you. Like,
that gives some credence to the belief in God. Like, if you can believe that something started, like the whole concept of the universe started at some point. Um, and I think you can start to, for me, um, because a lot of things can help you believe that, for instance, why we having this conversation in the first place. Um, maybe because we were designed that way, we were wired that way. I don't think there's any other species other than humans that can do that. I don't think animals have that ability, but we do, right? So now to get my gist,
I didn't get it.
I mean, look, we're having this conversation. I mean, we've been having this conversation for a long time, debate, whatever you call it. It's not just you and me, but many people. Humanity has always had this debate, right, throughout history,
Yeah,
whether to believe in some higher entity, supernatural stuff.
yeah. People believe
Why?
in many false
Because,
things also.
yeah, but there is something that has remained constant throughout
Okay.
history of humanity, to believe in some higher entity.
Okay. Still, that doesn't mean it's true.
What you may want to call it,
Uh,
unicorn,
uh,
some spaghetti monster.
I don't think people always believe that God exists. There was probably times that they were not thinking about the gods that we think right now, or any type of gods. Probably they were not believing anything like that in early times. Later on, probably they started to believe, and yeah, they believe for a long time. But just because people believe in something for a long time, that doesn't make it true. And especially when you look at the gods that they believe in, they don't believe in the exact same things. They believe in different things. When they say God, there's not one solid belief. God can be even natural objects for many cultures and religions. So when you say, "Oh, there was always this belief," not this, or there's no specific this belief about this concept. But again, like, even if there was one type of God, okay, for every culture or religions, the definition is the same. Let's suppose that was the case. Still, it wouldn't be a very good evidence to think that, oh yeah, wait, look, people believe in that thing for a long time, therefore it's true, as a logical argument.
Well, my point is, maybe we were designed that way
Maybe
because
we were
only
designed
we,
that way.
we as species can do that.
When you say maybe we were designed, what's your evidence for that?
How to buy it into believe in a certain way, like
Yeah.
um, yeah, like we've been, as I mentioned earlier, like
Okay,
it
I can
doesn't
accept
matter
that,
what
Harry.
we actually believe.
I can accept
Doesn't
what you're
matter.
saying. I can accept what you're saying in multiple different ways. Okay, maybe yeah, we have an intelligent designer who design us in a way that we believe in things. Yeah, okay. What's the evidence? I don't see good evidence. And I can say maybe we were designed by nature to have beliefs because we have survival mechanisms, and that sometimes, or maybe in the past mostly, pushed us to believe in things to increase our chances for survival. Maybe that's why we tend to believe in things that we don't see. Even if we don't see, maybe we think, maybe we overthink, right? Maybe that helps us, that gives us advantage to survive in the nature. Maybe that's why we have tendencies. And that's also design,
Uh,
a natural design.
it's really hard for me to buy that. Maybe it's a combination of the two. Maybe it helps. This whole belief thing helps us survive too, in this competitive world.
Mhm. But here's one
But there are
problem.
other species that will survive too without having this ability to um, believe in higher being or having this consciousness, whatever you want to call it. And there are other species that survive too. So
Yeah.
no, it's not necessarily the fact that we have this ability to imagine the creator, a God, makes us survive or makes our species survive because we have evidence that there are other species too that survive without having this ability.
Okay. But we have other properties which are more advanced than the other animals. For example, our level of consciousness is way, higher than the other animals. So when we imagine things, when we think, when we use our brains, it's not the way that other animals do. Okay, so there are differences. That's why you cannot expect to see the same tendencies in animal kingdom. We are also animals, but we're not the same animals. We are so different, right? When there are similarities also, but the differences are also big. So you can't expect to see the same tendencies. Like you can't say, "Oh, look, animals are also surviving. We're also surviving. Therefore, they also have to believe in things, but they don't. Therefore, someone specially designed us." That's illogical. It doesn't follow. But here's the thing, Harry. Let me go deeper. You're saying we have
Mm.
this property which is believing in things, and you think that this property was given by someone else. You're not able to explain it without a designer. I see that, no problem. Let's assume this is true. Okay, let's assume the logic works like that, the way that you think. Okay? I want to go with your
Mm.
logic. So God has mercy, God has love, God has knowledge, God has other properties. Okay. Then they're all given by someone else to your God. Do you buy that? No. Then how you explain? You say, oh, those are default properties of God. Okay. Then let's go back and fix a problem because now we have some problems like inconsistencies, right? Because you think that the features that we have needs an explanation, which is someone intentionally giving those properties to us. Okay, but when it comes to your God, you think in another way. You change your way of thinking.
I mean, look, when I think about my God, of course, of course, I do not know everything about my God by default.
You don't know
My God
everything
has
about
to-
human body, also.
Yeah, and I'm just I think there's something innate in all human beings.
Okay,
We
like
cannot.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. God also has innate things. Your God has
Hmm.
properties. Your God has innate things, but you think they're not given by other beings to your God. You believe that they're default. Why you don't think the same about us? Like we have properties. You can say, okay, they're innate. Oh, these are our properties. You don't need anyone to give them. We just have them.
Because we know yeah, so it ties into the concept of eternal being or immortalness or
So
immortality. Sorry. So
it's
like
still, it doesn't solve the problem.
we know we are not immortal. Right. We exist for some time and then we're gone.
So what?
But we do know about God, and that God is eternal,
So what?
right? And
Harry,
eternal.
that doesn't solve the problem. Being eternal doesn't answer the question why God has those properties. Like you cannot create a rule which says, oh, if something is eternal, it must have these properties by default. You can't say that.
If something is eternal, then that something cannot have properties given to it. Those properties are eternal as well. And when
How do you know
properties
that?
are eternal,
So
the properties are received.
tell me something. Tell me something. Your God cannot create eternal objects? Can your God create eternal
How is
objects?
it possible to create eternal
Wait.
object? Anything that eternal, look like anything that's eternal doesn't have a beginning
Okay, so your
or an
God,
end.
your God cannot create such things?
That's it's not. I mean, you're asking a question doesn't have an answer because
Answer.
it's like saying, why can your God not die? Does he have the
And that
ability to
does not.
kill himself?
No, that was not my question. Don't change my question. That was not my question.
Give me
My
an
question was,
analogy.
can God create an eternal object?
No,
It,
it's you need to understand a definition of eternal.
oh, do you
Eternal.
understand? What does it mean, eternal?
It doesn't die or doesn't have a beginning or an end.
Okay, so like having beginning end, these are time referral concepts. So if God is timeless, then God can create something timelessly, I assume. So if something is timeless, then we can say, okay, it's eternal.
When God creates something, then time begins.
So can your
So you
God
cannot
create
put
an
God into
eternal line?
Mhm.
Imagine a line or rope, okay? Can your God
Mm.
create an eternal rope?
Well, the question is invalid
Is
because
invalid.
when something is created, then it's not eternal anymore.
Oh, what do you understand then about eternity? Like
Eternity means that I told you, it doesn't have a beginning and an
beginning
end,
of what?
right?
Beginning of what?
Like it wasn't created in the first place.
It
Anything that is eternal,
wasn't
it wasn't created in the
created.
first place.
If something wasn't created, that means it's eternal?
That means what?
That's your definition of eternity? Not being created?
More or less, yeah.
Oh, well, then
Okay.
I'm eternal, so that's nice to know.
Okay.
You're eternal,
I must
Mhm.
be.
but you had a beginning, right?
You don't know that. I don't know that.
Oh, guys, sorry. Like there will be an
Oh, we know
interruption.
that. Yeah,
Guys,
beginning.
guys. Just a second. Okay, like there are people who wants to join from High Local, and hey, people from High Local, I send a link. We are already online on that link. Okay, if you want to have a conversation, please come to that link. Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Eternity. Let me again look up the exact definition of eternity
Maybe you
so that
should
we
check
can.
that because it's to me it sounds very vague. Yeah, you see, like it's about time, right? So it sounds like if something is timeless, that sounds like it's eternal.
Yeah, it doesn't have any beginning.
It doesn't
That's
say, it doesn't talk about beginning or end. You see, it says infinite time has no end, just time.
look what it says. The following message. Eternal being is generally understood to have no beginning.
Okay. You're forcing to get your desired answers. I'd say that.
No, yeah, I
Okay.
didn't remember like prior
Okay.
question.
So if there's
So,
no time, um, in God, let's say, if God creates something, how can you say that there's a beginning of that thing? If there's no time, how can you
that's
speak about
what I'm
beginning?
saying. Like, if God creates something, it means that it's not eternal anymore because it has
Really?
a beginning.
It has beginning, but it's timeless.
Hello.
No, no, not getting it. Um,
Do you want to
anything
know
the
about
beginning
my
and
opinion?
like it's not created. It's an uncreated being. That's why we give this attribute of eternity to God.
Okay. You trust AI? Do you trust AI?
Okay, this is it's contradicting itself.
Oh, really? No, you didn't like the answer of my question. Now you think that it's a contradiction. Maybe it's contradicted while you were asking your own questions. Why you don't think so?
Then we need to go to authentic sources, I guess. Look, I'm willing
Oh,
to change my
are
opinion.
those
I'm not,
authentic
I'm
sources?
not bigoted or I'm
You
not
you you
okay.
you were you were happy when it was confirming your questions.
Well, because that's what I believe.
Oh, that's the confirmation bias, my friend.
To be fair,
No,
that's
but I'm
that's
still
kind of
thinking
biased.
a little change my understanding of that.
Yeah, that concept is already confusing, Kara. You should know that, okay? So, well, whatever the authentic sources you will
You're not doing
refer,
any authentic
still
sources.
it's not solving the problems.
Wait,
Okay,
let me. I'll look up. I'll be back.
okay, take your
Right.
time.
Yeah. Take all the time you need.
Internal things that last forever never end. Okay, it doesn't speak about beginning. Okay, so that's the question. If God can create something, can that thing last forever? I think the answer must be yes if you believe that God is powerful, all powerful, whatever. So there's things inside us like mind, soul, tells, blah blah. The word internal, like come on, like there was a typo. Probably Christina, you said internal. That's why it's confusing a little bit. Anyway, oh, James is here. The second James.
Hello, second James.
Hello. Hey.
Oh,
So
hello.
yesterday I was watching your the end of your stream, and in that you were reacting to Ali Dawa
Huh.
asking the other guy who designed or who created that shoe, and then he gave an argument of what's more complex, I or a shoe, and then your rebuttal came as God being more complex must have a designer then. And so I want to ask your opinion on that because on that logic. We would need a complex designer each time, and this would lead to infinite regression. And so
Hmm?
I want to know your thought on that.
Yeah, like I mentioned you a lot of times, and I repeated a lot of times. If you think that this is a problem, then you should sacrifice one thing, which is your God, because that creates the infinite regress, and you think it's a problem. And what's the solution? When you think that we observe the universe is complex, right? We have evidence for the complexity. We observe, right? Direct evidence. And and you think that there must be a designer of it. That's the part that you start the infinite regress. If you don't do that, if you think that, okay, wait, yeah, universe exists as complex, maybe that's the default. and maybe there's no explanation for that. Maybe this is the brute fact that doesn't require an explanation, like your God. Okay, put universe instead of your God, and then you solve the problem. But when you say, wait, we need to explain this because, you know, I see complexity, I see we can do complex things, so therefore this universe must be also designed by someone else, is the part that you start assuming because you don't
I
have
wouldn't
good evidence
say,
for the existence of God. And then that causes the infinite regress problem also at the same time. So you are the one who's creating the problem.
well, if you hold on to that thought that this universe does not need a creator, because then it makes an assumption that this universe is eternal,
You
right?
can make that, yeah. You can make
But
that.
the yeah, if the evidence suggests that this universe was eternal, I would 100% agree with you. But
Okay.
the evidence says otherwise, that this universe has a or had a beginning,
Okay.
and so
No, that's false.
why?
Because that's not what the evidence says. The evidence says that singularity was there and it started expanding. And after the expansion, the time and space began to exist, but not matter energy. Matter energy was there, and matter, we cannot create matter, we cannot destroy matter, energy, whatever. So that sounds like they're not claiming certainly, but we can interpret that as maybe energy was always there because it was timeless during singularity. Okay. And your God is timeless and you think your God is eternal. So they are very similar, right? They sound similar. So then why not? Yeah, maybe energy in this universe doesn't matter in a single point. When it was in a single point, it was timeless. But when it's expanded, there's time inside of it. But still, it's one, you know, chunk of energy bubble, let's say.
No,
And we don't see beginning for it. Like science doesn't say it has a beginning. Science says space-time has a beginning. They don't claim that energy has a beginning.
no, they do claim that energy has a beginning.
No, they do not.
No, no, they don't.
Yeah, you
You
can look
check
up.
No.
it. Well, I
You
did.
can even look at the modern cosmological explanations which
Please, please,
disregard singularity.
please look again. Please look
Yeah,
again.
in quantum inflation field theories, there is space and then there is inflation, and that inflation causes matter uh, to come into existence. So there was
Quantum
nothing. Yeah,
fluctuations.
yeah,
Okay, do they say
cosmic
that?
inflation.
Okay,
Hmm.
okay. Do they claim that the quantum field has a beginning?
No,
Okay, then why what kind of beginning you're talking about? Okay, let me
no.
push back.
Right now we're talking about
Let
the
me push
energy.
back. Let me step back. Okay, okay. So the quantum field doesn't have a beginning. It was always there. Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay, so you don't need a god again, and that
Yeah.
solves the infinite regress problem.
Hmm.
Okay, then why you go one step further and start an infinite regress problem?
Well, let me look onto that. I've not searched on that. That the quantum fields were always there or not. I don't have information on that.
Okay.
But I primarily wanted to not talk on this. Talk about your the last conversation we had about five uncaused causes, uncaused things. So your logic was that we observe in this universe that there are many dependent causes. Thus, there's possible codependent causes for this universe,
Sorry,
right?
sorry. Like you're talking
So
about multiple first causes right now.
yeah.
And what did you say exactly? I couldn't understand.
So the last conversation we had, and that you mentioned that the your logic was that we have multiple causes, codependent causes for an effect, and thus it is possible we can have multiple causes for this universe,
Yeah.
uncaused causes as well.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a problem in this logic because uh, in this case, you can see that this is the fallacy of composition. We cannot assume that uh, the like any the relationship will, oh, 1 second. Let me put it in the right manner. Yeah. So what error you are making in this assumption is that the true of the parts must be true of the whole.
All right, come
So
again.
within the you're making a fallacy of composition in this logic,
Composition
making an
fallacy.
yeah, you're making an assumption that what is true of the parts must be true of the whole, thinking that there are multiple codependent causes within the universe.
Okay,
Therefore, the
no,
universe as a
you're
whole must
false,
also have
James.
multiple codependent
James,
causes.
James,
Yeah.
James, you're false. That's not my conclusion. Okay, so just check it again. Okay,
Mhm.
say like, what are the options like based on the logic that we derive from this universe? So things have multiple causes or one cause. Therefore,
Mhm.
if universe has a cause, it's either multiple or one.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know which one is the conclusion, but my general that's like a dichotomy. Okay, either if, by the way, if universe has a cause, okay, you don't forget this part because even don't know whether the universe has a cause or not, but
Mhm.
if it has a cause, it's either multiple or one.
Yeah.
So how can I make a mistake here?
So my next question is, if universe has a cause, then it's a single or a multiple. So on which line are you following on?
Sorry, come again.
I'm saying what's more probable, not probable, but more realistic or simple to explain or simple to understand.
I
Oh,
think it's simpler to understand as multiple causes, but again, that doesn't mean that's the case. Well, we don't know. I don't know. Okay.
but how is it simple to understand? I find a single
By
cause,
looking at the things that have multiple causes in
but we
general.
also have things that have single causes in this
Yeah,
universe.
that's why I say I don't know. Either it's one or multiple. I don't know the answer, but you seem to know the answer. You have a belief, right? You have
No,
to
no.
explain that, my friend. I'm the agnostic one. I don't know the answer.
Yeah. So when you say that you don't know, I agree on that. But then you're
Sure.
claiming that it's more simpler to understand the multiple causes.
Yeah.
I'm asking,
Yeah,
where do you get
and I'm
that?
asking. I'm answering it like the way that I observe things in the universe. They have multiple causes. That's why it makes more sense. It's
But then we
to me,
also
it's
have
more
causes,
plausible.
single causes.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah,
not adding
yeah.
more weightage to the
Which
multiple
which
causes
one which one is more general? Like which one is more common?
because this universe is codependent.
Okay,
That does not mean this is
but
a fallacy that
what type of causation is more common that you observe?
we are codependent.
Okay, but multiple causes or one cause? Which is more common?
Multiple causes.
Okay, then that's the way that I think also, right? So
But
if
that
the universe has cause, like then if I have to bet, I would bet on multiple causes, not one cause.
but why do you think there is more incidence of multiple causes?
There's what?
Why do you think there are more cases for multiple causes?
Because of the
What's the reason
observation.
behind that? The reason
Observation.
behind that is that we are
Observation.
dependent on it. For the
Yeah.
things that are not dependent on it, they don't need that. It's not
Things
based on
don't depend.
the frequency or the number of cases that we have.
James, how do
Yeah,
you solve the problem, man? Like, okay, like I'm an agnostic. I don't know the answer. Like, you're trying to turn the table, and you want me to make a very definitive answer about these questions that I don't know the answer. Like, fuck it, man. Like, you are the believer. You believe that there's only one cause. What's your logic?
okay. All right, I'll put this through. So we came to this understanding that there can be one cause or multiple causes. Now, uh, if we narrow it down, it is much simpler to understand a single cause because
Based on
it
what?
it only brings in one brute fact.
It
But
only
where if you
brings
bring
one
in
brute
multiple,
fact.
yeah. But if you bring in multiple causes, you need to provide multiple explanations, and
No,
this
I don't have to.
explanation will be
Like
brute fact.
multiple cause as a cause of the universe is just one explanation, and it can be one brute fact. Okay, like you're just playing with the words, James, and that's futile. You should see that. Like to me, there's no big difference saying there's one cause for the universe. There are many causes for the universe. They're just one statements. Each of them is a one statement. Okay.
These causes are uncaused or are codependent on each other.
I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know,
so
but
if
but
these
but it, but
causes,
they can be uncaused. I don't have a problem with that.
so these multiple causes can be uncaused.
Why not? You tell me.
Okay, and then these multiple causes, that this is a brute fact. You're adding multiple brute facts.
I'm adding multiple brute
Yeah,
facts.
why they are, let's say, 4 or 5 multiple uncaused
Why
causes.
why there are 5 causes? Why there is one cause? The same question, man. It's the same question. Why there is
Yeah,
one? Why there is not
because
4? Why there is
yeah,
not 5? Why there is not million? These are just questions.
right. But it's much simpler to
No,
explain a single cause because it avoids
no.
these arbitrary plurality and
Okay, like
multiple brute
there's
facts.
no any rule or problem about multiple causes. I don't see any problem. Like you're just trying to avoid because of your beliefs.
No, this is not about my belief.
It is about your belief, man.
No,
Like you're not showing any logic.
think of me as a non-believer. I don't believe in God. Think of me as like that. But if I have to logically deduce
Uh-huh.
uh, that there's probably going to be a single cause or multiple causes. Multiple causes requires more explanations, and we do not have the answers for those explanations. Or what are those explanations? Why are there multiple causes? And to claim that there are multiple causes, we have to bring in multiple brute facts. In a single
Multiple
cause, we
brute
only have to
facts.
add in one brute fact.
Okay, that's not multiple brute facts. Just one brute fact. Universe has multiple causes as just one brute fact. And again, you're just playing with the words, and it's becoming boring, James.
Okay, I can take up the example that you mentioned the last time. You mentioned that there are 5 uncaused causes. 3 of those created the universe. Two of those did nothing, just stayed behind. This scenario is creating multiple brute facts. First, there are 5 uncaused beings. Number two, they have different natures of wills. Number three, their mechanism of their choices are different.
These are
These
just
are,
details. You're
yeah,
just
but
detailing one brute fact. The one brute
this is
fact,
not one brute fact.
James,
These are
James, 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 James. What is the question? Okay, what is the cause of the universe? The answer is multiple causes. Okay, that's one brute fact, and this one brute fact has details in itself, like the
yep.
one that you try to explain. One brute fact, if is one cause, which is your God, still you'll find nearly same amount of maybe even more details, depends on the nature of that cause. Okay, so you don't know the nature of the first cause. I don't know the nature of first causes. So when we go and try to explain deeply, we don't know what we are gonna find. Maybe one of your cause, okay, your God, has more details than 5 other causes. So we cannot compare that. But again, it's just playing with words. One thing has 5 causes is a brute fact. One brute fact. One
No,
thing
there are
has one
5 brute
cause
facts.
is also one brute fact.
Yeah, single causes are one brute fact, but multiple causes. So in that, how many brute facts are there? Let's say you have 5 causes, so 5 brute facts, and
Oh
then
my
5
god.
because of flow.
They're not facts, they're causes. The fact is the universe has multiple causes. Again, it's about language,
See,
James.
again, you just said the fact that the universe has
Multiple
multiple.
causes, it's the fact, the brute fact, and one brute fact. Okay, the 5 causes is 5 causes. Okay,
I have a question.
and that's one brute fact. Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
James.
A question for our guest.
Okay.
If I posit the idea that there were two gods made our universe, is that more likely, less likely, or the same amount of likely as one God causing the universe?
Mm,
Less likely. And
Why is it less?
that would depend if these two gods are same or different. If they are same, that means they're not two gods, they are just one god. If they're different, then we need an explanation
I
that
mean,
yeah,
identical twins aren't the same person, right? So, I mean, I don't know what you're doing with the word "same" there.
James, you didn't change the
same
question.
as in that they have the same will, same nature, same will. They're not
Uh,
contradictory. They don't oppose
for
each other.
the first James, sorry, but you didn't change the question. So that's the exact same thing that we're talking here. Two is also multiple, right? So he says that one is more plausible than multiple.
And I want to
So
know why it's more.
he's saying that there are two, three, four, five causes, multiple causes, and each of them they are brute facts. That makes more explanation. Like he's kind of trying twisting the Occam's razor. That's what he's doing, but he's not realizing, or he thinks that
But
maybe we are
even if
not
you rely on
realizing.
Occam's razor, even if you rely on Occam's razor would prefer a single cause rather
Okay,
than multiple
okay.
causes.
We have, well, you have one assumption. I have one assumption. Okay, your one assumption is the cause of the universe is one. My one assumption is universe has multiple causes.
Okay,
Okay, so
yeah.
like, but Occam's razor is not working like that, man. You should go and check it
No, no,
again.
no. Now we should break it down. You said the universe has
You,
multiple uncaused causes.
and
Then
you
these
say
multiple
universe
uncaused
has
causes,
one uncaused cause.
yeah, yeah, and that's full stop.
Yeah,
But in
the weight
but the
of
universe
our
hasn't.
claims are the same, not different. You think that it's different. It's not.
In my case, in a single uncaused cause, that's full stop. In your case, there is more questions that needs to be answered.
Nope.
There are five multiple uncaused causes. Are they different? Do they have different natures of will? What's the mechanism of their choice?
James, the
Yeah.
ability of questioning things is not proving your case. I can ask more questions than you ask about your one God. I can do that. That doesn't prove mine is more plausible also, okay? There's no win here. We don't know what is the answer of that question. You think that there's, like, again, you are just raping Occam's razor here, and you don't realize that. I don't know what to do about that. Be
Well,
careful with
I
the
would,
razor. It can cut you.
well, I would disagree on that.
All right, so I just looked it up on Google AI, and it has a really complex. I asked, per Occam's razor, is monotheism more likely than polytheism? And if you guys want to Google that on your own time, it gives a fascinating answer that I think is worth reading for the discussion. However,
Oh,
I'm going to go ahead and bow out. Like I just feel like the conversation isn't
okay.
going anywhere. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, but
Okay.
I'll be back here in a bit.
Okay, man.
All right.
Anyway,
Yeah, of course, this conversation is still just going to end up like this only.
yeah.
Well, I would definitely say I would give you thanks for the last two conversations I had. It gave me a brainstorm to think more differently. So I would give credit to you for that.
We have the same guy, gaming maniac. Okay, even if let's buy your way of thinking. Okay, no problem. I can always buy any argument, any claim. I don't have a problem with that. Okay, so when you make less assumptions, is by the way, it's not less assumptions, but anyway, let's pretend that your assumption is less than my assumption. That's not the case, but anyway, for the sake of argument, then I bring the third option here, which is making even less assumption than your assumption, because you assume that the universe must have at least one cause. Okay. I assume universe doesn't have a cause, and that's less assumption than one cause, by the way. Misko, let me make you happy this time. Misko Hudekes. Hi from the land of thousand spices. Can you say hi to Misko Hudekes? Keep up the good. Thank you. Thank you, man. And I made you unhappy because I didn't read your name last time. I hope they don't ban me for that, Leo. Okay. Yeah. What about that, James B?
That we don't need the explanation. Can you repeat that?
Okay. So you believe that there must be cause for the universe.
Yeah.
Okay. One cause is more plausible than many causes. That's what we discussed so far. But when you explain the one cause, you're saying, oh, one cause must be uncaused cause. That means you think that there can be things which don't have a cause. Okay, let's buy that also. Then in that case, that creates the third option for us for the explanation of the universe or the existence of the universe, which is then the universe can exist without a cause. That means zero causes. That and zero is simpler than one cause, then we should buy that one according to your reasoning.
But how do we determine that the universe can exist without a cause?
Your own reason, because you believe that there must be an uncaused cause, which
But
means
if
something
you
without a cause.
follow that logic, you would follow this logic in everything.
Everything? Like,
Yeah,
what do you mean everything?
like that we do not need any cause for anything.
We don't.
Like for
Okay,
example,
like
if
what?
you,
For example,
you just said, I'll repeat that the
Mhm.
universe does not need a cause for
Mhm.
simplification. Then you can apply this logic to everything. Okay,
What do you mean
you're
everything? Like everything is the
you're sick.
universe.
You're
Everything.
sick.
The
You
universe is
do not
everything.
need an explanation for that.
The universe is everything, so there's nothing else than the universe. Okay, if the universe doesn't have a cause, that means the universe doesn't have a cause. That's the brute fact. So I don't see anything that I can apply the rule again. There's only one thing. It's the universe. It's uncaused.
But how do you determine that universe does not have a cause?
I'm not determining. I'm using your own logic, your beliefs. You believe that there cannot be infinite regress. That suggests that there must be one thing or something. Things you rejected things because of plurality. You think it's less likely. Okay, no problem, no problem. Let's buy it. Those multiple things uncaused. You didn't buy it. I accept. That means still, you think that something necessarily must exist without a cause. Okay, let's change the word God with, let's get rid of it. We don't need even, because if there is something uncaused, then infinite regress problem is solved. Let's say universe is uncaused, that's solving the problem also. And plus, it's helping your argument, which is if we explain universe with less assumptions, okay, or simpler assumptions, that's more plausible for you. And zero is simpler than one cause explanation, one uncaused cause explanation. Saying that universe has no cause is the simplest thing that you can say. Just buy it.
So
So,
universe
so
having no cause.
if nothing matter, if nothing has a cause, isn't this also is a cause?
Nothing.
Correct.
No, it's not a cause. Not having cause is not having cause. Okay. You can't
So
say
the
they're the same
universe
thing.
not having a cause would imply that universe is eternal,
You can
right?
say that, yeah.
So, but as I mentioned in the beginning of this conversation,
That
that
you were wrong about that. We also mentioned about your mistake.
about what?
Yeah, energy matter seems like eternal. It's not created. It cannot be destroyed.
No, no, we cannot claim it's eternal. We do not have any information on it.
Okay, like you don't have to prove it, man. Like you don't have evidence that the cause of this universe is also eternal. You don't have proof for that also. You're assuming that also. To just save yourself from the infinite regress, that's why you're assuming that then the next cause of this universe must be eternal. Is just an assumption without proving anything. You're not justifying that. You're not presenting evidence for it. You're saying that, oh, just we cannot go infinitely. That's your concern. Your concerns are not evidence, JP. But you should be fair. If you can do that with your God, do it with the universe. At least the universe is something that we can observe.
Yeah, but that does not mean it has no cause.
Yeah, that does not mean your God doesn't have a cause also.
Okay, let's forget God in this scenario. Okay, because if I say God has a cause, then that God is not God. It's creation itself. Okay, so I can agree with you. Let's say this universe has a cause, and that cause is not uncaused, or probably has another cause. I could
Okay.
agree with you on that.
Okay.
But just because, to make things very simple, I would say this universe has an uncaused cause.
Okay, but like what I suggest is more simpler than what you said because it doesn't even require a cause. That's simpler than having
Yeah,
one
but then,
cause.
but the evidence, because we are living in the universe,
Uh-huh.
the evidence should support your assumption, and the
Okay.
evidence does not.
Okay, like there's no evidence that also suggests that there is a cause of the singularity. Like there's no evidence for other side also. So you're talking about something without we
Yeah,
don't
the
have
evidence is
evidence.
only for the beginning of universe. That's it.
Beginning of the expansion, please be
Yeah,
careful
beginning
about the
of the
words.
expansion.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
the
That
universe
doesn't say.
began.
Yeah, that doesn't say energy had a cause or had a beginning. Energy was there. We don't know it's eternal or not. We don't know whether it has a cause or not. We don't know anything. Okay. But then assume that it doesn't have a cause to get rid of the infinite regress problem. That's your only concern, JP. You are able to do that without even observing the God. Like at least we observe the universe. Yeah, like
Well,
we
how
don't
can you
have.
observe God? If we can observe God, then all this
Then
must
how
be
can you make claims about
impossible.
something that you cannot even observe? At least we can observe the universe. Still, we cannot reach the conclusion whether it had a cause or not. But no, but you're going and trying to make assumptions even about something that you cannot
I mean,
even see,
I mean,
observe.
so many vast things. Okay, so many planets are there, so many places, but one place we know, like generally has life. Aliens or other places which have, but it's not easy to identify. So we haven't. So you're thinking we are all here just for nothing, like nonsense. We do this and nothing happens and everything is done
So what?
because there is no cause.
So what?
Just that is very, very like real, very painful. Like in
Sorry, man. Like,
not much.
sorry, you're
Yeah,
breaking. Sorry, you're breaking, and we cannot
I'm gonna fix
reason.
it. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
fix it.
please fix it. But you should understand that we cannot, proceed to debate only through your emotions. Okay, like your emotions are not deciding what is the reality. You should know that. You can be unhappy about some facts if they are the brute facts. I don't know even whether they are the brute facts or not. But if you're unhappy, that's not gonna change the fact. I hope you can understand that. So yeah, JP, I'm
Yeah.
just trying
Can
to
you hear
help
me?
you, man. Like you're presenting me an argument, okay? And I learn your way of thinking, and like I see problems, inconsistencies in your arguments, in your reasoning. I'm suggesting you better versions of your reasoning. If that's what you think, that infinite regress is impossible, and plus you need simpler explanations always, then that's the simplest form of thinking, which is universe exists as a brute fact without any cause. Universe is uncaused. That saves you from infinite regress. Plus, that saves you making complex assumptions or more complex assumptions because no cause is simpler than one cause, and you have to explain that one cause a lot. You have to explain what's the properties of that cause, eternal or not, all powerful or not,
But then are
thinking
we
or
not
not,
ignoring the
colorful
expansion of
or
universe?
not, blah 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 blah, like a lot of details. When you assume that the universe doesn't have cause, you just get rid of all those problems. What about the
But
expansion?
in but yeah, but we are ignoring the ignorant. Oh, sorry, we are ignoring the expansion of universe in this scenario.
No, we are not. Yeah, universe expanding, so what? That's the property of the universe, that's all.
Yeah, so it does not mean the universe was eternal, meaning that
No,
it was without cause.
it means the expansion was not eternal, but our topic is not the expansion here, the existence of the universe, not the
Yeah,
expansion or not the beginning of the expansion. That's not the topic, man.
yeah, the beginning of universe, the expansion of universe.
Beginning of the
The
universe.
universe. Nobody, no scientist today claims that the universe was eternal.
They don't claim because they don't know, and they speculate that it might be eternal or maybe not. They just don't know that. So why are like
But
they're
you
trying
can't say
to?
that they don't
Hey,
know that.
hey, James, like, I think you're a good person, but why you don't see that you're so unfair? You don't do any investigations when it comes to your God. You're not able to do that.
Forget
Because
God. We're
you
not
no
talking about God. We're just
no
talking about
no
causes.
no. We cannot. This is the main topic. This is the only topic. And you're trying to tell me that forget your own topic, your only topic. I don't accept that, okay? So when it comes to God, you don't question any of those things. Any of those things. You just say that, oh, it must be the case, and you're assuming that it's uncaused and blah 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 blah. A lot of assumptions. But not
No,
investigation. But when it comes to universe, oh,
it's like
you're saying
universe is eternal. You know, universe is, but not all universe. It's not the
not
same universe. You know, if you put it in the same like threshold, this universe, after death universe is different. Heaven
okay.
universe, non-heaven universe. There are multiple universes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are multiple universes.
I don't know what to say. Universe, but places. Yeah, you cannot say it's an astral universe. It's not an astral universe.
Man, I don't understand what you're saying.
It could be. I mean, you're talking about universe, right? But I believe that after people die, do they go to Mars or do they go to any universe? They go in a totally different place with
How
different
do you
set
know
of
that?
rules and different.
How do you know that,
Yeah,
man?
because it's said in my religion that after death, people go at
Uh,
certain place
I
that
don't
doesn't match
trust.
the certain universe that we are in. You know.
Hey, Sajid. I don't trust your religion. Why should I think that it's saying the true things? What if it's false?
Yeah, there can always be the question also. I also ask the same question, but I still believe it. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
believe
I'm
it.
not saying you to believe it. Yeah. I'm
Well,
just saying
then
what
why
I
you're
believe.
saying that? I'm sorry, but like that's not very interesting. When you say, "Oh, you know what? It's written in a book." Okay, there are many other books. There are many other things that are written in those books. So that's
Yeah, I've
useless
read
for
those
us.
also. I don't believe those. Yeah.
Anyway, but you understand that other people believe in other things because of their own books, because they say different
Yeah,
things.
just like me. True, just like me. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
So I want to understand why uh, do you differentiate between the expansion of universe
okay.
or leading that expansion of
Because
universe is
science
not lead
because
to beginning of
because
universe?
because science can only go back to singularity, and they're not able to go beyond the singularity.
Mhm.
And according to what they understand, singularity was timeless. It was all about energy condensed in a single point. No time, no space, but still there is energy.
No,
There was
I would like
energy.
to correct you on that.
Uh,
Singularity was not timeless or spaceless. It was the beginning point. Like you have a starting, you have a race. So this
yeah.
the starting
Okay.
point.
Yeah. There was a point, right?
Yeah, but
There
that
was
does
a
not
point.
mean that it was
You
not
can't.
existing at that time.
You can't say there was nothing, right? There was energy. There was energy. You can't say energy began to exist. You can't say that. We don't know that. That's why we don't. You can't say that. We don't know it. And scientists, they don't suggest that there was no energy. They don't suggest that. They even say it was there, and it seems like it was eternal. because it's timeless, or we cannot create, destroy energy. So all those data sounds like it was eternal. Maybe not. Like we don't know that.
The energy that was eternal, like the scientists claim to be primordial energy, but which is different than the energy that we have in the universe.
But still, there was that energy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so and they
But
don't
also, I
speak
would like to
about.
clear that singularity is
Yeah,
the beginning point. It's not eternal.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Like we are talking about the energy matter. Okay, that is still around us. It's just changing the form, man. It's the same energy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and it was there.
How is the energy changing form? What is causing
Uh,
the energy to change form?
uh,
Does it doing by itself?
I'm gonna mute you because you're diverting the topic, gaming. If we finish, then we can go with your questions. Okay. So all we speak is the energy, the existence of that energy. And again, science doesn't have really conclusive, you know, evidence whether that energy had a cause or a beginning or blah blah. They don't know it.
Yeah.
And they're very honest and clear about that. They don't claim that, oh, that's the case. They say we don't know.
Yeah.
So then we can speculate. Either it had a cause or not. Right?
Yeah.
And you suggested me that, like, let's make simpler assumptions. And I said, okay, like I can buy that. You said one is simpler than two, and I'm saying now zero is even simpler than one, because you don't even have to explain the cause if there is one cause. If you are not explaining that, that's simpler, right?
But then are we not denying science?
We are
Let's
not
forget
denying,
God.
because science
Let
doesn't say anything. That's why we're not denying anything.
Why? Let's
Because
just take,
because
for
science not
example,
saying
that the
anything.
energy
That's
was
why we're not denying science.
no, no. In your assumption that the universe has no cause,
Okay.
right? But if it had no cause, it would be eternal. It would not have a beginning.
Oh my god. Like, man, like, are you doing it intentionally? If that's the case, that's so dishonest. But if you're not like, I just want to clarify again, we're not talking about the universe that we see right now. Do you understand that? We're not
Can
talking
you
about
give me
planets,
examples
black
of
hole. We are not talking about black holes, galaxies, stars. We are not talking about that, man. We are talking about the energy, okay? That at the beginning or whatever you call, okay? We're talking about that. And that's what makes this universe, right?
hmm
It's not something coming like the stars are not coming from outside of the universe, okay? Like everything changing from that energy. And scientists, they don't say that energy had a cause. They don't say that. They don't claim that. They don't know it also. And when they start speaking about beginning, they start speaking about the beginning of the expansion, beginning of time, beginning of space, and that's probably where you call it universe. And if that's the case, I'm not talking about the universe. I'm talking about that singularity, that energy,
Yeah.
the
So
whole
I think
energy.
both of us got it like kind of got wrong because I did not mean that's energy. I was meaning universe.
Okay, but isn't that clear so far? Like this is not our first conversation, man. Like
Yeah,
when we
but then
speak
why don't
about,
you agree that this universe had a beginning, and we are agreeing that, let's say, the energy is did not have a beginning or it's eternal.
okay,
It's not contradictory, right? That's what I'm saying.
it's not contradictory to what?
That the universe had a beginning and the energy is constant or eternal.
Yeah, but like when you conflate those two topics, they're different because like it sounds like that there is a beginning of everything that we observe, but not everything. Like only the expansion, the time space. Yeah, that part has a beginning. We agree on that. That there was never dispute about that, and you keep just repeating the same thing again and again, and that's useless.
Well, because you
Okay, forget
that's why
about
I mentioned.
forget about that, JP. Forget about that part. Okay, just forget about that. But we agree. That's why you should forget. Okay, so go back to energy right now. okay, before the universe, there was energy. Okay, let's
Yeah.
use your language. Before the universe, if universe has a beginning, then there's a before. What was before? There was energy. Okay, so tell me, the energy, according to science, has a beginning or not?
Well, they don't know.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
just
You see, that's
states
what
that it existed before the expansion.
yeah,
Of
yeah,
course.
and that's what I said always. So if they don't know, we cannot claim also. But you're suggesting that hey, you're saying stop. If you say there is a cause, then we can go infinitely. That's what you're telling us. That's what you're telling us, right? Then okay, the solution is, let's say it doesn't have a cause. What does that mean then? Then you
So
can interpret, man.
in this case, when you're saying uh, that there is no cause, you're talking about the energy, right?
You can accept that to get rid of the infinite regress. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. But
Okay,
when
but
when when I
don't you think that when you say no cause for the universe, don't you accept that it's simpler than saying, ah, wait a second, there must be echoes of the energy, and
no
that cause must be uncaused, that cause must be eternal,
see
not the energy.
no cause of the universe. That is not scientific. You can say no cause of the energy before the universe. Then I can agree on that.
JP, oh my god, I want to kill myself right now. Fuck the universe, man. Like we said, don't
But then
speak
you're
about
saying,
it.
but you're
Fuck it.
mentioning
It's
universe.
just
But when
name.
you're
I'm
mentioning
sorry.
universe,
I'm fucking sorry about that. It's just language, okay? Please, even if I say universe, okay, don't think I'm talking about the universe, okay? I'm talking
but
about energy all the time. Even if I
then
say a
why are
universe,
you mentioning universe? Like
I
that
said
makes sense
I
with me,
am
right?
sorry. It's just I got used to it, man. Like why you're not tolerating something simple? Don't think about the universe when I say universe, okay? Think about the energy. It's simple.
Yeah, then I would not disagree with you. I would agree on that.
Okay, then why the fuck then we are discussing here? So you accept that the best solution is to say that the energy doesn't have a cause, it's uncaused, there's no God. That's the best solution for your problems.
Yeah, because I do not know anything about the energy.
Yeah, you don't know anything about God also, but you
That's
believe
why
God exists.
that's why I'm agreeing to you. No, that's why I'm agreeing to you.
That's what?
That's why I'm agreeing with you because I have no knowledge about it. We have no observations about it. That's why I'm agreeing. With more simplicity, zero causes.
Okay, congrats.
That's we were only kind of stuck on that universe word. That was the
That was
confusion part.
unnecessary because we were
But
clear
you
about
had to give
that.
me caution, man. You had to give me a disclaimer on that.
James,
What
like
you meant was
I was
different than what
assuming
I
that
said.
you can understand things easily. Again, this is not the first conversation that we're having. Like we both agree that the expansion has a beginning. We both agree. Like this is
Yeah.
not the first time that we're talking about this. So that seemingly, like I just learned that when you say universe, you refer between the expansion and this current time. You call it universe, okay? But what I call universe is everything that exists, okay? Like there's just misusage of the word, okay? That's the problem. But like that was not a big problem if you understand. Like when I say, hey, singularity, energy, scientists don't claim that it has a cause or doesn't have a, like that language is simple that you could understand easily. What do I mean? But
Oh
anyway,
well,
now
I
we are
got it.
clear, I believe.
At least 3 sessions or 3 days of conversations, we kind of come to a conclusion or come to an agreement.
Hey, okay.
But I would say thanks to you. I was thinking beyond my uh, normal abilities that I would think. So you're kind of different on other atheists. Uh, that their normal arguments are different or much simpler. You put me
Thanks
much
for
brainstorming.
appreciation, man. Yeah. Like you made me very tired today, but anyway.
These topics, man, these topics are energy consuming.
Uh, I think it's not about the topic, JP. It's about being clear. Like when you get stuck on one word, one concept, that can tire like both
Yeah.
sides, you and me. Okay, I'm very
Like if we had,
flexible about any claim, any argument. I can accept at like many things that you claim, and that's what I did. Okay, I
yeah.
accepted that one is simpler. Like, still, I don't think that's the case, but I can buy it. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. So I guess the only thing was these words, uh, inherent meaning behind these words, especially the universe.
Yeah, that was the buzzword. I will be
Yeah.
also clear in the future about the word. That also helped me, and I should also
Absolutely.
thank you too, because that makes my job easier.
Yeah.
Because like you're not the only one who has this mindset when it comes to Big Bang and cosmology.
Hmm.
So that was helpful for me
Yeah,
also.
that
Thank
would
you so much.
definitely help you on that for much simpler understanding.
Yep. Okay. Anyway.
All
Okay.
right, I'll listen to you and just go my and prepare my day.
Okay. Okay. So thanks for being here. We
Yeah.
now it's the time, gaming maniac Sajid. That was your name, right? Thanks for being patient.
Hey, what's up?
Okay. Yeah, as you see.
So, what is up? Like, I don't understand what you said.
I said as you see, like we just finished the hot discussion and it was helpful for both of us. I think. So
Hmm.
yeah, but I still have a lot of energy. So what was your questions?
Oh, like what I wanted to say. Oh, like, yeah, what I was saying. Like, I don't know what to say at this point. Like, it was a sort of like I was listening to the whole conversation. So, almost it's a bit, yeah, for me, it's a bit complex to understand. But yeah, unfinished. But it's okay. We draw a conclusion. Yeah, what I believe, like, so yeah, I believe in my religion, but I cannot say for like 100%. And I'm also have problems just like everyone, like not like the perfect or ideal religious person, but still I still believe, right? But sometimes it's not that I'm always strongly believing. It's also I don't believe or I do things which doesn't support that I believe. So yeah, basically what I have to say about what you said, like I don't actually care, like whatever the logic is. What I care is with the the profoundness, the meaning of what doesn't make sense, what is beyond the logic or the realm of human understanding, right? And yeah, you said about scientists. I could also say the same. Like I listen to more religious, like Islamic person, right? And Islamic people could be also scientists in ages. They could be right than other people who are not from different religion. But like it is, this is what this is. So like scientists have tried to do a lot of things, but still, yeah, they prove something, then they say no, it's not true. Someone else say, then it becomes unproven, from proven to unproven. Then many things are yet to be proved. Scientists haven't still proven that, but trying. And when they can prove that, something else some discovery is made, right? So stuff like that. And it's actually very tough to hold on to the exact knowledge or the true knowledge of what was like before the existence of the current generation, right? Because people can alter the knowledges, and also you cannot say for sure like who was actually there and is still being with us and still saying the truth, because they're not with us. So what remains is the remainings of the people, what they have passed on. So yeah, I mean, the more I think of anything, the more clueless it becomes, right? So to just make it simple and clueful, I just believe in my religion, right? But it doesn't mean I have true evidence, right? And sometimes, like for example, like even if the prophets of Islam came just today, okay, just are revived or is in front of you and show you some real magic or some real story or something which is evident, okay, has the power, okay, or take you to heaven, okay, but people still will do what they will do, because not everybody, maybe there are obviously, but it's rare that people will change by the evidence, right? People will keep on making mistakes and people will choose or not, but the choices also are varied. The choice also depends on many other things apart from the thing that I choose to do, right? What am I choosing to do? From where is it coming? Why am I choosing now? Why didn't I choose before, right? Was I like ignorant, or was I not strong enough, or something like that? Okay, was it my mistake, or is it not a mistake, or mistakes are meant to happen? So now what? I fix myself, right? So it's like, yeah. So it's not so easy like that, and also that's why it's not always like not always apparent to like easy to expect that every evidence will come on my face and come in front of my face and I will believe it because I'm waiting for the evidence, right? But sometimes certain things happen and everyone's evidence are different, and what they choose to believe is different also. Like it could be same on different also, right? Person to person. So this is what I'm saying. Yes.
Oh, Sajid. So you're not here for a discussion, man. You just wanted to say what you wanted to say.
What I said can also be made of our discussion. Yes.
Okay, but I cannot discuss with you because you said I don't have evidence to prove my claims. That's the
Yeah.
killing
Right.
killing
Yeah.
moment of my discussion because I cannot
Yeah, because you're
discuss.
focused on the evidence. Yeah, it's okay that what your notion is and my notion is. It's
Yeah,
true. What you
yeah.
said is true. Yes.
But are you happy like when you believe in something without good evidence? Are you happy with that?
So if I'm not happy, then obviously I'm happy, or
Oh,
else I
okay.
wouldn't.
It was
I
not
wouldn't.
obvious to me. It was not obvious to me. That's why I was
Yeah.
asking. But anyway,
No, that's true. That's true. We also love the things that also like for example, people smoke or people drink. They know it's not good, but they do it. Yeah, it's something related to this. Yeah, it's true. But to
oh,
be honest,
that's a
yeah,
good
I'm actually
example.
content,
That's a good example,
right?
Sajid. So
Right?
the people who smoke drink, they feel
Mhm.
very happy when they do that.
Yeah. So that this is why I say
But
yes.
but they also know, as you said, it is harmful. Well, what if your case is the same? Like, what if the religion that you belong to is harmful,
It's
but
harmful.
still you're
True.
happy because you're in it?
That's also definitely true. But one thing to back this up, I can say is this: God is very forgiving, right? Not all the
I
time,
don't
not with
know that.
everyone,
You
obviously.
didn't prove that. You didn't
Yeah,
prove
that's
that.
that's also true. That's also true. No, because still people face bad things, right? So God is also not very forgiving all the time. Yeah, that also makes this quite difficult to say. But what I say, like, if God can give me so much, at least I can give something, and this is what I'm saying: give back some things. Like I'm not worth it, but still at the same time I am worth it. So why am I worth it? Why did I get the chance to say that I'm worth it? So obviously it's a it's something between like very gratefulness and the power of change, the second chance.
Okay. I see. I see. Okay, Sajid. I'm gonna refresh the room so that we can have believers that I can
Sure,
discuss.
sure. No props.
Jumping into the room.
Okay,
See
thank you,
you.
man.
Thanks for joining.
Yes, see. No props.
Um, New room, new chance. I hope we can find good conversations, discussions, whatever. Oh, ChatGPT, get out of my way. Oh. Wow. Centuries. Share this tab instead. Okay. We are ready. We are ready. Hey, Tabla, welcome. You missed that. You missed that. um, Leo was here. Yeah. I think we both made our days. He sent another super chat, and this time I read his nickname. Um, yeah. You should play it back. Okay. Yeah. Ah. Okay. Let's check it out. Okay. They're solving that problem. Hello, Sanjeev Kamar. Here's a link for participation. If you want, we can discuss about that, Sanjeev. On Lee. Okay. Tuan Lee. Oops.
Hello, bro.
Hello.
What are you doing?
I'm waiting for people.
What?
Waiting people.
Waiting?
Waiting people.
Play game?
Oh my god.
I am studying English.
Yeah, I see that.
What's your name?
Mm.
Where you from?
Okay. Tuan, you should join beginner rooms.
Me, our room.
Beginner rooms.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Luckily you understood that. Understood that. Changing the room. I'm gonna refresh the link here. Here's a link. Oh, did you do that, Secreto? How did you do that? Okay. I don't know what does that mean even. Krishna. Okay. Krishna's already in the room. There's a god in the room. God of the rooms. Empty rooms. Okay, Krishna. You wanna talk?
Of course.
Cool. You're Sanjeev Kumar from YouTube?
Are you asking me?
I was asking you, and probably you're not that person. Okay, no problem. Ignore the question. So, did you see the topic of this room?
Well, do you believe in God? Which? Why? Oh, that's good.
That's good. Okay.
Well, do you want to know my opinion?
Yeah, if you can answer.
Well, I don't believe any God. I don't believe God, and I don't believe in caste, and I don't believe in religion. I am free.
You're free. Free from
Yeah,
religions. Okay.
yeah. I don't believe any religion like
I heard that part. Yeah.
Hindu, Muslim,
You don't have to
Christians.
give examples. Yeah, I know of major religions on this planet. Yeah, you're free from those religions. I see that.
Yes.
I've lost my screen. Okay, it's back.
So may I know where from?
Yeah, I'm from heaven.
Heaven?
Heaven.
Heaven.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're a god. Yeah.
I am
You're what?
from hell.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you're from heaven, and I am from the opposite of heaven.
Okay. Still, you're so boring to me. That's why I'm gonna change your.
Oh, all right. I'm so sorry.
That's okay,
I'm gonna
man.
hang. I'm gonna hang up.
Oh, no problem. I'm gonna change room also. Bye bye. Take care.
Take care too.
Bow, 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 bow. Okay. Exploring. Exploring. Okay. I was gonna check one video that I came across. It looks great. Okay. AI is doing a really good job. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Oops, 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 oops. Okay. Fuck. I can play the video. I think it's about the problem in the website. To create answer? What's that? Deepak. Hey, Deepak.
Hello, fellow sober.
Hello.
How are you, brother?
I'm okay. How about you?
Sorry, my side little noise
Why?
pollution.
Noise pollution.
So, so what is the true topic? Is God exist? Sense.
Yeah. God's existence. Yeah.
Okay. You have a YouTube account.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I am I am live in a YouTube.
Yes, you're live on YouTube.
Hello, guys.
Okay, cool. You want to be a YouTuber?
Okay.
You can try your own channel.
Bro, I don't have any patience to start a video.
But I had questions. Do you believe in a God? Which God? Why you believe in God? So these are questions
Should I
that,
give answer?
yeah, you can try to answer.
Okay. So first of all, God is exist. If you think, and anywhere you go, temple, church, and masjid, you feel something energy. Like there is a something in a temple, Jesus, masjid. Whenever you go close, you feel like a oh my God, something has happened to me. That's like if you're doing bad thing, when you realize I was doing bad thing. If you do good thing, then you think yeah, I am good. I was doing good thing. That's way. Second, third thing is bro, God is exist because we have a mind who think everyone, every day, like so thinking about everything. Who know? Even though universe is a long infinity, we don't know.
We have mind. The universe is infinite. So that means God exists.
Pardon?
You just said we have mind and we think about things.
Ah,
And then you said the universe.
we have a mind. Think about.
Okay. It's getting really hard to communicate.
I'm still learning, bro.
Okay. But we need more than learners in this room. That's why I set the room for at least upper intermediate speakers. And so it's like you order a brand new pair of shoes and they sent you shoes that someone else used. So like that doesn't match with your requirements, right? You want something, but then you don't get it. You get something else. And imagine how you feel, and that's how I feel. Okay, I need people who can understand these topics, who can understand what I'm saying, and I want them to understand also. But practice makes better, so don't give up. Keep practicing.
Yeah, thank you.
Hmm.
So
I'm
what
gonna
is your
change.
YouTube channel?
It's my name, Flosober.
No, it's YouTube channel name.
Y-
Your YouTube channel name.
That was my YouTube channel, and you said no.
Philosopher.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check it.
Okay. Tell me if you cannot find.
FTHI. So
Yeah, I'm leaving the room, man. Thanks for joining. I hope you can enjoy the channel also. Bye bye. Take care.
I'm searching the
Okay. I'm getting tired. So, yeah, Julie, that's the problem on the website today. I don't know what's the problem. He didn't tell me. But you should change your DNS, settings. Then it becomes normal. It's not like crashing, like it doesn't log into your account because of DNS. DNS. Okay, DNS settings is about your internet settings. You just ask ChatGPT, Joe, like about your device. Tell what device you're using, and ask how you can change the DNS settings, and I will send you the ones that I used. Okay, and then it will be solved. Wow, we have lost the chat even. That's so shitty. Oh fuck. Should reach advert. I see a problem. Anyway. Anyway. Welcome. This is Mir. Oh, the guy from Free Free Talk. Yeah, you should change your DNS settings. That's how you can re-enter. And welcome back also, Edward. You did everything? Probably not. If you're not able to enter, it means you didn't. I don't understand what you're saying exactly, Crisp. Yeah, people have different purposes. And yeah, that might be debatable. That's what I'm talking about. The DNS. Sent. Oh, that's my bad. You guys cannot join. I was trying to send it. Okay, that's my bad. Wait a second. It's on the way. Hmm, I couldn't check that also. Fuck. Uh, where is copy? Okay. Yeah, you guys should change it into that. Then it's working. Um, okay, yeah, it's responsible. Religions are responsible for many things. Many things. Okay. Free for talk is very boring today. People are struggling with the problem. Mirror. What power? Another ad, like maybe I should check the settings, Julie. If it's too much, it can be annoying for people. I set it automatic. Yeah, the frequency is medium. Blackstone is becoming more stupid. What a title! Women's right in theism and atheism. Huh, idiot. One more time. And maybe I'm gonna go and do other things. I don't wanna make you guys wait also. I should learn when to stop. The other problem is I cannot even play the video. Here. Yeah, that's true, Crisp. It has a lot of things. Here is the link. I hope there's someone here to discuss so that we can proceed the live. And how long we are here? 2 hours. Okay. 2 hours. 2 hours. Hey, did it work, Edward? And Edward, please check it before you join, okay? If you try to join. And I can send you a safe link to check it if you need. Oh, Deepak is back.
Why you left, bro?
Hey.
Okay. I already saw your YouTube account.
Oh, you check my YouTube. Okay.
I already checked it, bro.
Good, good, good.
You have a you have a 4 subscriber and 18 videos.
That's the wrong channel.
Sorry?
That's the wrong channel.
That's a wrong channel, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. You can share your YouTube link.
Yes, I can.
Hello, Akanda.
Hello, Deepak. How are you?
Mo. Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yep.
Philosopher?
Yeah.
I found your YouTube channel and I watching your YouTube video live.
You found it?
Yeah.
I sent the
Okay.
link. Okay.
I give emoji laughing and 100, but I first subscribe then I comment. So I can't message you in your video.
I just wait 5 minutes.
You have a 10,000 subscribers. How you get, bro?
Yeah, after subscribing, you should wait 5 minutes at least. Then you can message.
You have a
I
lot
got.
of patience.
Hey,
Yeah.
how can I call your name, man?
YHP and Faye.
Just a
Enough.
sec.
Sorry, come again?
Just a second.
Just a second. Okay, just a
You
second.
can. Okay. You can call me Lucas.
Lucas. Okay.
Yeah.
So I hope you have seen the title.
Yes.
And you
I
know
have.
that this is live on YouTube.
Can you say it again?
This is live on YouTube.
Okay.
Good.
I don't mind about it. So that's it. Do you guys? I think you're an atheist, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So the other guy, do you have any religion? Do you believe in any god or stuff like that?
I don't know.
Okay. So I'm not here to convince anyone of nothing, but just to share. I'm a Christian and I believe in God and in Jesus. That's it. That's my religion.
Why do you believe in a god?
I don't know why, but your sound is not so clear. Like it's low.
Okay. Hey, people on YouTube, do you guys hear me clear? Or is it low? I need to ask other people, Lucas, because sometimes it's okay, but people have other problems. That's why they're not able to hear. So I want to test it through other people, or let me check it by myself.
Okay.
Test it. Let me check it by myself.
Okay.
It sounds normal to me. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, JP.
Well, I would like just to say that I admire your faith on being an atheist.
That's not a fate, my friends. So your admiration has some logical mistakes.
I don't think so
I
because
think so because I don't have faith.
I mean, you have faith that God don't exist, right?
No, I don't have that faith. Now I told you you're wrong. Oh, well, instead of asking me and trying to learn you, you just assume things about me.
Okay,
But anyway,
but yeah.
so now you know that I don't have such a faith.
So you're agnostic.
I'm also agnostic, yeah. That's also true.
Ah, okay.
No,
So it's possible not to have faith.
but atheism is not only faith that God doesn't exist. You should learn that.
Can you explain me better?
Sure, I can. There are two types of atheism, and they call it hard atheism and soft atheism,
Mm,
or
nice, very nice.
strong atheism or weak atheism. You can also call that.
Mm,
And what is the
mhm.
difference? Sure, definitely there is a difference. Hard atheism, yeah, they have the faith that God doesn't exist, but the weak atheism, they don't have such a faith. They don't have a faith that a God exists. They don't have a faith that God doesn't exist. And at the same time, they're agnostic mostly. They don't know whether any God exists or not. But just because they're not believers of gods, they don't believe in a God, that's why they're still atheists.
That's interesting. I didn't know this specific type of atheist.
And
Atheist.
I think it's kind of new.
That's nice. I used to be agnostic, so I didn't have any faith.
You didn't have any faith. So that makes you an atheist too, in these terms.
No, I mean in the past, right? But I had some, how can I say it? Personal experiences that made me think that God
Weird.
exists. But it's
Okay.
personal, so it's not like feasible to present for you, for example, because it's personal.
Okay. The advert. I have a special request if you have time. Can you hop in on High Local? Because I feel like there are many people today. They're into the topics. Maybe we can draw some attention.
Okay, of course.
No, no, I was not talking to you. You're not Edward, right? You're Lucas.
Yeah, I
Okay.
understand it wrong. Sorry. I'm sorry
That's
about
okay.
it.
No problem. No problem. So, yep. Anyway, you already said that you're not here to discuss, but this is a discussion room, so I'll try another room.
Okay, I will.
Thanks for joining. Down, 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 down. Dun, 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 dun. Dun. Bar, bar, bar. So, Julie, you couldn't fix the problem? Seemingly, it's not working. Okay, so, but you didn't change those settings? Oh, oh, it's better if you tap Julie right now. Yes, you are. I will speak to you. Hello. I'm okay. How about you? Doing okay. How about you? Okay. Okay. Those are too many interferences. Okay. So, guys, first of all, let me do the introduction. Uh, Okay. What's your from? Okay. That's a good question. I'm from heaven. Hey, guys. This is a special. Oh my God. Hey, guys, please be silent and listen me carefully. This this room is only for discussion about God's existence, and this is live on YouTube. And I don't want to talk to people under 18 also. So please mind the title and other things. Okay. Anyone? If not, I'm gonna be talking in another platform. Yeah. Anyway. Hey, Adri. Hello. Okay. We're jumping to high local.
Audible.
Oh, yes, I was talking. Wow. Yeah, hello.
Hello, philosopher. Or
Hello.
philosopher. So,
Philosopher.
philosopher. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, are you looking to be sobered
Uh,
by a belief opposed to yours?
I'm already sober after I left my religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If I'm allowed to ask, what made you leave your religion in the first place?
Realization.
Realization.
Yep.
Hmm. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, like I was studying my own religion. I was studying about arguments, evidence. I was discussing with people. But then I realized that my arguments or the evidence that I had is really bad. That was a realization for me that made me an
Hmm.
atheist.
And do you think that line of thinking could be somehow influenced by some kind of logical fallacies?
Oh, I don't see any fallacies in my thinking, but if you find that, you can just point out and you can name it, then I can think about it.
Hmm. You said the reason I left my religion is because during conversations and debates with people where you were trying to defend your religion, resulted in the opposite effect, which is you leaving your fate, your belief system,
Yeah, because
due to the fact that you were
I
unable.
realized that my arguments were full of logical mistakes, and
Hmm.
the evidence that I had can be applied to any kind of belief system, which can
Hmm.
prove any other thing, not only my God and other things. So I learned that that tool is not really good tool to
Hmm.
reach only one because it was not leading me to only one conclusion when I understood the logic. It can lead to anything, any god or any supernatural being or thing, cause, whatever. So, and
Hmm.
that was fallacious.
So it's from the way you put it, it seemed like it's a first-hand subjective experience. So when I said there's a possibility your realization has been, impacted by some kind of logical fallacy, I was alluding to appeal to ignorance and appeal to or anecdotal bias, like personal experience given precedence over any other, you know, uh, kind of knowledge
You're saying
to
maybe,
make. Mhm.
yeah, but like, we can just do it, like, and we can learn uh, which part has logical fallacies. Like, I assume you're a Muslim. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm Muslim.
Okay, so that will be very easy for me because I was a Muslim and I realized Islam
No,
doesn't
no,
have
no.
good evidence,
Yeah,
good arguments.
before we get into that conversation, let me understand first the ins and outs of you leaving your faith.
What?
You said people. I'm trying to understand the logic
The logic.
that brought you to the realization that your religion is
Yeah,
through and through
explain.
false. Yeah, you talked to a bunch of people, and your arguments has fallen flat of or fallen short of accomplishing what you were hoping at the moment. So the line of thinking that you adopted at the moment is, hey, listen, I've been shooting these guys, or on multiple occasions, these bunch of arguments that were, in a series, belly flopping one after the other. So the logical conclusion for you is, hey, listen, I should leave my religion. So haven't you really considered given that one experience or that series of experiences a deeper thinking?
Adri, first of all,
Hmm.
you cannot measure who's thinking deeply, deeper. You don't know that. I don't know you. I don't claim that you're thinking less deeper than I am. Maybe you're
Hmm.
thinking deeper, or maybe I'm already way deeper than you are. So we don't know that, right? So how can we do that? Present your arguments for your belief. As I said, I was a Muslim before, so I'm gonna see like if I missed something or not. Then you can point out. But if I can show your logical mistakes, then you can understand that I'm right. There are logical mistakes in those arguments because probably you're going to use the same arguments that I was using. But I told you, I learned that there are logical mistakes in it. That's the conclusion. Those arguments have logical mistakes. That's all. Okay.
Hmm.
And I don't
So
want to.
let
I
me.
don't want to believe in something through those logical mistakes.
So let me reformulate my take on your experience with other words. So let's imagine hypothetically that no, it's not hypothetical. Think it's true for my case. I believe in a spherical Earth, and I have a firm belief, and I have the arguments
Okay.
to uh, to back up my belief in a spherical Earth.
Okay.
Let's assume I'm joining these debates with against flat earthers, and all my arguments, whenever I try to convince people, about the validity of a spherical Earth,
Mm-hmm.
my arguments came unstuck. They fail.
They fail.
Yes.
Then you
Because
should check your own arguments.
so listen. Okay. Then would I then be in a position to let go of my belief and
No,
uh,
there's no such a rule, Adri. It's up to you. If you're okay and happy to believe in something through illogical reasoning, then go with it. Like I'm no one to tell you what to do about your beliefs or how you believe. Okay, this is just a
it's not about
personal
it's not
choice.
it's
I
not
don't want
about
to believe in things, especially
it's
very important things, when there's no good evidence for me. That's my take. Okay,
uh, it's not about believing here. It's not about
it's not about
believing
believing.
here. It's about the epistemic jumping off point.
Which point?
How do you validate knowledge? How do you make sure that your opinion has been made based on very strong, waterproof line of thinking?
Okay, it's not always about such kind of things. We don't have solid evidence for many things, but yet people believe or not believe. Okay,
Mhm.
but
So
why? Like instead of like Android, like I'm getting bored. You should know that. Okay, instead of just playing around the bush. Okay,
mhm.
why
I'm
not
not
like
playing.
you are?
I'm not playing. I'm not playing around the bush. I'm trying to show you that what you have
Okay,
said earlier about
but
the reasoning.
that then let's beat the bush. Okay, let's get to the point.
Okay, let's beat the bush. And the bush here we're going to beat is how you have fallen victim to to an
Oh.
intellectually failing system of proof verification.
What? What?
So a bunch
Adri,
of people,
Adri,
yes, a
Adri.
bunch of people. Sorry,
I
let
am
me.
really bored right now. I'm really bored right now. Please, man.
Then it,
Please,
but
do you
it's
believe in
not the
God? Yes. Which God?
I
Allah.
do believe.
Why you believe in
I
Allah? Please. That's the concept, and you are not following the concept. Okay. If you're not okay with the concept, you have freedom.
I'm
Okay.
trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure that you are worth debating.
Okay. Then go to my channel, check my previous discussions, then come back or don't come back, according to your evaluation. Okay. I'm not your test subject
I think you
here.
are.
That's wasting my
I think
time.
you are.
But I have
I
evidence
think. Mhm. I
that
think you are here to flex your muscles. You're not here as a truth seeker. You are just here
I don't care about your
to go
assumptions,
straight to the
Adri.
point. Yeah.
I'm gonna
No.
mute you, and I can even kick you if you'll just keep assuming things. Okay. Thank you for leaving. Yeah, like I know these mindsets. They will turn the table. Okay, that's the cook tip for dear non-believers. Okay, these kind of people, they're not able to prove their arguments. But what they're good at is trying to poke into holes in your whatever worldview. Okay. They will turn the table, they'll question the way that you believe in other things and blah, blah, blah. And when they find some problems, definitely they're going to find, or maybe not, but most likely they're finding. Okay. Then they'll just complain about that, then they will say, okay, now I cannot debate with you and blah, blah. They will bring the excuses, okay? And they will waste your time. Don't let that, okay?
How is you are inconsistent, therefore my God exists any logical?
Exactly. That's the thing, Julie. Thanks for bringing it. Even if they show you that you have problems, that doesn't prove they're God. That's the most important thing that you should know, okay? If you enjoy, do that. If you fail, know that it's not proving their God. And here I want them to prove their God. That's the thing. But yeah, they'll do that. Hey Marion, are you a believer? Hey Lenina, long time no see, Lenina. Yeah, we came back to her local to see whether there's still people who likes these topics or not. Good evening. So Marion doesn't want to talk. Okay.
Maybe she doesn't know that she has to unmute. I don't know.
Maybe. Maybe we don't know. Oh, we didn't share the link.
So I couldn't fix the problem of the DNS thing, and
Okay.
Edward said that he tried and he couldn't either.
Really? Okay. If I wasn't busy, I could help more. Let me see what he's saying. He's not saying anything. Okay, so you guys are trying on the phone, right?
Yeah, is that a problem?
It's not a problem, but you know the way that you should solve might be maybe different because ChatGPT can provide how to solve it on Android.
I did. I asked ChatGPT. I followed because it gave me 3 ways. I followed every single one, and my internet got screwed up. So yeah,
Oh,
that
that
didn't work.
happened to me also. And I was telling him that the phone, the creator, like, fuck, you ruined my internet even. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Did you try
Hmm?
those numbers that I sent?
Where do you put the numbers? Because I tried to add them in the space that it says at the DNS thing, and it didn't even register.
It didn't
It
register.
didn't let me
Why?
save them. Yeah, because I tried to save the numbers, and it doesn't give me the option to save.
It doesn't give you the option to save.
Yeah, you just write the numbers, right?
Yeah, you're right. No, I don't know how it works on the phone, to be honest.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did that happen? Did they
Well,
change something?
yeah. I asked him. But it didn't answer. He didn't answer.
Yeah, I saw that he was hosting a table, but it was full. I mean, a room.
Yeah. I said, like, I even told him why I'm not explaining because many people they're not able to figure out. And I said you can ask ChatGPT for each kind of device, like not sure specific devices, but like Windows, Mac, Android, you know,
Mhm.
and just put it on your profile so that people can try at least. And then he said he changed the title as "Ask ChatGPT."
Yeah, I saw.
Lazy asshole.
Maybe I'm gonna try Claude instead. Hi, best F.
Best friend.
Hello.
Hello, best friend.
Yeah, how are you, bro?
What if it's best fuck? I don't know. Friend? Maybe it's another thing. Best family? Maybe best fart? Okay.
Whatever you like to say.
So what's the F? You should tell us.
F doesn't exist.
F doesn't exist?
No.
You don't give F about God. Okay. Okay.
So, what do you think, bro, on your own topic, God's existence?
I'm an unbeliever. I'm an atheist.
Okay. Then, how does this universe come into existence?
Uh, because there was energy before the universe.
But according to the law of conservation of energy, energy is conserved. So, how comes there be energy?
What do you mean?
Do you know the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, cannot be created, cannot be destroyed, right?
Yeah, but if energy can neither be created nor be destroyed, then how do you define the first energy?
How do I define it?
Yeah,
I don't need a definition. That sounds like energy was always there, right?
yeah. So
Okay,
then
if
energy
something
is
was always there, that means it doesn't have a cause. If
the
no,
energy is the cause.
and the energy is the cause of the universe. Yeah, indeed, I cannot even say it's the cause because the universe is just, you know, a different form of that energy. Like energy is just changing its form, and it's becoming the thing that we see right now.
No, bro. But so far we know of today, like the logical definition they provide of the existence of this universe is the Big Bang theory. But the thing is that what was there before Big Bang? There wasn't any, like more explicit logical explanation for that.
Yeah, they
So
say
there
that.
was the limitation.
Yeah, they say that there was energy, and they don't know whether energy had a cause or a beginning, or like they don't know that. So if they don't know it, I don't know it either. But are you a believer?
Yeah, bro. I believe in God.
Okay, but science doesn't know whether that energy has a cause or not. But you believe that it has a cause, and it's a God, right?
I don't exactly, like say that energy is the God, but God is different. Like you could not. It's beyond the human comprehension. We cannot give logic to God. Like it could be this way, not that.
I'm
God
sorry.
is the creator.
Sorry, I'm sorry. If your imagination is beyond my comprehension, it doesn't
Mhm.
mean it even exists. Like it can be just your imagination, and maybe you have really good imagination that I cannot comprehend your imagination.
No,
Okay.
if you, brother, if you had something to imagine, then you must need to comprehend it. So without comprehension, you can't even imagine that as well.
No problem, but still that doesn't mean it exists.
Yeah, that's a subjective thing. Like, everybody have their own definition. Some are atheists and do believe. And
Yeah, but you should understand the logic, best friend. Just because you have a
bro,
definition, that doesn't mean that thing exists out there. Do you want
so
me to
so you even you
define other things that you don't think that they exist?
so what's your point?
My point is I can define, for example, Spider-Man. That doesn't mean Spider-Man is real, but still I can define it. So
So what do you want to prove out of it?
I'm proving you that whatever the definition you have, it's not the proof that it exists out there. Maybe it's only exists in your mind.
So do you have any proof that God doesn't exist?
I don't. That's why I'm not claiming God doesn't exist.
So it's like a coin has been flipped and its outcome is not yet known.
Well, we don't know the answer of that question whether God exists or not. So
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. The coin is still in the air.
We can know soon after we die, bro.
Maybe we will never die. I mean, we will never learn when we die.
Hey, bro, we're not gonna die. Think you're gonna live forever, like in this earth?
No, no, no. Like that,
Come
that,
on,
that, that,
bro.
that, that was a mistake. Like, sure, I'm gonna die, but that doesn't mean we will learn something after we die. Maybe we die and that's all.
So you think after we die, there is nothing. It's just a complete void.
No. Like when we die, our body is still in this universe. Just the atoms that they change their places in time, but still they're in this universe. It's not complete void. It's just our atoms are changing its place. That's all.
Bro, but how about the consciousness? Even science, you could not, like explain the
Yeah,
consciousness
yeah. Even
with
science,
science.
yeah, even science cannot explain. So why we're talking about it? So if we cannot, explain it proper, or if science cannot explain, so why we should talk about it? Something that people don't know very well. Yeah, it exists. We don't know how exactly, or we don't have a deeper understanding. That's true. But it doesn't mean anything. It only means that we don't know very good enough. That's the only conclusion.
But bro, we could not expect science to, like prove metaphysical things like existence of
I
God,
understand.
heaven, hell, like after death. But with the limited knowledge of science, we can just go up to that. So you could not we will be just sweeping around questions like this way. But conclusion can only be find out with the help of religion.
Sorry, like I don't need to buy the answers of your religion. There are many religions out there. They might give different answers, and that's the case also. Sometimes they have really different answers for the same questions. So if you tell me
Well,
go to religions and buy the answers from the religions, no, I don't want to do that. I'm happy with my ignorance. Best F. If science doesn't give good evidence for it, then okay, we don't know. And I'm okay to be honest about that, okay? I don't want to believe in something that I don't know whether it's true or false.
so if a religious scripture has to be from God, it must have certain characteristics. Like it should be free from any kind of errors,
Yeah,
isn't it?
and we see a lot of errors in those religions.
In which religion?
In all of them.
Like what? Like as a Muslim, like I wanna ask you, bro, like what
Oh,
kind of
you're a
error you find
Muslim.
you found?
Okay, for example,
Yes, bro.
there are scientific errors in Quran. Quran gives false information about the things that we know.
For example,
If that's from God, then there shouldn't be such kind of scientific errors. For
yeah.
example, Quran thinks that sperm comes from between backbone and the ribs. That's scientifically false. Quran thinks that there are falling stars, which is killing the demons on earth. There's no such a thing. Stars, they don't fall, they don't kill the demons on this planet. We don't have any evidence like that. And stars,
So
they don't
how did
fall.
you see demons, bro?
What?
But if you could not see demons,
We don't see the falling stars also. We see the stars and they're not falling. We know that. And that's scientifically wrong. Jill, you still think that?
what?
Okay. No,
You have to practice, Phil.
okay, okay. So, well, like, are you sure about that?
He's gonna keep trying until you get it right.
Okay. I was not talking about that. I was talking about something else, but anyway. No, 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 no.
Oh, that. Okay, yeah, yeah.
You guys are bad friends. Come on.
Who are bad friends, bro?
No, no, you are the best friend. Don't worry.
Wait,
You
I'm searching
decided,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, I have friends. You tell me. You tell me. Are they best friends or they're bad friends? They want me to swear here right now. Are they good friends?
You're making it sound so bad.
It
It's
sounds
not.
so bad, yeah. Okay, it's not swearing. Oh, okay. I'm informed by Julie, so it's not a swearing. It's praising or
I
what?
mean, technically, you can say bullshit. That's not swearing. Come on.
Oh, okay. It means bullshit.
Yeah, kind of. I did tell you that.
I forgot. Anyway. I don't know. Free for talk was so boring today. Okay. Then I will practice. Don't worry. Thank you. Rah. Okay.
Were you checking the chat on YouTube?
Not that much. Not that much.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Oh, Shrike is back. Welcome back.
Yeah, she was saying that if unfalsifiable evidence of God is what people want, then they're not gonna get it. And she doesn't understand the purpose of the channel because maybe you're trying to discuss theology philosophically. And I thought that it was kind of weird because are you sure that you're not gonna get it? I mean, are we sure? Is anyone sure that you're never gonna get unfalsifiable evidence?
Unfalsifiable evidence of God is what people want.
Of God. She says that if that's what people want, unfalsifiable evidence of the existence of God, they're not gonna get it.
Okay. Okay. So what?
I'm not sure about that. I'm just saying. I don't know if that's the case. It may be the case, but I don't know.
For me, that's not the case.
You don't think that there isn't unfalsifiable evidence?
Okay. Okay. I'm
By
not.
the way, do not read that name. I'm just warning.
Do not read the name. Come on, guys.
That other name, the other name, don't read it.
You want me to read which one?
The Abraham one. Do not read that one.
I don't see it. I don't see
It's
that
here
name.
in chat here.
Here in chat. Oh, okay. And anyway, I'm not reading anything, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Shrek, it's different. We are having problems on Free for Talk today. And that's why there are not many people. Maybe it's not even related because sometimes we don't have people to talk. Okay, that part is debatable, Shrek. I'm still confused about your God belief. So I'm not gonna say anything specific. I'm not able to say. Um, okay. Unfalsifiable evidence sounds like an oxymoron, but I'm thinking too much, perhaps. I couldn't grasp also. Read it with English accent anyway. So, okay. Hey, Burry. Long time no see. Hope you're doing good. We have a lot of Billu, Burry. Like, well, what's happening? I see someone with the name of Billu.
But I have a question. Could we say that it's the same as trying to describe an optical illusion to someone who doesn't see when you are the one who can clearly see and you know the optical illusion because you have a way to perceive it? Is anyone as sure as that to try to describe the evidence for God? Because otherwise it's not a fair comparison.
Send the link. Let me send the link. That can be interesting. And I can take a little bit rest. What's the time? Yeah.
Oh, you want me to? No.
Come on, you are the one who is throwing the stones. It's not my job
I'm.
anymore, Julie.
It's a valid question, I think.
Yeah. Shrike, you wanna have a chat with Julie? The new hard. That's. I don't think Julie is too soft for that job. Very.
I'm way too soft.
uh, okay. I don't have that
Well, there
app.
goes my theory. Yeah, there goes my theory.
Yeah. That kind of falsifies, right?
Unfalsifiable evidence.
Unfalsifiable evidence. Okay, you don't have to download Shrek. You can use it on the browser also. That's the good part of that platform. It has both phone application and it's also browser available.
Oh, I forgot to tell that to James. Oh, be right back.
Okay. James. And Leo, if you're not planning to speak. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, no problem. Empty. Ooh.
Hello, Spur. Hello, philosopher.
Hello, Buri.
Today you're looking very happy. What's the reason?
I'm the same person, man.
Today you're looking very happy.
Maybe you didn't see me for a long time.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, if you are happy, that's good. A person who have lots of questions and he is happy, so that's good.
There are a lot of reasons to be happy and to be sad at the same time. And we should try to spare more time to be happy. Okay. Bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, ba, bum, bum. Ba, ba, bum, bum. Okay. Buri. I confuse him with the other guy. Do you remember that there's an atheist guy who has a very heavy Russian accent?
Adam? Oh no,
No.
he's Muslim.
No, it's not Adam. You know, Adam doesn't join me.
Yeah, he's a Muslim.
Um,
Oh, the one that had a picture of a raccoon?
maybe. I only can remember his voice. That's all. Okay. Let's do not upset free for talk. Oh, you guys couldn't solve the problem there. I
Is
don't
it
know.
still happening?
Probably. I just see 200 rooms. You know, normally at weekend it's more than 400. So they have half of the people. Oh, Shrike is here. Okay.
Welcome.
Things are just a little bit different here. So you should hop in the stage to be able to talk. So there are just 2 layers. And yeah, welcome
I'm
back.
still figuring it out, but I think I got this working. Can you hear me?
You are clear.
Fantastic.
So Julie had a question for you. But I forgot the question. Julie, are you there?
What was that?
I said you had a question, but
Oh, yeah, let me check. It was regarding to something that was in the YouTube chat. It said that it's like describing an optical illusion to a blind person who doesn't even know sight. But that implies that you have the complete vision and all the tools to describe it. You just can't describe it to the other person because they don't have the tools. But I'm wondering if in the case of believers, are we sure? Are you sure as a believer, or are believers sure that they have the unfallible tools to describe this? Are you sure that the tools are real? Are you sure that they are foolproof? You have to unmute.
Maybe some connection issues.
Connection, yeah.
Damn. Internet is not
Did that make
internet.
sense?
I hope it's only about river talk. If there's a worldwide problem, wow, that's a nightmare. I hope that's not the case. Mhm.
I don't know if my question was clear. Was it clear?
Oh, I couldn't focus on that.
Okay.
Wait a second. Let me send the request.
Heard your question. I was having technical difficulties. My iPad froze, so I apologize. Sorry. May I know who I'm talking to so I can address whomever? Is it
Hey, it's
Julie?
me. Yes.
Oh, okay. Hi, Julie. So to answer your question, I don't know that my instruments or ability to discern reality or existence or God or anything really is unfalsifiable. I think that's the problem that a lot of people get hung up on is if we put that on the shelf for a moment, can we still have a discussion about God or theology or whatever the phenomenon of God is? Are we still able to have this conversation? Because if you need unfalsifiable evidence, like on paper, a data point, I don't think anyone can provide that. I don't think that, in my personal opinion. But I do believe that you can personally experience something and your profound reaction to it, there's things that you know that are certainties like gravity, right? And it's just a knowing. And the problem I think a lot of theologists run into is trying to convince people of God. And a lot of atheists run into the problem of needing unfalsifiable evidence. However, I believe it puts us in a stalemate, right? I don't want to convince you that God exists. I just want you to understand my perspective. You have to find God on your own. And that's where I think the disconnect happens a lot because a lot of faithful people are dogmatic and crazy, and a lot of atheists are dogmatic about the lack of theism just as much. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that I agree with you mostly. I also don't, I'm not sure. That's what I was saying before. I'm not sure that it's impossible to find unfalsifiable evidence. For me, in my opinion, yeah, I kind of agree with you because anything can be falsified. But I mean, it's like Phil always says, people can say aliens or I don't know, somebody who's brainwashing you. There will always be an excuse, but I don't think it's about that. I think it's about what brings you closer. Evidence doesn't. Certainty is unachievable in every account. I don't think that we can be certain about anything. So it's not about trying to find that one evidence that will make God true forever. Just the one that approaches what you need. Like what Phil says, he has a very strong standard of what his evidence is going to be, and he is clear about that, and he doesn't care if it's not consistent or other people will disagree. He just knows that that will be enough to convince him, and I think that most of us will do that. Like Scam said in the chat, maybe if God shows up, but I could say, how do you know that's God? How do you know that's not you losing your mind? But maybe
Correct.
that's
That's
enough
a
for
really
him.
good point. No, you make a really good point about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to agree really quickly. You can continue. You make a good point about that you can't know for certain that your point of reference is the end all be all. I agree with that. And yeah, I had another point, but I'll wait.
No, I was done. I was just going to say that. Go ahead.
You make a really good argument here, actually, and I'm having a moment where my head is going faster than my mouth, so I need to pause for a second to recalibrate. Hold on a second, sorry. Oh my god, I hate when this happens. Oh god. So, I'm trying to think of a good way to put this into language. I apologize. I'm going to take a pause for a second.
No, go ahead.
I keep forgetting what I'm going to say. Jesus. Can you kind of like distill what you had just said about... God damn it.
That's going to be an issue because I have the same problem. I say things and then I don't remember what I said.
I know. You made a really good point about the point of reference and trying to convince someone else. And I'm just trying to remember the point that I was trying to dovetail into from that. And I don't want to just spout bullshit unnecessarily just for the sake of talking. So I'm going to pause, and if I remember, I'll jump back in.
Okay, I also had an objection about something that you said. You said that I'm trying to remember also, but it was about you're trying to make people understand what makes you convinced that there's a God or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. And then you said,
So I said
yeah.
I'm actually not trying to convince people of God. I'm trying to convince people of my perspective. So, for example, an artist might draw a diagram to explain their perspective so someone can understand me better. I don't want you to understand God better through me. I want you to understand God better through your own awareness. And that's it. I got it back. Thank you for okay. So you said something interesting about how people lean into things when they're interested, right? And they push back when they're not. That is such a good example for what I can think of as the drive to find God is like gravity, where it pulls you in to seek this. And I honestly believe that Phil is part of this seekers category, I would call it, where Phil posts every day, try to tell me about your God. He wants to understand. A lot of you want to understand where God is, and a lot of you feel like showing up in front of you is the way to do it. And I'm not here to refute that. I'm just here to try to say, this is what it looks like from the corner of my room, and I can decorate my room as needed. And when you walk in, you will get your interpretation of how I decorated the room, metaphorically speaking. But you will never know what went into me decorating it, right? You will never be me. You will never know what it's like to be Shrike. And that's okay. But I can do the best within my limited human parameters to use language, which is also very flawed, to convey it. I'm going to make a quick little sidetrack, and this is just something to think about, right? The word Nimrod, for example, meant a great hunter. It specifically meant we are going to rebel in Hebrew, like that. It basically meant that man is going to rebel against God as a hunter. But Nimrod itself was a hunter, a person, a hunter. And then thousands of years later, Looney Tunes decides to use Bugs Bunny, and he makes fun of Elmer Fudd, who is a bumbling hunter, by calling him Nimrod. And he basically said, oh, yeah, you're such a great hunter, Nimrod. And it became a synonym for idiot because the zeitgeist, the average person, didn't understand the theology behind it. So it evolved its own meaning. And I feel like I'm running away from the thought here, but basically what I'm saying is everything is deeply personal. If I can talk till I'm blue in the face to get you to understand, but if you don't understand it, we're wasting energy, I guess. You have to see it for yourself. And until you see God, you won't.
Well, I'm agreeing with you in most of the things that you said. I do have one problem, and again, it's about this perspective. You keep saying, I just want people to understand my own perspective of the way that I decorated my room. But if God in this case is an objective taste, sense of taste, or the room itself, that it means that you for sure know that it's there. But I don't think that God is a subjective thing, So when you say I'm explaining what God is to people, and whether they understand it or not, it's their issue. It sounds like you are for certain, you know what God is, and you're trying people to understand him. And if they don't, that's their problem. But how do you know that what you conceive of as God is an actual thing that exists outside of your own perception?
I don't, and I never will be able to. And that's something, the paradox of like seeking, whether you want to call it God or whatever, just understanding your existence. Let's just put it that way. I think the better way for me, myself, I can't speak for you or anyone else, but for me, I sought this and I believe in God because I sought to understand the nature of my existence, right? Like, not only why do I exist, but why did I go through all of the horrible things that I went through? There had to be some reason for it, right? And not necessarily, right? There doesn't necessarily, sometimes the reason is there is no reason. Um, I feel like I get ahead of myself with ideas sometimes, and I get frustrated because I want to just give you the whole thing. I would love to just pull God from the sky and say, hey, but I don't think my God, if I were to manifest it, it's like putting on a helmet that can manifest what I'm visualizing, right? With an like a fucking, what's the thing called, lasers and shit. Like if someone did like a projection of whatever's going on in my head and it was 100% high fidelity, exactly what I wanted to tell you, I still don't think the God that I project would be the same God as the one you would believe is true, you know?
Would you call yourself an agnostic believer then?
I would call myself, God, I don't even know what I would call myself. That's a really good question. Um, it's kind of, I believe in everything, but fundamentally I believe math and science are the answer. But math and science is a language, just like metaphor and analogy is a language. And so for me as an artist, the best way to convey what I understand is through metaphor or art or language. But it's always going to lose fidelity in the act of trying to convey the message, because other than sitting in the presence of whatever you consider God, which is a crazy thing to even conceive of, me even saying that sounds insane. And I know that because it's really just a feeling. It really is just like, if I tell you like if I said you are Donald Trump, you're President Donald Trump right now, and you would know in your heart, like you probably felt a feeling immediately, even just me saying that, like this rejection or this kind of like gut visceral reaction that's like, absolutely not, that's not me. It's kind of that feeling, right? It's this, like you said, leaning in. It's just, it doesn't repulse you, it pulls you in like gravity.
Well, in my case, I can definitely say that because I'm not an American. But yeah, I get your point. But when it comes to just feelings, then everything. How do you? I think that you need something else to hold on to. There was another person earlier that said that when you feel God inside, is like this thing that strikes you, and it's like wow, and you don't. But it's just emotion, and a lot of people may feel about unicorns in the same way. They will say, I know that there are unicorns because I can feel it in my gut, and something inside of me tells me with every fiber of my being that they are real. And I think that most people would object to that by saying, well, you need more than just the emotional part, because otherwise we are in deep problems.
Okay, so that gets into, and this might get a little, I don't want to get too out there. This might get out there, but it kind of gets into the whole whether your perception is reality thing, and not to sound dismissive, but also the does it matter kind of question that I got into yesterday, where if someone really believes with all of their heart and they're not harming, this is the most important part, they're not harming other people or even themselves, because that's a whole other ethical thing. But if their belief, their false belief according to you, is harming others, then by all means reject that for yourself. But if their belief is not harming others, I don't really see the point. I think that the language is just metaphor. So like maybe unicorn to them is the only word they know for God, right? I have no way of knowing. And that's where it comes down to, like, at the end of the day, it is always going to be your journey, your deeply held personal beliefs, and your walk. But in emotion, like a person who really wants a baby, a woman that really wants a baby and cannot conceive, can start developing a distended stomach. They can start lactating. They can start going through hormonal changes. It's called phantom pregnancy. And so we're seeing a very chemical reaction from an emotion. So you just said, well, believing in God is just an emotion, but I say emotions are quite powerful.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're not, but in the case of the pregnancy, we know that at the end of the 9 months there is no baby. Even if they felt, even if they had all the physical symptoms, even there will be no baby at the end, and that will be
That's correct.
very. It would be evidence, right? Undeniable evidence.
Yes, undeniable evidence, yes, but there's still evidence that the hormones changed. So she's not pregnant, but she's showing pregnancy hormones or something, for example, right? Like that's where I'm kind of getting into. And when we're kind of splitting hairs here, this is just any kind of discussion about God usually has to circle some kind of metaphor or analogy or some other thing to put in its place because you haven't seen it. I can't even say that I have.
That's what I was going to say. How do you know that you have seen it?
I can't say that. I don't know that I have. The closest that I know that I have gotten to seeing God was because of a chemical reaction from doing psychedelics. But again,
Entheogens?
even go ahead.
No, I was just asking if you were doing entheogens.
I don't think I know what that is. It was DMT.
It's the kind of psychedelics that give you a within God experience, the kind of thing that psilocybin and DMT does.
Okay. So you're talking about kind of the same chemical reaction, just a different method of receiving it, I'm guessing. Either way, that's kind of beyond the point. I mean, can you prove that I exist? Can you prove that the device you're using to communicate with me exists? I mean, you can ask someone for a point of reference, right? You can ask the person beside you, you can ask the people in the chat, but how do you know you're not hallucinating everything? For example, the experience of reality is really fascinating, right? Because the way photons hit your eye, photons travel faster than sound waves, and they travel differently than heat waves do. So when you're stirring a cup of coffee and about to drink it, you're hearing the sounds of the spoon stirring, you're feeling the heat of the coffee, and you're seeing the coffee from the photoreceptors all hitting you at different times. But the brain then constructs this continuity. And so the brain is, I believe, hardware, it's meat, and it just translates the data. And I believe just God is this weird data cloud. And I don't really think God is like any conscious human, like interactive being that I can just pull out of nowhere. I personally believe it's like, asking a cloud to turn into something, and then maybe it will or maybe it won't. I don't know. I don't know how to articulate this.
Yeah, you're making a really good point. And so far, what I've gotten is that the brain is really powerful for both the things that you mentioned, both the pregnancy that isn't real, and she experiences all the chemicals and she feels all the reactions and the belly grows and everything, and then at the end of the day there's no baby. Or like the pattern feeling thing, like I was actually thinking of the blind spot that we have in our eyes and how we don't see an actual hole in our vision because our brain completes it with what's supposed to be there, even though we know that there's nothing there because we cannot see with that little bit of the eye, which means simply that the brain is really powerful and it can make us see and feel and even hear things that are not there, and that maybe they are there, but we have no way of gauging it. Yes, last Thursdayism may be real, maybe we were created 5 minutes ago with every memory that we have. Everything is unfalsifiable to that point, and there's no way of gauging reality beyond that. But I still think that, I don't know, I'm just confused. Does your God have properties, or is it just like the feeling that you get?
I think the closest thing would be like, okay, it's a, how am I going to describe this? So it's like wave function and physics, I guess, okay, best way I could think of, this is a metaphor, okay, so this isn't literal at all. But think of a pendulum, right? And you have, let's say, good and evil just for the sake of language, but we could say God and the devil. We're using polarity here. So you have on one side, you have good, on the other side, you have evil, or God, devil, right? I don't believe that devil is opposite of God or evil is opposite of good. I believe it is just a different side of the same thing, and that we are perceiving evil as a distortion because the field is distorted, right? Like, so if I say, like the telephone game, for example, if I say I want to eat a burger and I tell my friend that, and then the other person and the other person, and then it gets to you, and I say, like, I don't know, I'm fucking Rob Schneider, and like, and I am a carrot, and that's it. A lot of oral traditions work that way, and I just believe that existence is constant motion and static, and physics agrees with this. Until you get to absolute zero, nothing is static. Literally nothing is still. You are constantly moving even when you're not. A rock is constantly moving when it's not, because the atoms vibrate. And I just think basically it's the intersection between witnessing, like awareness, you're witnessing whatever you want to consider witnessing, your ability to take data in, process it, and then distill it into wisdom, right? uh Whatever that is, it's just, we're just kind of, we're just meat computers trying to scramble to figure out an explanation for what the heck we're doing so that we can avoid entropy. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and I agree 100% with everything you said, but I'm still unsure about the question that I asked.
Go
Maybe
ahead,
you did answer.
re-ask it. I apologize, I might have gotten off on the track.
I was just wondering. Yeah, go ahead, Phil.
It was very I'm just listening for maybe 4 minutes so far. I didn't hear anything about God.
That's because God, well, you're getting caught up on the word God, I guess, because God allegedly created all of existence. So to exist, you need some progenitor. And so I guess the conversation that we're having is kind of just implied that God is the one. God is just a word to me. I do believe in God. I just think that we're getting caught up on language, where
I
language
don't think it's about language, Frank. Every time like you try to explain God, you say I don't know what's that.
physics. No, it's physics. It's God is physics.
God
Then
is physics.
God is gravity. Yeah. So how do you get like GPS? Like, how does GPS work? Right? Like, we know.
Okay, sure. You say the universe is God,
No, I didn't say the universe.
but physics.
I just said
The physics that we know is
physics.
only about this universe.
Well, I disagree with that, but
You disagree?
I disagree with that. The physics that we have is only about this universe. It's all conceivable things that we just haven't gotten as far as further than our universe. But I don't believe it's only our universe. I'm just saying that physics is probably the most sophisticated way to explain the phenomenon of God. I'm not saying that physics is God. I think we're just kind of splitting hairs.
But you just said God is physics. Now you're saying it's not. That's why it's confusing. Every time we get to the word to understand what you mean by God, you just lead us to something unknown.
It's experiential. I'm trying to give you as many analogies or metaphors as I can, but the word God, I believe, is just irrelevant in my personal opinion.
Irrelevant?
So if you want me to give you the name of my God, you're never going to get that from me. And if you'd prefer me to just stop engaging, if that's what you want, I'm happy to do so.
But I want to know what you mean by God, and that we're
I
not
just
getting.
think that the language breaks down when it comes to the word God. I think God is just, it's a shitty word that people put too much emotional stock into.
Okay,
And
forget about the word.
I don't.
I think you are putting a lot of importance onto that word. To me, it's not very important word. I just want to understand what people mean by that word, and you have the word, right? If I ask you, hey, you believe in a God? Your answer is yes. Okay. What do you mean by God? And you're saying, oh, people
I
give.
think the better question is, what do you mean by God? Because I believe, in my opinion, I've been answering you, And in my belief system, I believe I've answered your question many different ways, and
None
that's
of them made
okay
any
that you
sense
don't agree with
because
me.
because
It doesn't make sense to you, Phil. That's
no,
okay.
the reason
But
why
you
it
need to
doesn't make
understand that
sense
it's
because
okay
when you say God is this, just seconds later you're saying, "Oh, not." That's
because
why
I
it
don't
doesn't make
say God
sense.
is any one thing. I'm not using absolutism. I said from the beginning, everything I'm
Okay.
saying is metaphor.
But that
I think
means
because
it's so vague to us if you do that.
yeah,
I
that's
think it's
why
extreme.
I asked the question that I asked before, and I don't think that you answered it, was, does your God have any characteristics? I'm not asking who your God is, but what does it mean to you? Like, is it a creator? Is it like energy?
I
Something
think it's
consistent.
substrate. Yeah, it's energy. I believe energy and substrate would be the closest thing. And what I was trying to explain was it's really kind of an equation. It's hard to explain because language breaks down poorly the phenomenon. I mean, phenomenology is the whole point of phenomenon is that it breaks your brain, right? I don't. I'm very much trying to not skirt the issue. I'm certainly not trying to make you believe what I'm saying either. I'm just trying to say, hey, this is what my corner of the room looks like. And just be
Wish you
you
were
don't
trying to
agree
do
with
that.
what my word you
I
don't
wish you were
agree with
trying
what
to
my
do that.
beliefs about it.
No, it's not about like agreeing or not agreeing. I still don't see anything to agree or disagree. That's the problem.
I mean, that's the paradox of it all. I think it's personally, I love talking about God, but when it gets into like these kind of like things, it's just more you need to see it for yourself. And I don't know what else like I don't know what
See
else to say
yourself.
besides that. It is
But if you have
experience.
seen it already, since we speak the same
But I can't
language,
say that I have. That's I said that from the beginning that I can't say that I have. It doesn't
but then
matter.
why, but
Like
then why
like I
you're
said, I
saying you
didn't
have to
I didn't
see it?
bug.
Then why you said you have to see it by yourself?
I just said you have well, okay, see is a bad word. Experience.
Okay, did you
Witness.
experience by yourself?
See, I'm not talking about photoreceptors hitting your
I
eyes,
got you. I
or
got
photons
you.
hitting your
I
photoreceptors.
got you. But did you experience yourself?
You don't even know that I exist beyond. I could be an
Oh, you're
algorithm.
not
I could
answering
be
the
AI
questions,
talking to
Rock.
you.
Like, yeah, like
I
doesn't
didn't.
matter. I'm
I
happy.
didn't. I don't
I'm
know. I saw
happy.
something.
Okay, but you said you have to experience it yourself, and now I'm asking you a
Yes.
question. Did you
I can't
experience yourself?
experience it for you. Yes, I did.
Not for me.
Many times.
Okay, you did. You had an experience with God.
Yes, I've almost
Good.
died. I've done psychedelics. I've been almost
Okay.
murdered. You don't know what I've gone through.
I don't know.
And I'm
That's
not
why I'm
trying
trying
to
to
be
learn, and if you can let us to know, maybe we can learn. Okay, because I know that if like doesn't matter what kind of experience people can explain if they have enough intelligence and the language, the common language. So we speak it the same language. My English is not that much good, but I believe I can understand. So
your
you had an
English is
experience.
fantastic.
Thank you
You
so
have
much.
fantastic English. You
No,
do.
it's not. It's not. I know that. But here's the thing. You had an experience, and I want to know just the details. Like, what was the experience?
Okay. Okay. So you're asking me to paint like what I felt. Is that what you want? How I felt? Because
Uh,
it was the most unconditional love I've ever felt in my life. And I was, not to this is context, not I don't want pity. This is context. But I grew up in a very abusive home. I went into foster care. I have almost died more than once. And this feeling did arise from DMT. And this was years and years and years ago. So I had to integrate that experience for years. And for years, it tortured me. But it was the closest thing I can feel is like when you die, people say you feel bliss. It feels like a hug or like being in a womb that you never have to leave and you never have to go to work and you never have to feel despair or anger. However, it's not sustainable because that's not reality. You can't enjoy bliss if you don't know despair. You cannot enjoy sugar if you do not know bitter or saltiness, so that's why I use like a pendulum or polarity. It's just everything I'm going to say is going to contradict itself. And I'm sorry, like, maybe look into like the Sefer Yetzirah. It's like old Kabbalistic stuff. It just uses like, I don't know.
Just want to present
I'm
like
not trying to
where is
convince you of believing in my God. That's the
no problem.
problem. Like,
okay, that's not a problem if you try to convince me, by the way. I will be happy about that. Okay, don't worry about that part. So, but if you want to convince us, even if that's not your purpose, as I said, I will be happy if you try to do that. But to be able to do that, first I want to know what you mean by God. And the like now you're saying that I got a feeling. Okay.
This is going to sound mean, and I'm not trying to make it sound mean. It's going to sound mean, and I apologize in advance for the whatever feelings you've received from it. But I cannot make you understand something for yourself.
Why you cannot do that? Like we learn things
Because
and
I'm
we
not.
can make other people understand that. That's possible. We know that.
It's because it's personal experience. You have to experience it yourself. I think that's what she's saying.
Probably, but
And
still.
I'm not trying to convince you to come with me either. You know, I'm just trying to paint
Well,
what
we
it's like
want-
on this side of the room. And I'm not telling. I don't know. I just know that my life is better as a result. I was in despair and misery, and my life is better as a result because I'm not trying to convince people that my God is real, and I'm not trying to convince people that their God is false. I'm just trying to walk through life with integrity and be kind to people and make people feel less shitty about their place in the world. And if it involves God or not, I don't care. Like, I'm happy to be the first person to say Hail Satan. You know, I don't give a shit. That's how much I love my God, that I don't give a shit about blasphemy either. Like, I'm the first person to blaspheme. I love blaspheming.
Shrek. Like, I still want to understand. I have one question for you. Like, are you able to differentiate your dreams and this reality?
That's
For example, like you had a
you're being
dream.
unkind at this point.
Unkind?
Yes, I am able
No,
to
no.
differentiate.
No,
I am able to differentiate reality quite fine, thank you.
So if you had a dream that someone says that, hey, call this number, you'll get $1 million. Would you call the number after you wake up?
No, I might laugh
okay.
about it, or
Okay.
maybe like jokingly 5 hours after the fact, like, oh man, you know what? I can't help it. I'm curious. I'm gonna call this number. I bet it's gonna go to a deadline. You know, and like I don't give a shit. It's more curiosity. Everything I approach is
Okay.
curiosity.
Like let me
rather than
finish. Let me finish. It will be a little bit longer. You should be patient, okay? Like because there's a purpose behind the question. So you have a method to differentiate the dreams that you have and this reality, whatever it is. So you don't go with your dreams. So dreams are something happens in your brain, right?
the brain. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so
Dreams happen in your
it's
brain.
coming from your memories, your experience, right? It's coming from your body inside at that moment while you're sleeping. And I just want to say that this, like you had experience, you cannot explain to us, right? You were saying you should experience it. And what I'm saying here, yes, you had an experience. I believe in that. I don't have any doubts about that. But the problem is, how can you make the distinction like the way that you distinct the dreams and this reality? So you had an experience. How do you know that it's not only your body, like your brain, your chemicals, your memories? What if just those things, the combination of all those things just cause your experience? Maybe it's not like coming from outside. Maybe there's nothing you can reach outside and find. I don't want to even call it God, but whatever, like because it sounds like it must be out of your body, right?
It's within and without. I don't know. It's like
Okay,
as above, so
okay,
below.
but the guy in
It's
your
in the body
dream,
and without the body.
yeah, but the guy in your dream who offers $1 million, if you call the number, you can't say it's without the body, right? It's just with only body. And my question is, what if your cases, I don't know what kind of experience that was, and I trust you. I cannot understand even if you explain. But my question is, how can you say, oh wait, it is out of the body also, not only inside my body. I believe inside the body part. I believe in that. I trust you, but I don't trust the outside of body part because you are not presenting any methods how you differentiate your internal experience versus something coming from outside of your body.
I understand the question. I just okay. Yeah, I mean, I use touch, I use sight, I use hearing, I use taste receptors, I use my scent olfactory system. I mean, I don't I I understand the question. I don't think it's a very good question. I apologize.
Why? You can explain. Because I talk to Hindu people who are meditating and they offer me to meditate. Then they claim that that's the way that you can reach God. And I say,
How
hey
much have
man,
you done to find God?
I'm talking to people. I'm asking questions. Like I'm even praying every day. So I'm doing a lot, I believe. Maybe I'm not doing it in a good way that you may claim for like other
Oh
people.
no, I don't think I'm
Uh,
not going to tell you how you should or shouldn't do it. I'm just asking. And I appreciate you answering. I genuinely was curious. Cuz that's one thing I don't know about you is your what you believe in, and I asked on one of the YouTube questions before, like, if you can tell me more about what gets you excited, I can try to find a similar analogy in your wheelhouse. But if I don't know you, I can't find the thing that's going to really click for you.
Okay, I just explain you. I need a methodology to understand how to differentiate my,
How do you differentiate? Can you answer that question? Because if I can understand your frame of reference, then maybe I can
Oh,
try to put myself in a similar frame of reference.
I think we agree on about the dream example because I also do not go with my dreams. Like if I see someone telling me to call a number in my dream, I wouldn't do that. I would just okay, it's just just a dream in my brain. I wouldn't say that,
Hmm.
oh wait, there is some soul outside. He entered my brain and he gave me that
Yeah.
hidden.
Okay,
I
that's
wouldn't think
fair.
like that because why I do that because I don't have that experience in this reality. We didn't experience like if that was happening, it was if it was the part of this reality, okay, for example, you wake up, you go with your dreams and mostly it correlates, then yeah, we would be caring about our dreams. Like you could say, hey, where are you going? Hey, I'm going to Jamaica. Why? Because the guy told me that you're
Yeah.
gonna die if you don't go there, and we would be doing that, but we're not doing that, and we can test it, right? It doesn't work, so there's no any good reason to think that they are correlating. I mean, sure, there is a correlation, but not like
Sure.
that. We know that. So,
Do you know the difference between like your intuition and your certainty?
intuitions and certainty.
Like the difference between a gut feeling that you just, for example, like when you know danger is coming, like there's people who have reported like I just knew, or like
Mm-hmm.
people being like I don't like intuitive, like I knew that person was dangerous just from the
Mm-hmm.
vibe they gave me. You know, that's
Mm-hmm.
and then it turns out that we can't really, this is the thing where hindsight is 2020, right? Like when we're
Yeah,
looking back at data,
yeah,
it's
we
easier
know.
to extrapolate.
We know that it's a really good it's a really bad tool because sometimes we know that we have evidence that it's wrong, right? Those gut feelings that they don't work all the time, and when it works, it's not only pure feelings. Like it's based on many experiences that we had before with other people because people show similar patterns and we learn it and then we can act accordingly based on our previous experience. Then we judge people and there's a high chance that we can be right about their actions. But
So I actually agree with that. I agree with that very much so because we are pattern seeking beings. I mean, the greatest joke, the greatest cosmic joke, in my opinion, is us putting ourselves on such a high echelon, right? That we are so smart and superior just because we can contemplate the nature of existence. That's the only thing that really separates us from primates, you know, is that we can, and actually we don't even know that they can't. They just can't articulate it to us. So I just think, you know, it's just interesting how arrogant we are about things when even emotions elicit chemical reactions, right? Like when I have anxiety, it's going to release cortisol. And, you know, when I have an orgasm, I'm going to release oxytocin. You know, these are things that are physical responses to an emotional, or they kind of, it's cart before the horse, chicken before the egg kind of thing. Like, does the emotion feed the biological response, or does the biological response feed the emotion? And I think it's harder to answer that than we might think.
it's like it's happening inside the body in both cases. Yeah, like we get something from outside but there's correlation about that. Like when you see a lion, that will give you fear. It will give me fear. Like it will give fear to a lot of people who don't have experience with lions.
As
So
it should too, right? Because if
yeah,
you're fearless when you approach a lion and it kills you, your
yeah,
bloodline ends. You're
yeah.
not going to pass that genealogy on.
But sometimes we can imagine something which is not even real. We can still get fear or happiness or other things. So
Sure. Why do I sweat before a job interview?
yeah,
Why? What evolutionary point is my armpits leaking and stinking before going in for a job at a friggin', hamburger flipper? Yeah, like it's just crazy to think about because we've evolved so fast technologically that our primitive biological bodies just can't keep up. I don't know.
yeah. But the point
Yeah,
is that I couldn't
I don't know.
get there, which is there are emotions, feelings, and reactions in our body based on the external, things. But sometimes that's not the case. So like the dreams example, and I'm always asking people, okay, let's suppose I started meditating and I started getting the experience. And at the same time, I'm saying I don't need that because I believe that you are having
Actually, I have a
experience.
question. When was the last time you felt real, genuine awe? Like awestruck by something?
I
You
don't
can take your
understand the
time thinking.
question.
Like when you felt so awestruck by something, like seeing a fireworks show for the first time and being like, "Oh my God, that's beautiful and brilliant," or seeing a thunderstorm that's really magnificent, and while it's terrifying, it also fills you with awe. AWE.
And maybe we can go with the point.
I'm asking you when you last felt that feeling.
I don't remember.
Because I think a lot of where God lies is where awe meets witnessing.
Where God lies.
Where the whatever you want to call it, where that thing that you want to call God is where you feel awestruck by something, maybe terrified or amazed, but awe, like wonder, is met with witnessing and an experience, right? So experience plus witness plus the feeling of awe evoked from witnessing that experience, I believe is where that whole God thing might exist. But I don't know. And I'm never going to know, and I'm never going to convince you either.
You're making the concept
think
even more vague.
I think it's just an equivocation case because
Yeah.
I also have felt, and I think that all of us here have felt what you're describing, exactly what you're describing. But most of us wouldn't call it God. Maybe that's where the difference lies. Maybe you just call it a different name.
I agree with you because I think God is just a word that I use. Like I use God for other people's convenience, not for mine, because I just don't think God is a word that like I use it. I use it because I use language to help me get myself places, like I say like, if I'm asking if I need ghee to cook, but I don't have no one knows what ghee is, I'll say butter, right? Clarified butter. But it's or like I don't know. It's really just semantics at that point, in my opinion. You don't have to agree with me at all, and I don't know. I think I've said enough of what I needed to say.
Yeah, but you're doing something more than the semantics play. So like you have the potential to call anything God, and that's obviously very confusing. Now, like your God concept is very different. Like the last one, the last example was very different than the others. So it's like saying cold. Anything can be cold.
So in Hebrew, there's this word, the Shekinah or shedim. Sorry, I was thinking of something else. Shedim. They are basically they have been adopted. They've been called demons now, but in way before. Anyway, Shadim are basically just they represent foreign gods, right? They represent the gods of other people that aren't the nation of Israel, that aren't Yod He Vav He, that aren't Yahweh. So, like anybody that isn't Yahweh is a Shadim, and they basically it's just like that's what Hebrew did to say. Like there's only one God, but all these other gods they just fall under Shadim.
Sure, but
It's
we're not
just
interested in the Shadim right now. We're interested in the God that you believe. So others are
But that's
irrelevant
part of
right now.
Hebrew. That's part of the.
But still, it
I'm
claims
Middle
that there's
Eastern,
only one
which is
God,
part
right?
of my heritage. You're actually the Shadim are gods. They're just gods of other lands, of foreign lands. It's basically. I just think all biblical text is just metaphor to be saying don't be shitty, like the story of Solomon, and where he imprisoned Ashmodeus. Like it's all just means don't be dickheads to foreigners who come and build your temples. It's just metaphor. I don't take it so literally. I just think maybe other people take things more literally than me, and that's I think where the biggest disconnect is.
So you think the
You're
word
gonna get a
God?
very porous argument from me. You're never gonna get a solid argument from me. Never.
That like I'm convinced about that, at least right now. Anyway,
So-
James, you want to say something?
So I've been listening this whole time. Can you guys hear me okay?
You're very clear.
Yes.
Awesome. So anybody that's listened to me for a considerable amount of time will recognize that there is something very, very similar to the way that I express ideas, to the way that Shrike speaks. It's like hearing the woman version of me talking back to me. And so many points that I raise, including the awe, right? I've mentioned this before, that when people use the word God, and I've looked at all the different ways people use God throughout history and throughout culture, and that is the one thread that runs through all of it, is a sense of awe, right? They're awestruck by a concept or an experience, an idea, and their relationship to it. And so they're talking about relationships to something that made them feel a certain kind of way. So in ancient times, in ancient Greek, you might not follow Hades. You might think Hades is a total dick, and you follow Aphrodite instead because she's all pretty and she's got the boobies, whatever your reason are. All right. And so, but you still recognize Hades as a god because you're awestruck by the power, because it makes you feel small in comparison, right? They're larger than life compared to you. It's just a frame of reference. It's just a narrative of identity to where you sit in the cosmos compared to something that makes you feel small, either in a good way or in a bad way. And so when we talk about God in the broader context, it's experiential and there's an emotional component to that. But we're talking about that there is a mystery, there is an entire domain of reality beyond the reach of our grasp, beyond the reach of our senses, that we know is there. We just can't account for what it is. And so when people reach or lean in that direction and make themselves available to it, they can feel an experience of the connection of whatever the mystery is. And so when they use a word like God, they're just giving a word that is anthropomorphizing the experience itself. They don't necessarily literally mean a superpowered daddy that lives in a golden sky castle, right? And that's what Shrike is saying, that it's not literal in that respect. It's more of a cloud type of an idea. It doesn't have well-defined edges or parameters or character traits. It's not really like that. It's an experience that you can't really do justice in words, and that is not really based on in empirical senses. It's based on the sense beyond that. And am I getting this right so far, Shrike?
Yes, you're doing great.
But can I show one difference? Very quick, James.
Sure.
You don't think that there is anything that can make you that's why you don't believe a God exists? But she believes a God exists, so there's a huge difference here.
Right. So, I mean, this is why I don't like the word God, and I don't like the do you or do you don't think a God exists. It's too simplified of a way to speak about the issue.
Agreed.
Right. So I'm an atheist in the respect that the word God is not self-explanatory, right? So if somebody worships the sun in the sky, I've said this before, the sun exists. We're not going to argue the point. The sun exists, and it gives life. It makes life possible on Earth. There's lots of reasons to be enamored with the sun. If somebody says that that's my God or I worship the sun, well, what they're really telling you is they have a particular kind of emotionally charged relationship to the sun. And so they bow in reverence to it, and it helps contextualize their own place in the cosmos. And so there's beauty there, there's power there, there's relationship there. But when I look at the sun, I don't have that relationship to the sun. Therefore, it's not a God to me. And so if somebody asks, does their God exist? My answer is yes, their God exists, right? Because they're not just talking about the sun that exists. Though in that respect, yes, there's their God, it exists, but they're also talking about their experience of the relationship paradigm and how it makes them feel and how it gives their own life journey context and meaning and power and beauty and grandeur. And so I respect that. I think it's powerful. I think it's beautiful. I think it's real to what how they experience life. And so, it's different than when we're talking to a religious fundamentalist. The fundamentalist literally means an old guy that lives in the sky somewhere, right? And so it's a completely different discussion when they're talking about God. And when they talk about God in that respect, I'm very much an atheist. Like I just cringe and I feel bad for them for being so simplistic and being so silly. But when I hear Shrike talking about this, it resonates for me. And I'm like, yeah, that's a thing. And even though I don't call it God, I recognize that experience is legitimate. And I've said before that spirituality itself absolutely can be a legitimate domain of exploration, discovery, and growth. It's just that literalist religions anchor themselves against the very growth that they're in pursuit of. And so I just feel like there's not really a bigger discussion to have here, not because Shrike doesn't have a point to make, but because it's experiential and because you cannot convey that or share that in words.
I feel there's a huge difference.
I'm sorry?
I still think that there's a big difference, but like the way that you approach the word God. I
Well, like Shrike said, they don't even really want to use the word God, but it's a word that's kind of a placeholder for something that's harder to put a descriptor to, right? It's a clumsy word. It's not a clarifying word. And so Shrike admitted that they don't really like to use the word, but in the context of a discussion, it's a placeholder for a concept, right? And so, I don't
Yes,
use,
that's correct.
yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay, then let's like play the game like through our way of understanding the word God. So God in major religions is a super powerful being who created everything, who created this universe, who created things in this universe intentionally, who created hell, heaven. Like if I go to Hinduism, that's not different. If I go to Abrahamic religions, which are the major ones, also, I see this concept, and this is not vague, so vague. The concept is not like the expression of a surprise that you when you look at things that can make you surprised. So it's way different than that emotion.
If I may, real quick, I won't hog the line, but I think what you're saying, you're talking about organized religion, and organized religion is very different than faith, because organized religion is put into text and books and stuff. And I think the best way to do that is like taking a photograph of someone doing a dance, right? Like, that the dance is dynamic and constant in motion, but if we take a photograph of it, yes, we understand that we can study this and pick it apart, but a Bible is like a photograph of a dance, or any text doctrine is just putting whatever concept you have in permanent stasis for the time period that you wrote it down, if that makes sense. And that's why I like oral traditions and talking about God and the concept of phenomenology or science, because I use God as a placeholder for math or science too. And I'm happy to jump onto the conversations if people are talking about, why does sound waves operate this way? It's just God is the word that we're jumping on, like dude said.
Yeah, then I will say the same thing. That's not interesting to me. If you can name anything God, that's
So,
I think it's part of the
Strike,
process.
can I ask you what's your perspective of God?
My perspective, it's deeply
Yeah.
personal, and whatever you call God is correct because it's what you believe to be correct. Now, understand objective reality. If you want a sky daddy, like that's,
Right.
I don't believe in that. So if
Well,
you want me to convince you of sky daddy,
let's go for it. Like so, there are people who thinks that God is a super powerful, intelligent creator of this universe, and you said whatever you believe God is true. Do you think there's such a thing? There's such a creator?
Well, I mean, Tiamat is a Mesopotamian goddess that was fractured and shattered into 1,000 million whatever fucking pieces and has to be reassembled. And it sounds awfully similar to the Gnostic Sophia, who hid sparks of creation within the demiurge. You know what I'm saying? There's every religion, whether it's like the chakras have a very similar parallel to the Hebrew tree of life and the Sephirot, who have color attributions. I'm
I'm
just
sorry,
saying
I'm
that if
not
you
getting
can
what you're
find a parallel.
saying.
All right.
Do you
Well,
think
I had
that's
fun.
true that
Thank
there's
you.
a creator of this universe who is super powerful, super intelligent, super aware of everything? Because you said whatever you call God is, I believe it's true.
Well, Thoth, the Egyptian god Thoth, is the same god as
You're
Hermes
not
in
answering.
Greece. I'm
Anyway,
just saying it's another
I'm
word for a
done.
different thing.
That was clear. You don't want to make it clear. It's okay.
Can I jump in
I
this?
I
Yep.
really don't understand your perspective, Shrike, though, because how can like anybody make their own god up on their own?
I didn't say that I did. That's the problem. I didn't make
You
my
said
god.
that whatever god you believe, like whatever you believe as God is God. So that's like making your god, making your own god up. If that makes sense, right?
No, I just believe that whatever you believe to be true, it's praxology. It's praxology. It's basically people do things because they have deeply held beliefs, and I don't have to understand their beliefs. I just have to understand that they believed it.
Still, though,
I don't mean to be
it's
dismissive. I'm just gonna get off the call. I'm gonna sit here and listen. I'm not gonna talk anymore because I'm gonna roll myself a joint and just enjoy the rest of my day. I
Okay.
said what I needed to say, and I am starting to talk in circles again. I really do love these conversations. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just going to repeat myself, and that's a waste of energy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, that's good that you can control yourself. We are here. Anyway, so jump in. RT
Yeah.
Sunate.
Definitely, yes, yes. I want to answer a question. Do I believe this creator? Yeah, I do believe because I can't help to think about what's before the Big Bang, right? What's
Okay.
before the Big Bang and what's before everything? If there's no creator can break the light of speed, I cannot. At least like nobody, no scientist can say what's before everything.
Okay, but at Big Bang there was no time. So do you think it's logical to ask before the Big Bang? Because if there's no time, how can you say before something?
So what do you mean no time?
Yeah, like there was no time at Big Bang.
So eternally.
I mean, it's like singularity. Let's be clear, okay? So when the singularity expanded, after the expansion we had time, but before the expansion we didn't have time. So you are asking what was before time? Like it's hard to even imagine.
But then again, one more question which rises is that like uh, there is Big Bang and there was no time before Big Bang, and we have all these physics laws which came into existence after Big Bang. But why are those laws as they are? Like why exactly these laws?
This is just a question. I don't know the answer, but if
Yeah, so from
I,
the answer from theological perspective might be like God made those laws,
yeah, like
right?
this is just an assumption for to answer a question. So, but by the way, do you believe in such a God?
Yeah, I'm a religious person.
Okay, but like, are you asking the same questions for your God? Why your God has knowledge? Why your God has power? Why your God has rules? Like, why you're not trying to explain it with something external to your God? Why you're not doing that? Or are you doing that? Maybe you're doing that. I don't know you.
Yeah, I have explored that, but didn't
And what's your
receive
answer?
any
So
answers.
how your God knows everything? If that's the
Yeah.
case.
So far as I know, uh, I've tried exploring that, uh, but all the answers that I have received for this question is like, uh, it's from the text. It's from the belief that God knows everything. If God is not all knowing, then He's not like the ultimate powerful entity. If He is not all powerful, He's like not God. It's like belief. Uh, it's mostly like you know uh, God is believed to be the most powerful
And just
person
because
in sense like.
you believe that there is such a thing, that doesn't mean there is such a thing. Okay?
Do you believe in aliens?
No, I don't.
Do you think they exist like a
I don't know.
possibility?
Maybe they exist, maybe not. I don't know.
Same can be said about God, right?
Yeah, I say the same thing about God. Maybe God exists. Maybe your God exists or not.
Hmm.
Regarding alien, can I add something about alien?
You want to talk about
What?
aliens?
Yeah. I just quick add something regarding alien, because there's an American Parliament hearing proof that the alien was kind of exist. One is a video um,
Nah.
submitted by the American Navy, Air Force.
No,
They're chasing.
the reason I asked this question was that because like I used to follow Stephen Hawking a lot. So he was an atheist. He didn't believe God exists. But once he was asked about aliens and the existence of aliens, he said that if uh, you took water from like a sea in a mug and you don't see fishes, that doesn't mean fish doesn't exist. So we are limited by our tools, not by like the limit
That's
of our tools.
I'm sorry, but that's an unnecessary speech, man. Like, well, we don't claim that your God doesn't exist, or we don't claim that aliens don't exist. Okay, so that's why it's very unnecessary. It's not fruitful to us.
Uh,
Okay.
I'm just saying that usually the atheists I meet believe in the possibility of existence of aliens, but they don't believe God exists. The same and like
I
they say they
That's
give the
right.
analogy
That's
of
right.
cup rotating around
That's
moon.
right. Like,
Uh,
hey, man. Like, I'm an atheist. I believe in the possibility of your God. Okay.
yeah, so I'm just like giving this example for those kind of people. Like they give the
Forget about them. Forget about
example of
them. I'm
cup
sorry. I'm
cup
sorry. They're not
rotating around
here.
moon.
They're not here. Please don't talk about them. Okay. I want to have one-on-one conversation here. So
So,
just don't talk
if
about
you are
other
an
people.
atheist, if you're
Yes.
an atheist, then how come you believe in possibility of existence of God? Like
Okay. I can
in that
explain.
sense, you are probably an agnostic, right?
Yes, I am an agnostic
You're
atheist.
not an atheist.
I am an agnostic atheist.
Mhm. Okay, so you you are inclined towards atheism, but you are open-minded.
You can
It
say
sounds
that.
like
Yeah.
you're confusing anti-theism with atheism. Anti-theism is the rejection of any god. Atheism is just ambivalence to it.
Yeah. You can say that.
Now, atheism is the rejection of any god. Agnosticism is like open to the possibility that God might exist or might not exist. Atheism
That's
is
just false.
rejection
That's
of
false.
any God.
No, that's wrong. That's just wrong. Like
Okay,
agnosticism is
let's just
open
Google
to the
it.
idea that God exists. Atheism is ambivalence, and anti-theism is rejection.
see huge problems if we say that.
I don't think that's right, but I'll just check it, look it up. One minute.
Okay, we heard that. Please check it. And by the way, we caught the our what was his name? Artisanates. Hey man, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay.
I just want to address two evidence regarding the exist of the alien. Yeah, it's recorded and
Okay. Good,
yeah.
good. But our topic is not aliens. You should know that, okay?
I know, but you mentioned about it. Just want to quickly add because I think it also can support our limitation of knowledge, right? So if alien exists, then maybe also we can admit that God exists. For yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if aliens exist, therefore God exists?
At least it's possible to reach, right? Because most people don't believe alien exists. So once this knowledge barrier breaks, then we can understand more. Yeah.
Anyway. Okay. James?
Yeah, Shrike. I have looked it up, and apparently, atheism is says that God doesn't exist. Anti-atheism says that religion is bad and bad for humanity, and it should be uh, like we should be opposed. We should oppose religion. It should.
Okay, thank you. I actually appreciate that distinction. I was
Mhm.
wrong, and I'm sorry that I said you were just wrong. I apologize for that. I was rude to shut you down like that.
Okay.
Thank you.
No issues.
So I have a little bit different understanding of the terms, but I don't think it matters as long as we know what each other means when we have the conversation.
You can bring your opinions also, James.
That's fine. So my understanding of atheism is that it's an umbrella term, right? So A would be a prefix meaning without. Theism, belief in a god, so without belief in a god. Amongst the people who are without a belief in a god, there are people who just merely aren't convinced. It also includes people who have never heard of the concept at all. It would also include people who have heard of it and think it's ridiculous, right? So the entire spectrum of experience with the idea of God. So this is my understanding of atheism. And the reason I don't find that even meaningful enough is because God can mean so many different things, right? So, I'm not completely an atheist. In some regards, I'm a theist. Vicariously theist, because I recognize that out of all the things that people call God, some of those things exist and some of them don't, and some of them remain uncertain. And that's where I'm at about it.
That's a fair point, but like James, I had the problem with Shrike. So when you say some people think that the sun is God, right?
Sure.
Like, when I talk to those people, I don't have any difficulties. Like they say, "Oh, okay, the sun is my God."
Sure.
Like they don't even have to define it anymore. Like they explain, or I don't have to try to understand what do they mean. Sure, like there's some points I ask further to understand if they includes something spiritual or not. If that's not the case, then there's no any problem, right? Like we don't have
Right.
to spend a lot of time to understand what's that thing. If say
Right.
I worship sun, I don't need to try to understand what is sun.
Right.
But we are not able to do that with other people. For example, like Shrek. But well, when she says God, okay, it can be anything. It's okay. I also agree with you, by the way, James. But you should be able to tell me what's that thing.
Why? Why should I? Why should I be able to?
Because
just
it's
out of curiosity.
but why? Because to me it sounds like, hey, you know what? I believe in X. Okay, what's X? I don't know. It can be anything.
But
To
I'm
me, it
not
doesn't
trying to
make any
convince
sense.
you to believe it. And so if I'm a complete bumbling, pissing myself, drooling fool, then you're welcome to believe that and laugh at me and let me continue bumbling and pissing and drooling. Because I'm not harming you, nor am I trying to convince you of my stance. I'm just trying to help you understand.
Okay,
If
but
you
you're
say,
not
"Hey,
helping to
Shrike, how are
understand. That's
you?"
the problem.
Well,
No, you're just not
No.
understanding. Because you would
I'm
understand
not
me. So
understanding.
Well,
Okay.
here's the thing. The problem with ideas that are rooted in experience is that experiential states cannot be conveyed in language except to somebody else that has had that experiential state, because then they've got a frame of reference to build upon. If
So
somebody
you
else
use the next
hasn't,
best thing.
No,
You use the next
James,
best thing.
but the problem was bigger, okay? Because she mentioned about a lot of different things at the same time. So, like we were talking about those emotions. Yes, I agree. She cannot convey that, but emotions, those specific emotions equals God. Okay, let's understand it. I could understand that, by the way. There is no problem. But then God became physics, and then it turned out to be not again. So there's a lot of confusion. Like if she was talking about only one specific thing from the very beginning, then I would be in a point that I understand right now.
well, I
But
mean, we can't separate physics from our experiences, even when our experiences are emotional or um, it- just experiential in a way that goes beyond what we can describe. Like,
do you think that like for example, love and gravity, like they're so close terms to each other?
no,
Okay,
gravity is a very
what about light and
right.
anger?
Sure.
Like
Well, anger is a very simple emotion, and it's a common emotion for all people. Whereas what Shrike was trying to express is not nearly so common and not nearly so simple.
okay, but
Sorry for interruption, but I think I'm missing some context. Can you please briefly give the context? What? Yeah.
briefly.
So, yeah, because I just came into the table. I'm not understanding what you guys are discussing.
You guys can try. I couldn't even understand broadly. Maybe you can understand briefly if they're
I
willing
mean,
to explain again.
well,
I can say that it's like you yourself as a witness, you have polarity, right? You have good, evil, whatever you want to consider it. You're there in the middle. Everything's swirling around you in chaos, right? You're just sitting there meditating, let's say, and everything's happening around you. You can choose to interact or you can choose to witness. But every interaction is engagement, and every engagement is basically interacting with reality. And so I just think when you interact with anything, short of taking yourself off the playing field, you can't not be interacting with some kind of form of physics. Even when you're thinking, you're releasing chemical reactions based on your emotional reactions of your thoughts. So I just think, like what Jude was just getting into, that physics and existence are intrinsically linked, and biology and chemical reactions to your emotions are intrinsically linked to physics.
Yeah, things are linked, but those things are not the same things.
Intrinsic means that they're not really able to be separated. They're part of
They're not able
the
to.
fabric of it.
I think we can separate light and other emotions that you have.
Like, can you please give the what's the perspective of whom? Like, what's the discussion over here? How come science came into the theological discussion? What are you guys discussing? Sorry, I am not able to understand.
I mean, if you look into Kabbalah, it's probably the easiest. They use mathematics and words. Like they say, first there was the word. It's basically saying that language, spoken word, emanates waves, that sound waves come from, which is literally true. Like when you speak, sound waves come from your mouth. And waves, what's interesting about sound is an actual property, right? It's a wave, but it travels through substrate, air, for example, to your ears. And so sound has, it's just a really fascinating thing. So sound is vibration. Vibration is what all atoms abide by. And it basically, language breaks down when you start working with paradoxes, because everything starts being a metaphor for the same frickin' thing. And that's why it gets really hard. And that's why I think Dude is trying to articulate, because I'm just really struggling, because I'm trying to throw out, my problem is I'm trying to operate from too many different perspective points to give you the metaphor so that you all can understand, but there's too many people who have different frames of references for what God might be to them, that again, I'm just decorating my room and you're welcome to look at it and say, hey, that's cool, but I don't like it. You know, I don't know what else to say.
I think that's fair, but to Phil's point, the kinds of conversations that Phil is intending to be here to have very clearly defined definitions and boundaries, and that are testable through observation or through logic, right? And because what Shrike is trying to express fall beyond those parameters, it makes it unuseful for Phil's intention for the space. And so there's probably not a whole lot more to say within this space for this context. But having said that, I look forward to the opportunity to speak with Shrike on these issues in another space at another time.
I hope you can have more conversations in the future. Like you both have YouTube channels. That's what we learn. So yeah, but like as you said, like why it's not interesting because I know emotions exist. I know there are physical laws. I know those exist. That's why like whatever name you put on it, that's irrelevant. That's why the word God is irrelevant in your contexts. I understand that, but for those same reasons, to me it's not interesting because yes, we agree that we have experiences, and we have this state of awe that you mentioned, James. I know that we have it, but that they're not interesting to me. That's the case.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah. Okay, good. I hope we understand each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, I don't know. We have a lot of people. You guys can go together, or we can have people who believes in something that they call God. Then we can try to learn what do they mean by God. If we see it's interesting, then we may proceed. Did you see like Blackstone Julie? Did you see the title of his table? Okay, she's busy probably. Anyway, God believers. Waiting for God believers.
Yeah, I'm agnostic theist, so maybe
Oh,
you can call me a God believer.
okay. But which God you believe in?
Um, I'm more inclined towards my birth religion, which is Islam. So
Okay,
let's
cool.
see. I'm agnostic, but I don't really want to leave it because I was born into it. So it might be bias as of now, but I'm trying to learn as much as possible. I'm trying to like get aware of what's reality, and I might end up leaving Islam. I don't know.
Your experience, I believe. So, except for, living in a Muslim country, what makes you believe a God exists?
Um, like as I said, in the like the example of aliens that I mentioned earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You can't deny that aliens exist. The same way you can't deny the existence of God so far, and
Okay,
you don't even have any explanation of why
Tessera.
the reality is as it is.
Tessera, but do you believe aliens exist?
Yeah, there is a good possibility that aliens do exist,
Okay, I'm
and
not.
they
I'm not
might not
asking.
look.
I'm not asking the possibility.
Mhm.
The possibility is a different thing. Okay, so you're confusing those things. Do you have the belief that aliens exist?
Like if you don't want me to not say the word possibility. I don't know how to
Okay, Tesseract.
answer to your question.
I believe that there is a possibility that aliens might exist. Okay, but I don't believe that
Hmm.
aliens exist.
How come? Like, if there is a possibility, then
That doesn't mean
okay.
they exist out there. Like the possibility exists
I
because
believe based on possibilities.
what?
So
Come
my
again? Come again?
I base my beliefs on possibilities.
Okay, okay,
It doesn't make sense to believe on things which have low possibilities, right?
okay. I based my beliefs on evidence, not possibilities. But hear me out. Why I think
Hmm.
aliens are possible. Life exists, right, on this planet at least,
Yeah,
and we see
yeah.
that our life is based on water. Okay, that doesn't mean
Mm,
like life comes literally from water or it's very
mm,
necessary for life. We don't know that, but we know that life exists here on this planet. And
yeah.
we know that there are many other planets, billions of planets out there, and which might have similar conditions. We know that also. That's why it's possible that there might be other living beings on other planets. That's why it's possible. But that doesn't mean there are or there is life in another planet. That doesn't mean like we are not certain about that. Maybe life only exists here.
But that has a very low chance
Like, how come?
because the number of planets in the universe is so large, and the possibility of getting the conditions that brewed life on Earth on other planets is so high. So there is a high likelihood that there is life somewhere in some other part of the universe. It might not look the exactly the same as the life on Earth. It might not be intelligent like us, but there is a possibility that there is life. Maybe like bacteria, maybe like some other creatures, uh, and it might not even have DNA. Like uh, their system might be completely different, but uh, there is a possibility that there is some conditions which
We already agree on
create
that. We
living
are
organisms.
like, but man, like we already agree on that. We already agree on that.
Hmm.
That doesn't mean like that. Like why we were saying that also Tesseract. Like we expect that life must exist on other planets, but so far we don't have good evidence for that. Also, we are searching. We keep searching, and life is complex here on this planet, right? Like some of the life is very intelligent that can even leave the planet, right? Like humans, but some of them
Hmm.
probably don't even aware that things exist. So the there's too much difference. So maybe like simple life exists on many planets, but maybe intelligent life or advanced intelligence maybe it's too rare or maybe it doesn't even exist on other planets. Maybe it only exists here. So we don't know the answer. But is there any possibility? Yes, there is possibility, but that doesn't mean there is, you know, an alien out there.
Oh, there is so here comes the difference actually. What's your definition of alien? Are you expecting some human-like figure, intelligent figure who is capable of interacting with us? I don't think that kind of creature exists. But alien, by definition, is something which is out of the earth. A creature who is out of the earth. It might be similar to bacteria, low-level creature
Okay.
like.
Yeah, we
So
call them
that's
we call
considered
them
as an alien.
you can consider that no problem, but we mostly call them simple life forms, right?
Simple, but
Simple
not
life
native
forms.
to Earth. So
Yeah,
those are aliens.
that's what I explained. So you call them aliens too, okay? Um, okay. And so what? God exists?
Yeah.
Okay.
In my opinion, the existence of God is like based on two reasons, basically. One is
Which
that
one?
the same ways you can't deny the existence of alien. Till now, I don't have any proof that I can deny the existence of God. And second reason is that I can't explain why the universe has the rules it has right now,
These are
and
questions, as I
how.
explained earlier. Like why the universe has rules is just a question. It doesn't give the answer, okay? The answer is your beliefs, and your beliefs are not brute facts. You have to prove them.
No, just listen to me. Let me finish. It might make more sense. So
Really?
what I'm saying is that I'm not certain why the rules of physics are the way they are, and
You're
how
repeating yourself.
like
Please say something more and
no.
different. I'm not gonna
Let
let
me
you
just
if you
finish,
just
please.
keep yourself repeating, okay? You said let me finish. You're not finishing, you're just repeating?
I'm continuing
No,
from
you're
where you
not.
interrupted.
But
So
why you're starting from the
yes,
very
that's
beginning?
why I was repeating.
You don't have to start from the beginning. If you want to complete
So
something, just
I,
complete,
I was
okay?
just I was just continuing from where you
No,
interrupted, so
no,
that's why I
that's
repeated
false.
anyways.
That's false because I
So
heard that before.
yeah, that's what I said. I'm just continuing from where you
Please,
interrupted me.
please continue.
Yeah, let me continue, please.
I
So
just let you. You didn't.
what I was saying is that so you okay? What was I saying? One second. Huh. Um, the laws of we don't know how why the laws of physics are how they are. Uh, so I have a belief that there is some cause which made all the laws of physics and all the things how they are right now, and I believe I call that cause as God. Make sense?
Why you assume that there's a cause, Tesseract?
What?
Why do you assume that there is a cause?
Do you have any other
Don't ask me question.
explanation
Don't ask me
why?
question. Don't ask me question. Explain to me. Why do you think there's a cause of this universe?
I'm answering your question.
No, you're asking a question. Answer the question.
Okay.
You don't know the difference between a question and an explanation or a statement?
I'm trying to explain you my reasoning. It if you let me explain, then maybe I can do that. But if you don't want to, if you don't like my approach of explaining, then
You could
there's
start explaining
nothing I can do.
instead of complaining, man.
I'm trying to explain my perspective
You're
through a
trying to
question.
complain.
If you don't want a question,
I don't want a question. Yeah, just
I don't
explain.
know what to do.
Oh, you don't know
I don't
how
know
to
what to
explain
do.
something
You
without
have to
asking
be
question?
open-minded to understand other people's
That's all right. Don't
perspective.
don't don't blame other people for being close-minded when they don't want to hear your questions. I want to hear your
What?
explanations, not your questions.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain myself through a question. If you don't want to
I'm sorry if you're
listen
not.
to my explanation,
It's not an
Hold on. Can I jump
explanation.
in?
I
Can
can't do
I?
anything.
Is Tesseract? You're
Yeah,
just trying to ask a clarifying question, right? You want to understand his perspective so you can answer his question accurately. You're not answering his question with a question. You're asking a clarifying question before answering. Correct?
You're just manipulating him, Shrek.
what?
Are
He
you
even didn't
asking
get
a
that.
question so that you can have a better understanding of the question? Or are you just circumventing answering by asking a question? That's what he's trying to understand. Because he doesn't want you to circumvent answering a question with a question.
I'm basically trying to explain my perspective through giving an example. So by answering my question, he gets what I'm trying to say.
Why don't you ask
right?
me the
Does that
question?
make sense? What?
Like, or just say the question out loud. Say the question out loud, and let's hear it then.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Like the question. Oh, so what was the question again? Uh, can you repeat the question? We got interrupted and the conversation went haywire. Sorry. Can you
Were
repeat the
you were
question?
trying to understand why he wanted to know why you thought that anything existing like that? Why
Yeah,
does anything need to have ever existed? Why can't it have always existed?
that was not the question. The question was, why do you think the universe had a cause?
Oh, that's sorry, I
Hmm.
misunderstood. A cause, a
That's okay.
cause. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then what was I asking? Oh, I forgot. A
That's weird.
second.
Like we didn't have a deep discussion about the topic. Like that was just a simple question.
I guess it's a yes or no question, Tesseract. Do you believe that the world had to have had a catalyst? For existence to exist at all, did it need a catalyst or could it have always existed? Yes or no?
He believes that there is a God who is super powerful, who is super intelligent, that created the universe. So that God is the cause according to his beliefs.
So I guess the belief would be like, does something exist before something could exist? Like, I think that you're trying to figure out the fallacy and the logic of if a God created something, then who created God? Is that the question
I'm gonna go there,
for
yeah.
you, Phil?
Yeah. Because that's teaching
Yeah.
them a
So
lesson that if they create a rule which things need a cause, but then if they say, oh no, wait a second, I forgot my God doesn't have a cause, then that's an inconsistency, and I want to teach that.
yeah, I'm aware of that inconsistency, and
Oh, cool.
actually, the reason I became agnostic is because I came across that particular inconsistency. So, so what was I asking? I don't even remember right now.
Like, do you think that's if that was so important, you would be remembering that? Maybe you should stop thinking about it.
No, no. It had a good point as far as I remember, but
Questions
I
are not
can't remember the
arguments.
question right
Anyway,
now. 1 second, please. I'm thinking.
take your time.
What was that?
You can mute us. You can think silently also. Take your time. It's easy to mute other people here. In this platform, there is a headphone button. When you click on it, it mutes all people. That brings you silence. If you need that. Okay, let me share the link.
I have a random question
That's
for
not
a thought provoking question, hopefully, but like, do you think stasis, like absolute zero, like this is answering the kind of the Tesseract question, like, do you think there has to be a cause? Like, if before the Big Bang, was it stasis? Was there no movement? Because how could something arise from no motion whatsoever? I don't believe that there was ever really nothing. I just think it was so compressed that it was almost nothing personally, but that's my take. But I guess the question I'm asking is, what do you believe if everything stopped? Like, for any kind of life to exist, we need energy exchange and motion and stuff, right? So if everything stopped and we had like a pond without, like a dead pond, what's the word? I can't think of the word.
Yeah, I understand your perspective basically, but I think there is a possibility of stasis, as you put it, like because we are seeing things from like classical physics perspective, and assuming that at extreme conditions of physics, it will behave the same way as we see around us in the normal conditions. It's not the same way. So if you go to the smaller scales, the physics is completely different. If you go to a colder states, physics is completely different. The same ways when the universe was near like Big Bang, I I think that physics was different at that time or that point as well. So stasis, as you put it, is like possible.
Okay, yeah, I like that. Okay. I mean, it theoretically, yes, theoretically, absolute zero should be attainable, and stasis theoretically should be attainable, theoretically. But you make a good point too, because it kind of metaphorically said something too. Like when you get to when when you get deep enough, things start getting really weird, right? So that's I guess that
Yeah,
kind of is where the argument of God kind of lies too, is when everyone's like, oh, the language, you're just going in circles and your language is breaking down. It's kind of that you're going into a quote unquote quantum field of everything is just kind of probability. So language is just super loosey goosey, and that's why people get so mad when you try to have these conversations, because it's like it's absurd. It's really just stupid. It's kind of like humiliating and infuriating at the same time, and also beautiful to have these kind of conversations about physics or God, if that's the word you want to use too, or
hmm
both.
philosopher, just to uh, you asked that why do you think all those laws of physics and the state of universe has a cause? Uh, I want to like tell you something about something interesting that I found recently. It's called Conway's Game of Life. Have you heard about it? No. Okay.
Oh.
So there is this thing in computer science uh, called Conway's Game of Life. It's zero player game. So what happens is that there are some pixels on a screen, a certain amount of pixels, or maybe it's I think it's infinite pixels on a screen, and a player set a certain amount of pixels as alive. So uh, uh, think think of it like this: like the entire screen is white, but the player uh, turns some pixels black, and the game has some rules. Like if uh, a pixel is not surrounded by any other pixels, it will turn white or it will die. Or and if two pixels are there, uh, I think it will also die. But when three pixels are like neighboring to each other, a new pixel gets born. And when a pixel is surrounded by four other pixels, uh, it will die again. So there are some rules like this, and a player sets a certain amount of pixels on the screen, and when you run the game, it comes up with like complex patterns. So people have made like entire circuit boards and logic gates out of that. So uh, it's like fascinating to see how simple rules and basic initial conditions uh, like give rise to such complex patterns. So what I was saying is that some other guy you know refined that concept and uh, came up with like another game which is called Smooth Life. I will search the link of the YouTube video and link it down below sometime later. So basically, in that video, the guy demonstrated a version of this Converse Game of Life called Smooth Life, which literally, he set up some initial condition and run the game, and it literally created the primitive life forms which looked like primitive life forms. They had all the like cell wall and all. and it was entirely this simulation. So so it basically proves that uh, evolution is kind of possible from some initial conditions, some uh, you know some pixels on the screen, if you say, with some basic rules. So what my perspective on this is that those basic rules are the rules of universe, the rules of physics, and that initial condition is the initial condition which was like in which the universe was uh, uh, like while it was created. But you have to keep in mind that the initial condition and those rules are designed and made by someone. And if that someone doesn't input that initial condition and those physical rules, then there is no game of life.
Good.
So that's why I believe there is some creator of all this.
And I believe there is a logical problem there. Okay, we can look at the nature.
I'll link the video
Okay, you
for
don't
just
give
a
a
minute.
fuck
I'll
about
link
what
the video in
I'm
the
saying
comment.
about that. Okay, cool, no problem. Uh, anyway. Oh, still, still there's a problem if we talk. Anyway. Okay. Recreation doesn't work here on my local, so that's why we're still in the same room. I wish I was working. I moved you down intentionally, Tesseract, because you just showed that you don't have any interest in what other people are saying. So if you think it was a connection problem, maybe we can try again. So it was not a connection problem. Okay. Okay, then stay there. Let me create again on Future Talk. Let's see. Oh my god.
Phil, are you able to look up set theory in mathematics? This isn't for, I don't want to get into, I'm kind of done. I'm going to log off soon, but set theory in mathematics might kind of explain something about what I think Tesseract was kind of getting at with like the whole, it's a probability engine kind of like you set one parameter and it's like dominoes, right? You set the dominoes, you set the field, and then you knock it over and see what happens, but it's a little bit more sophisticated sounding than that.
Okay, but that's not interesting to me because
Right, it's got nothing to do with the conversation of God, but it does kind of have to do with the conversation of the what if you were God, I guess. It's just like I jokingly said it was a gin simulator, like, you know, because it's just like crunching the numbers. But it is fascinating. I do think that it's worth investigating what he's saying, at least out of curiosity, if nothing else.
If it's about what he was saying, I'm not interested in it. But if you think it was something else, maybe then I can be curious about it. Because
I
what
mean, the
he
game
said,
itself, just the video game he's talking about.
yeah. Again, like finding patterns is not interesting to me. There are patterns that there are physical rules, right? So when you set something, doesn't matter what you set, okay? Even if you don't know it, it's gonna cause something. You can just, if you're able to find the link, you can look at the initial conditions and the current conditions. You'll see a lot of patterns between those conditions. To me, it doesn't tell anything. Like
Yeah, I
even
don't
if you
think
don't
it's magic
exist,
by any means.
yeah,
I don't
but
think it's magic by any means. It's just data.
yeah, even if you don't exist, like as an intelligent being who set the parameters, when things are causing other things, which is the case in this universe, they're going to cause other things, and there will be patterns because there are physical laws in the universe, and you will always find the patterns, even if it's not caused by someone intelligent. So that's why I don't understand why he thinks that leads to a god. It doesn't.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. I think maybe the phrasing was weird. I think I understood. Maybe I'm just completely wrong and in another dimension, but I think I understood some of what they were trying to say. I just think, like you said, it's kind of a moot point, and I kind of agree with that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I'm probably gonna log off though. I really enjoyed chatting with all of you. And yeah, I just wanted to say thank you before I ran off.
Okay.
But yeah, just I'm gonna check out that game because I like setting things in motion like Rube Goldberg machines and stuff. But that's just for fun. But anyway, thank you all so much. You all have been super kind and curious and nice. And I'm sorry that it's hard to like be understood, but that's about it.
Anyway, thanks for joining.
Take care, y'all.
Where did those laws come from? I don't know. But can you
Yeah,
explain?
that's what I was saying.
That's a question
Like,
that's not something that you're explaining or teaching or giving evidence. You're not doing any of those things. You're just asking a question. I don't know. I even don't know whether they
that's
come
what.
from or not.
See,
See, like
I said,
tesseract,
that.
tesseract. That's why I was trying to ask you where the rules in your God come from. Your God has a lot of properties too. Where did they come from? Do you have an answer for that? Let me ask you. There is another creator. This is a God creator, okay? That thing is creating gods, and that thing created Allah. And that's how I can explain the all powerfulness in your God, or the knowledge in your God, and other things in your God. That's how you can explain those things. Does it make sense to you? Probably no.
Maybe those are the only laws which can exist, or if there is good. I don't know.
Anyway. Oh, we had a lot of equivocation. I hate this word. I hate that
It's been
word.
a cool.
Yeah, today it was the day of EQ. Okay. Uh, yeah. Here's the question: does anyone have the copyrights of the word God?
Can you repeat that, Phil? It was cutting a little bit. I think it's my connection.
Okay. Does anyone have the copyrights of the word God?
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
That should be the case.
You think that should be the case?
Yeah, but because like we could understand each other better.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that's not, but based on how language has worked historically and the purpose of language until today, since it started, we call it a convention, right? It doesn't, it's not necessary to have a copyright when we can have an agreement. And yes, language changes a lot, but to change, it has to involve something else, something cultural, like a change of the spirit of the time. The zeitgeist has to change. It doesn't just change because I decide to call my right sock God, and then everyone has to, oh, well, if you acknowledge that my sock is existing, then you are a deist somehow. No, that doesn't work like that.
I'm gonna tell him Julie was gossiping behind you.
I'm just a little bit annoyed. I'm sorry.
Okay, but mention about your annoyance when they are here.
No, I'm sure that they're listening. They said
Oh,
that they would be around. And I didn't
okay.
want to interrupt the
Maybe they're
interaction.
busy. Maybe they're busy. But what's the solution, Julie? So if one day I decide to call my phone God, who can change that? And God is my phone. Therefore, you believe in God, right?
Yeah, but okay, no, you don't. Okay, you believe that this entity that exists and that is physical and that it has certain characteristics actually exists. Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay, okay.
So you believe that this thing that you're describing as God exists, and that the rest of us wouldn't describe as God exists. And if you get enough people to agree with you for some reason, then yes, the time will change and the language will change. But that doesn't mean that originally you're a deist, because God implies other things.
What other things? And that
Things that
sounds
are
like,
unique.
but now you sound like you think that someone has the copyrights of the word.
No, definitely not. That's
Okay.
not how language works.
But
That's why I said language evolves.
okay, so what is deciding what God is right now? Who or what?
Believers,
Believers.
I would say.
But then you should agree with James because there are believers who call the Son God. They worship the Son.
Yes.
They call it God. Oh,
Yes.
it's my God. That's how they refer to those things.
I agree with that. And that's
Okay.
why we call them deists, right?
You call them deists.
Because yes, they believe in this entity that whatever properties it has according to them, even if it's just the physical star, they call it the sun because somehow, I mean, they call it God because somehow it goes with their culture. Let's say, for example, in
Okay.
here it's a
Really
cultural thing
accept it.
because
Let's save time. But then
okay,
you're not an atheist, you're a deist because you accept that those things also exist, right?
I accept that that thing exists, but I accept that we universally call it the sun, and we have reasons to call it that way because it is the convention of language. If a certain cultural group has decided that this thing is also God, then yes, they have every right to be called deists, but they don't get to
Really,
call everyone a deist just because the thing exists physically.
then who decides to call a thing something like Chinese people, Americans, Russians? Like, again, who has
Well, we
that?
all do.
But when you then why you're discriminating those people that they want to call the sun God? You're saying,
No,
oh
no,
no,
I'm not
they don't have
saying
the right.
no, I'm saying that they have the right to call the sun God. and they have the right to consider themselves deists. However, I don't think that if I know that the sun exists, I should also consider myself a deist just because they have this perception of the sun that is not the common perception that everyone agrees on, and that only it has a meaning because of their culture. Because yes, the sun exists and it has some properties that are universal, but one of the universal properties of the sun is definitely not being Inti, the giver of life, that the one that makes us awake, and when if he dies he will die, which is what the Inca believed in. I would say yes, the sun exists, yes, it is a star, yes, it works the way it works, but no, it's not the giver of light, of life, I mean, not light, it is the giver of light.
In a sense, that's true. If there's no sun, we wouldn't exist here.
Yeah, what they believe in is actually very coherent, but they see it as the creation of the other the creator god Viracocha, and then it implies other things. That's what I meant. God is a word that has a lot of baggage, mostly cultural baggage. So if you're going to use the sun as the example, you have to accept the rest of the theology with it as well. And you have to accept that Viracocha is the one who created everything, and that he's a bearded guy who will decide the end of times, and he rides on a hummingbird. But they're not saying that. They're just saying that the star is God. Not the same thing.
Okay. Okay, like maybe. By the way, I emphasized that point before, and I don't know when exactly, but when we were talking to James, maybe you were not there. I made that point. You know, he's cool. He says, "Oh, yeah, okay." I don't know how much he agrees. It's sometimes hard to understand how much does he agree, because he's polite and he doesn't want to, um, have any kind of conflicts, or I don't know. Maybe that's why for me it's hard to understand. But yeah, like
Yeah.
I agree because when people worship those things, they have a lot of things they include into that belief. It's not only the sun that we know, it's more than that. So what
That's
they
what I'm
believe
saying.
and what we think about the sun is they're different things. So that's why we don't want to call it God, or that's why we don't believe that there is such a God. Yeah, there is something which is similar to what they worship, the sun part, the physical part that we know. But yeah, the baggage that they bring into those concepts or religions, something that we don't agree. So in that sense, yeah, I should give you the point.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's like what Shrek was talking about, right? I completely agree with almost everything that she said. Because yes, we all have had that experience, that undescribable awe, that moment that makes you feel connected with the universe and everyone around you, and it makes you feel so small and so big at the same time. Thinking about the universe makes you that. Yes, I have felt that. If she decides to call it God, that is her right. But if I have felt that and I don't think that that's enough to call it God, that shouldn't make me a theist. That's all I'm saying. Have you felt that?
Of what?
The sensation that she was describing, which is understandable.
Kinda, but you know, it's hard to understand what she meant exactly. But by the way, like she was not helping when explaining all those things. But still, like I believe I grasped some of it. Maybe a very small part of it. But yeah, like, but what's the reason to call it God? Like those are just feelings. And yes, we have feelings. And you name it God, to me it doesn't make any sense. And again, like it's saying something is green. There can be a lot of things which can be green, but they're not the same things, they're different things. Or cold, there can be cold things, or we can feel the coldness of the things, but those things are not the same things. For example, right now I'm touching my phone, it's not cold, it's hot. I touch my laptop, I feel coldness. But if I go to kitchen, there are other cold things in the kitchen, and they're not laptops. They're different things. So now we're talking about an adjective as James was referring and she was referring, but still
Yeah.
it's not clear. Like even in my example, we can describe the coldness. Okay, we can test, right? We can close our eyes, like we can say, hey, this is cold, this is cold, this is cold. We can teach to people, and the other things that we bring, even if they don't see, they don't know what they are, when they touch it, they can say it's either cold or not. It's something we can resonate simply and understand each other. So but somehow they make it really hard to understand, and they say, oh, it's about language, and I don't believe that's the case. I think if there is an experience, that there's a way to express it. Doesn't mean we can understand 100%. That's not my claim, but we can understand enough to resonate with what they might be feeling.
If they explain.
If they explain, yeah. But again, if it's just an emotion, I'm not interested in, because it's not different than a dream to me. Like,
Which is why I think it's important not to focus so much on the definition, but the characteristics of this thing that they are claiming is true, because it has to have characteristics. It may
yeah.
the definition may be very vague, but it definitely needs to have characteristics. And if the characteristics are exactly the same as the thing that we mostly call the other the concept that we have in our mind with a different name, and universally, let's say the sun, if you believe, if your godson has the exact same characteristics as the star sun that we refer to, then there's no reason to call it God. If it has extra properties, then yes, cultural God, maybe it's a creator, maybe it's a giver of life. But if it's just the star, why don't you speak the same language as everyone else does?
We observe and we understand, then it's unnecessary to call it God, because the word God is already polluted a lot, right? Many cultures they used it, and when we check their concept, that there are differences. Even in Abrahamic religions, look at Judaism, Christianity, Islam. They say, oh, like it's the same God, but technically they're not. They have differences. So the word is very polluted, and every time when people say, oh, this is also God, they bring another pollution, and that's not helpful.
What I get is that, because I think that for a second, Shrike also said that, and what I'm getting is that the emotion that thing that has different properties in different cultures, the emotion that it evokes inside of us is the same, and therefore the emotion itself is God. Or like what Leo was saying, maybe it's oxytocin, the thing that makes us feel certain way, that's God.
Chemicals. Yeah, hi Regina, welcome. Can I join? Okay, yes, you can. Let me send you the link.
Who's joining?
The goat.
YouTube?
Yeah, from YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, I thought that the other side was fixed.
Okay. Ooh, I'm inside.
Other side was fixed.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. Oh, no one joined even on Free for Talk. The room was open. Okay. The universe had a beginning, therefore it must have a cause, and that cause cannot be part of the universe itself. Hmm. How many causes the universe has, Muhammad? And by the way, it's better if you talk if you can.
Come up, guys. Come up.
Come on.
This is the site to say that.
Yeah. You remember. Wow. It's already a couple of years ago that happened, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Come up, guy girl. Okay. Do you remember her name?
Who's the Mentos?
Oh, she was the come up guy?
Oh no, the come up guys. That was the Shadi.
Okay, you remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. Nika Muhammad didn't want to participate. First of all, we had that one. By the way, like Julie, you were not here. You remember the guy James? What was the last name? Like
Father James, the JP guy.
Yeah, JP. Yeah, like we had a good one today. And
I wasn't there. Yeah.
yeah, you should check it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that.
What was it about?
It was about the same topic about the cause of the universe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we kind of had an agreement.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
That was interesting. We were about to lose it, and I got really,
Frustrated.
frustrated, but later it turned out to be different.
That's definitely worth checking. I want to see what you agreed to.
You can be surprised.
Then I'm definitely going to check.
Yeah, I said Ashhadu an la.
And let's see if I find the Misco part because I didn't find it before.
Okay.
Welcome back, Adre.
Hello again.
You said welcome back?
You don't remember him?
No.
Oh, come on, that was today.
Today?
Yes.
Come on, today is even a big term for me. Like, how many hours ago?
He was the first person to join, and he was angry because
He was angry?
he tried to prove your inconsistencies in your disbelief, and therefore his God was real.
Ah, okay. Yeah, and after him, I said a lot of things.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I hope this time around you will not ask me to entertain you every time you feel bored.
What? Your audio is
I'm
not
sorry.
good this time.
Because earlier you were saying that you are feeling bored,
Okay.
as if my presence at this table is to entertain you.
Okay. I don't care about your purpose, Adri. Like, if they're not aligning, there won't be conversation. That's simple for me. I don't care. Like, you see, I even forgot you. I don't think about that much. But the purpose is here to have a discussion about God's existence. And we initially start by asking whether people believe a God exists. If yes, which God? And then why? And I want to proceed like that. And you didn't like it.
Because we cannot have it your way, just because.
Really?
The scope of the possibilities for a conversation that takes place, among human beings is so infinitely big, and you trying to narrow it down.
Yeah,
Just
because I have a YouTube channel, I have this, let's say, show, and that has a concept. I don't want to change it according to your will.
So
Hmm.
now I have to contend with the philosophy of your YouTube channel. It's not about proving God's existence.
It's about
About
proving
also
God.
furthering.
Please don't don't lie about that, okay?
Okay. Tell just communicate what I have to say and how I have to say it.
I'm sorry. Like again, it's not your rules.
Maybe a fresh start would help.
Well, he doesn't
Because
like that. Like, Julie, like he came, and he wants the same thing that he wanted before, and he wants me to change. I'm not gonna change.
No, I don't want you to change.
Okay, then why you do not like just answer and start? And that's that. Like, by the way, this is not a very, you know, different way to approach these topics. Like it's very clear question. Why do you believe in a
Is
God?
this your
And you can
comfort zone?
explain why you believe in.
Is this your comfort zone and you
You
are a
can say
little
that.
bit
Yeah, you can say that.
mhm.
Yeah.
So don't you think that giving yourself the chance to tackle, this issue from a different angle, an angle brought
I did.
about
I
from a
did.
different
I
person?
did. But people turn out to be so dishonest. They had really different agenda. I realized that, and I don't want to waste my time anymore. I wasted my time
Okay.
before. Okay.
You are rushing things a little bit here. You are jumping to conclusions about me.
Not you. I said people. Okay. I don't mean that you are the same person, but that was my experience in general. That's why I want to save my time. I don't have the luxury of spending my time to you to understand if you're one of those guys or not. I don't want to do that. Okay.
So, what do you think you can give the luxury of your time?
Basically, you're still wasting my time. Anyway, like, that guy, what was the goat on YouTube? We sent the link, but he didn't join. Probably.
he said, yeah, he said that the app wasn't allowing him to enter. I
Oh.
told him to try on browser.
Oh.
And
Oh.
I just
You
wanted to say
see?
one thing to add, right?
Oh.
I was just an observer. I wasn't participating in the conversation, but to me, it seemed very clear that what you were trying to do was poke holes in Phil's reasoning, and that would make your argument stronger. And I think that that's what Phil is rejecting, because that's not the way to come to show your conclusions. You don't attack the opponent, you defend your position, and you were doing the opposite. So that's what he finds annoying, because he's been through that a lot of times, and it is a waste of time in the end, because even if he's wrong about everything even if he's wrong about all the conclusions that he has reached and the means that he has used to reach those conclusions, that doesn't automatically mean that God exists or that the deity that you defend exists. So you should try to defend your position instead of attacking his.
That's what we
You
said
know,
after you left, Adri.
oh, okay. I was just, you know, uh, flowing with the vibe of the conversation happening spontaneously on the spur of the moment when I walked in. Uh, I didn't come in with an agenda. So I asked and he responded, and his response was a jumping up point for me. So I wasn't beat around the bush as he was trying to make himself believe or whatever. Yeah, this is a human conversation. We don't have to frame it.
Yeah, and we don't have to complain that much. Like, what's your purpose, Adri, right now? Just you came here to complain?
No, no, I didn't come
Okay.
here to complain.
Then why you don't start?
I'm here to have a conversation. Well, I believe in God, and my God is the God of Islam.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
So why do you believe that there is such a God?
Because first of all, I've read my holy book, and I was convinced that the God mentioned in the Quran is the true God.
Okay. My question is just because a God mentioned in a book, why it makes that God exist? Because we mention a lot of things in books. There are millions of books that we wrote, and there are many things that we mention, but they don't even exist. So what makes
Because
God real?
Well, first of all, when I look around and contemplate the nature of the physical world and how it functions, uh, there is only one conclusion I can draw, which is there must be a cause out there that ignited all of this at a certain point.
Okay. But then this is leading you to an infinite regress that probably you're going to complain about it, because believers, especially Muslims, they don't think infinite regress is possible. They don't believe in it. When you say, oh, universe functions, therefore there is a cause, when I look at the cause, which is Allah, according to your belief, Allah also functions. He thinks, he creates, he talks, he sends books or angels. Like your God is also functioning. Then I might suggest that, okay, like I see a functioning being, therefore there must be a creator of it.
And that would bring you to the
I
infinite
told you.
regress problem.
I just told you. I just told you. Like,
For us
then
Muslims,
why? What? Then why?
for us Muslims, we break the chain of infinite regress.
You don't. You
Like,
create the problem. You are the
no, we
creators
don't.
of the problem, Adri.
No, we are not the creators of a
You are.
problem.
Let me tell you how you're doing that. So when you look at the universe, it's functioning. You assume that there must be an explanation and that the cause must be external. Then you go to your God to explain it, but it's the same thing. It's also functioning, but you're saying, wait a second, we shouldn't explain
What
this.
function?
We shouldn't
What
explain.
function?
I just explained your God is creating things, creating universe, maybe even other universes, or creating hell, heaven, sending books, religions to this planet. If there are other planets where there are living beings, maybe he's even sending religions to those planets according to your understanding. So like to me, this is functioning. There is a work out there done by God, by your God. So there is a function there. And again, function equals a creator according to your reasoning, because you look at the universe, you don't think that it's just the property of this universe without any other external cause. You think that there must be an external cause, which is God. When it comes to your God, you just sacrifice the rule that you created, which is function requires an external cause. You say, oh, no, 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 no. Let's don't do that because it's going to cause an infinite regress problem. Okay, then Adri, why you didn't stop at universe by saying, okay, I see the function, but let's don't say there is a cause for it because it's going to cause an infinite regress problem. You didn't do that.
Uh,
You created the
it was
problem.
you. It was you who gave the attribute of function to God. It wasn't me.
You think your God is
It
not
was.
functioning?
I wouldn't use such a language to talk about my God.
Hmm. Why?
It was you who invented because I have
I
been
didn't
given.
invent. You used the word
Yeah,
function.
no, I use it to talk about the universe, not about my God.
Doesn't matter. Like can use the same word for other things that functions.
No, no. Because for me, as a Muslim, I have been given the framework
Okay, then as an
to
atheist, I'm
which,
telling you that you cannot use the word function for the universe.
but then it would be just a whim.
So what? We're equal. You don't let me to use
If,
the
if
word
we bring
for
a
your
whim,
God, and I don't let you to use the word for the universe.
no, because we share the same physical space,
So
and we
what?
see the same things. We
Yeah.
see things functioning
Okay, what does
according
it
to
mean
law.
function then?
It means a process that follows a certain set of rules.
A process. Okay. Okay, good. I see the process in your God also. Your God is processing.
That's you. That's you.
What do you mean
This
that's
is
you?
analogy. This
So
is the analogy. This analogy is only invented has only makes sense inside of your brain
okay.
because you want it to be as such because it serves your purpose.
It's not about
Somehow.
what I want it to be. It's about what you describe to me. You describe me a being who is doing things, and I call it function
Uh,
because
it
that's
was
what
you
function
who
is.
It was you who ascribed my God this attribute.
Which attribute? So your God is not creating things?
Function. He
Edric,
is
come on.
he is creating things, but
Okay.
why would you go and call him he is functioning?
Because he's doing a job here and is following a process.
So in order to say something is functioning, you have to have empirical evidence.
Empirical evidence, but you have to have empirical evidence to suggest that something exists also. But
I
you,
have
you,
empirical evidence. I
you
have
don't.
empirical evidence that the universe functions.
But that doesn't mean a God exists. It only means universe is functioning. That's all.
But let's just keep it at the universe.
Yeah, let's keep it in the universe. Let's say universe is functioning. That's all. It doesn't
Then
mean that there's an
if
external
you want
cause for it.
if if you want, I can give you the attributes of my God, and let's not invent attributes because I'm talking about my God.
Yeah, your God has
And within just
attributes,
1 second,
and I believe those
within
attributes has been given by another creator.
and within 1 second, you've been framing. You already framed my God according to your desires.
No, no, no. It's not my desires. I know it from Islam. I was a Muslim before.
No, no, God is not functioning according to Islam.
Uh, God is functioning according to logic.
No, there is. We have 99 names for Allah.
Yeah,
None of
and
these names describe something close to functioning.
okay, okay. Give me one attributes of your God. Okay, so your God, like if your God didn't create anything, could we call him creator?
Yes, we can still call him creator
If he didn't create
because
anything,
the attributes of God are not contingent upon the realization, the actualization of his actions.
okay, even if he doesn't create anything, still you want to call it creator.
Because for us human beings,
Okay, can anyone
we need
stop
action.
him to be a creator? Can anything stop that property?
No,
Okay.
nothing can stop God from being anything.
To me, it sounds like a very good function, like a very well set function. Okay, what about
No,
other properties?
this is argument with analogy, which
So
can
what?
function, but then we're talking about something that's beyond and out of the realm of experimentation and
We don't need to
empirical.
experiment that. If you're
You
describing
cannot
something,
experiment. You
Adri,
cannot experiment.
Adri, yeah,
Yeah,
we don't need to because you bring a concept without any empirical evidence to us in this table.
you can never have empirical evidence the way you understand it about God existing.
No problem. I can understand what God is through your speech, and I understand it. I understand that it sounds like something functioning. I learn it from your
Is it
description.
you? Is it you extrapolating subjective impressions
No, it's your book
from
tells
my
us what your
from
God
my?
is.
No, that's not. Don't say things you do not know.
Oh, really, Adri?
Yes.
Then
Yeah. Go
how do
ahead
you
and
know what
read.
God is then,
Rick,
Adri?
go ahead.
How do
Go
you
ahead.
know what God
Go
is?
ahead.
How do you know what God is?
Well, you are making a claim. You're saying that my book says that my God functions. Can you
Yeah.
go ahead and retrieve a passage, just one short statement from my book, which was your book in the past,
Okay.
where it says clearly and with no ambiguous terms that my God is functioning.
Yeah, like creator is like creation, creating is a function. You don't need to find the exact word. Like when you read the book, you understand that your God is doing a lot of things, did a lot of things. And to me, all of them are functions.
Hmm.
And you're saying that no, my God is not doing all those things?
To you.
To me? So you
Yeah,
don't
you
think
said
God
to me.
created the universe?
No, you. I'm gonna quote you. You said, to me, the way my book describes my God
Mm,
seems to you as function.
yep.
To you.
Sure, yeah, to me. And it should be to you also because
Are we
that's what function
It
is.
should be to me. It should be to me as well.
Yeah, it should be.
Convince me. Convince me.
Yeah, like based on your understanding of function, you see like a work in the
Based on
universe.
my understanding, when did I say uh, I understand God functioning
No,
in?
you explained me how the universe functions. Okay, and I see a huge similarity between the universe functions and between how God is working, and it's very similar. And
Are we having semantic problems here?
uh,
Do we need to agree on a definition?
okay, like where do we find the definition of function?
I said it earlier.
You said it earlier, so that means that's the definition of the word function
For me,
for you. Let me Google it then.
so then we are gonna have Google's opinion.
Better than Adri's opinion, I believe.
Well, it's you saying.
We should stick to your own definition, Adri.
No, I just said it as a response to your question.
Yeah. The first like dictionary meaning of the function is an activity that is natural to or the purpose of a person or a thing. And your God has activities.
Then we have to define what activity is.
Oh, fuck it, man.
What activity is.
Bye bye.
Uh,
If someone else wants to talk to you,
why
I'm
bye bye?
okay. Why, bye? Because
Why?
you became so dishonest. Like now you want me to
No,
explain what is activity.
because whatever you're gonna define,
Uh huh.
that's gonna be locked to the realm of human subjectivity, human experience.
So what? So
So
what?
you cannot apply it. You cannot apply it on God because
Oh,
you do not
really?
know what God is.
Uh,
Yes.
you cannot apply any of your imagination to reality also. So if God is only your
I have a question.
imagination, okay, so you can say, oh, you cannot do this with my imagination. Oh, you cannot do this also with my imagination. Sure, you can play that game till morning.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Can you apply the laws of physics that we know are, you know, presiding over the physical world within the visible universe beyond the, you know, beyond the visible universe? Can you apply
We don't know,
the law?
Adri. We don't know if this
And why
universe.
you are applying? Why apply?
Oh,
You are
why?
applying what
Why? Why?
you understand of
Why?
function of
I will answer.
correct?
I will fucking answer your question. Shut up. Why? Because we don't know what is beyond the universe. That's why we cannot apply. Either we can apply or we cannot. We don't know. But we know your God. Your God is mentioned in your book. We know the properties of your God. We know what your God is doing or did. That's why we can apply. Okay?
Well, in the example of the the unvisible universe, you can still have a chance that
So what?
the laws of physics we experience are going to extend beyond even 1 inch, 2 inch, beyond the limits of the visible universe. But in the case of God, you cannot do that
We
because God
cannot
is
do what?
neither. You cannot apply your understanding of the physical world.
Yeah, because we don't know what is there. That's the reason. But we know what is God partially, not absolutely. Okay. No, any believer says that they can understand God absolutely. There's no such a claim in religions. But we know a lot of things about your God through your book, through your religion. So you cannot say, oh, you cannot do this to my God. We can. We know your God. Okay.
And all you've been saying about my God just proves, that you have not read the Quran, or you have read it but failed to understand it properly.
You claim that I
Because
don't
nowhere,
understand Quran properly.
because nowhere in the holy book of Muslims
Mm-hmm.
and I am one, there is a mention
Of what?
that means or that can be interpreted as God being a function or having
Really?
functions.
Okay, man.
Function,
I,
yes.
I just read the literal meaning of function. It says an activity that is natural to or the purpose of a person or thing, and all those things your God has. Your God has activity. Your God has purpose. Your God has all those things, and how we know it's from your religion, and you're denying that.
So activity, when put in the context of this physical world, needs energy.
Your God doesn't have energy, power, whatever.
Have you empirically experimented, conducted experiments on God to
No.
see whether he requires energy to
Eh,
accomplish
Your
his
God
act?
has energy. That's what your God tells us.
No, no.
No.
In the Quran, there is no mention that God has energy.
No. Oh my
What's the
God.
word? What's the Arabic word for energy?
Qadr.
No,
No. Okay.
no.
What does it mean then? Do you know
Do you
Arabic?
speak Arabic?
Do you know
Yes, I
Arabic?
do.
Then tell me, what does it mean?
Yes.
Qadr.
Uh, no. It can mean different things.
Then tell me
None of
what it means.
Okay. Uh, it means measurement.
Measurement.
Yes.
What else?
It means destiny.
Destiny. Okay.
Yes. It means wisdom.
Wisdom.
It means judgment.
Okay.
hmm And as you can see, none of these words that I've given in
Okay.
English.
So your God is powerless.
Oh man.
Yeah, your God is powerless.
Okay. You need to break free from your human carcass.
Man, like
For you as a human being, not having energy means being listless and exhausted and tired.
uh, no, it doesn't mean that also.
Because you said like if your God doesn't have power, doesn't have energy, it means he's powerless. Powerless.
But do you think that your God is powerless?
Of course, I don't think that my
Yeah,
God is
so
powerless.
that's what we mean then. Like your God has power. That's why he can act. That's how he can create things, right?
And for you, because I'm saying God has power, then
And
this
that's a
leads you to
function.
the logical conclusion that he is energy and thus he has function.
Okay, that's an activity, man. Like your God is not like static. Like it's doing things. Like we don't know how exactly, according to your religion, because it's awake. It's not explaining. It's even claiming that you cannot comprehend. But we can comprehend that there's an activity going on there. Your God reasons. Your God thinks. Your God watches, listens, punishes, creates. And all these things are activities, and we know that your God has a purpose. One of them is testing people, right? And all these fit in the definition of function, all of them. And you're saying no.
Uh, it's only you who is, reinventing the wheel as to the nature of
Don't
God.
lie, Adri. Like this is the definition of function.
No, I'm not lying. I
You
told you,
are.
get me a verse from the Quran, please, where it
Uh,
says that God is functioning.
Again, like you're being
In
very
Quran, we have
pedantic
99
here.
names.
It
In
doesn't need to
Quran,
say function, okay? Literally, to understand that it's functioning. If you know what does it mean function, then you can easily understand that your God is functioning according to what the book says about his properties. Your God is a creator, your God speaks, your God listens, your God watches, your God creates universes, humans, apple trees, snakes, your God creates even Satan, and these are activities.
according to who?
If it's not an activity, then it's what? Tell me.
According to who?
If this is not an action, what's that?
It's God,
It's God.
according to the Quran,
Okay.
where it doesn't say nowhere that God is functioning.
It doesn't say many things, but you can easily understand what it means, what the book means. Okay?
We're talking about a holy book.
You
We're
talk about
talking
your
about
book, which is wake
yeah, we're
in many
talking about the book.
cases.
No, please. Uh, Earlier you were saying I am being, you're being bored because of me,
Yeah.
and now that I'm really genuinely, engaging in the conversation with you, uh,
Yeah.
now
But
you're
you are you
dishonest. I'm
are
being
being so
dishonest.
dismissive
So
and
every time somebody's gonna is not gonna dance to your music,
if
you're
creating
gonna
something
repeat.
is not an activity, then what? You're saying then it's God. That's a very useless answer.
Because if you read the book, you would know that in Islam we have 99 names for Allah,
Okay,
God,
good.
and none of them.
So what?
So so there you go. There you have it.
There you have it.
Hmm.
If creating something is not an activity, then it's what?
Uh, are you talking as a human being or
In
what?
general, man. Do you know how
No,
God creates?
I don't.
Then why the hell you're assuming it's not similar?
Because in
Because
my
what?
understanding, and the way I've been taught and introduced God to his attributes presented through Quran, I know what God is and who God is.
Okay. Then if you have enough intelligence, you can understand from those properties that this God is acting, doing things.
Hmm.
And
No.
you're saying no, he's not.
Well, listen. I've been saying all this time that I am bound by the rigor of the message in and the tradition in my theology, the theology I subscribe to.
And
And it just happens that in the Quran, God says, and every Muslim has a firm belief in this, which is the following: God is not like anything else.
that's what
So
you
we
think.
cannot
Okay,
compare.
Adri. Okay, forget about that. It doesn't have to be true what Quran says. Maybe Quran is just made up story by Muhammad and his friends. We don't know that, okay? But you believe that there is a cause behind the universe.
Yes.
Okay. And that cause doesn't have to be your God. It can be something else.
No, it cannot.
How?
It has to be intelligent,
How do you know that?
because there's intelligent design.
Or you don't know that it's an intelligent design. Do you think? Okay. Let's suppose the cause is intelligent. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the only thing that, but intelligence is you know, a property that arises from material physics in this universe. And then that means the cause has similar properties. I mean, at least you have to assume that the cause must be made of matter. Then there is an intelligence inside that matter. Then he creates this universe. But you don't think like that. When it comes to your God, you say, oh, wait, we cannot comprehend. It's very different. You cannot reason like the way that you reason with the universe. But now you bring properties that we learn from this universe.
Hmm.
Okay, intelligence that we observe only comes from matter in this universe. If that's the case, that there's an intelligent cause of this universe, then I have to suggest that that intelligence also must come from matter. Are you okay with that?
Well, in my religion, God is not
I'm
described as
sorry, like
intelligent.
your religion doesn't mean it's true.
Well, listen. I have to bring up my religion every now
You
and
have to
then.
prove it that this
Yes.
religion is true. How can you do that?
Well, in my religion, nowhere in my holy book there's the mention of the word intelligence, because intelligence is cultural.
I'm sorry, but again, like,
Uh,
why we should?
yeah.
You said that the cause must be intelligent, right?
No, I said because there's intelligent design.
There's intelligent
So
design. First of all, you
yeah,
don't know that this is a design or not. You assume that this universe has been designed. What's your evidence for
we can
that?
know that we can know that this is design.
You cannot know. At least you have to show me how you know it.
Structure
Structure?
and function. Yes, structure and function.
Okay. Do you know what is the cause of this universe?
Yeah, I told you
You
earlier.
don't know. You believe that it's your book. I mean, what your book says is true. That's your belief. You didn't prove that. Okay. That's a side
I'm trying.
topic, Adri. Okay.
Yeah, we're just talking. Maybe when it's time. Yeah, we're trying to prove.
But like, which one? Like, let's go with the cause of the universe, or let's go with your God. But you have to prove your God is real. Or how can you prove that your God is the cause of the universe?
Mm, I cannot prove to you
Oh,
that my God is real, because in Islam, believing in something has to come from the person himself.
okay. Then
It's
you
not.
kill the conversation, Adri. You're just saying,
No,
hey,
no, no, no,
just believe,
no, no.
bro.
Well, I can only, you know, talk about my God the way I know.
You don't know. You believe.
I know also.
You know what is written in the book, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't mean there's such a thing. Because there are other books, they write other things. That doesn't
Well, what do
mean
you
just
mean
because
I
it's
don't know? What do you mean I don't know?
when I say you don't know whether there is such a thing really out there or not. You just know that it's written in a book. That's the only thing that you know. But you don't know
No.
further than that. You just believe that there is such a thing.
The whole universe, the whole structure of the universe, just is a proof in favor uh,
It's not.
of my belief. Yes,
It's not.
it is.
Then show me how.
Well, I told you, intelligent design.
You're just believing that this is an intelligent design, and that refers that
No,
the
I
designer
can
is
prove it.
intelligent also. Adri,
So in biology, a system is
Adri,
defined. In biology, a system is defined by its structure and its function.
and but in
And
biology
this
they
is
don't claim that the organisms have been designed intentionally. They don't claim that.
because design implies religion, and
Design
for a
implies
science,
religion.
yeah, design implies
Why
religion.
not engineering? Why religions?
No, even the synonyms that imply agency
Okay.
are not allowed in the jargon of the scientists.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to use words, whether consciously or subconsciously. You will refrain from using such words that would imply intelligent agency.
Okay. So you're the one who decides which words we can use for what things.
No, no, it's not
Okay.
me. No, it's not me. No, it's not me.
Anyway, Adri, when I look at your gut, I also have the feeling that your gut has been designed.
Okay.
Yeah, because I see a
You.
structure in your God. I see properties, specific properties, which cannot even be changed. To me, it seems a very solid structure, and I believe that has been created by some other gods or creators, whatever you call.
You're free to believe whatever you want,
You're also
as
free
long
to
as you
believe
don't
in
have
whatever
to.
you want, but
As
if you're
long
not
as you
going to
don't have.
present evidence for your beliefs, then I'm not interested in. Okay,
I've been doing. All I've been
you're
doing right
not.
now is
You
evidence.
couldn't. We just have to believe. That's what you said earlier.
No. No, I mentioned 2 seconds ago. I literally mentioned intelligent design.
But this is your belief. That's not your evidence. You cannot prove that the universe has been intelligently
So
designed.
then,
You believe in
what can
that.
we prove? Okay, okay, because you're talking about what we can prove and what we cannot prove. Can you tell me what we can prove exactly according to you?
What?
Oh, give me an example
Well, if
where.
something
Uh,
exists, we can prove it, or if it's
okay, tell
close
me.
to us.
Give me an example. Give me an example. No one would disagree on the fact that we cannot prove 100%. Give me
What?
just
What?
one
What?
example.
What? What? What?
Give me one example that you can prove.
I can prove.
Yes. Give me one example that you can prove.
Okay.
Everyone else can prove. Like everyone else can prove.
Okay. The water boils when you give enough heat, and
How
everyone
would
can prove.
how would you prove it?
Just like show them, demonstrate them, like while giving heat, then the water is vaporizing. Then that would be the proof.
Do you mean like we can all, collectively at the same time conduct the experiment?
You can conduct it like this experiment. Yeah, like go and heat water.
Now, right now, if I'm not heating water, it's still up in the air. There's still one margin where the water would not boil at 100 degrees Celsius.
Go on and heat. Give enough heat, it will
I have
boil.
to go. I have to go right now and
Yeah,
do it.
it's doable,
And
Adri.
yeah, yeah.
But your
This is
God
not.
is not like that, Adri. We
This is not
cannot do
true.
the
This is
same experiment with your God. Even there's no possibility for it. Like even if you're so lazy, like you don't want to go and heat the water. Even if you're not
no.
lazy, like there's no chance to test your God.
Well, earlier when I asked you about giving me one thing that we can collectively prove
Yeah,
beyond the shadow of doubt.
yeah. Like, do you have doubt that water doesn't boil?
Yeah, of course.
Really? Then go and try.
Yes. No.
No.
Uh,
Why are you being so
because
lazy, and Adri?
because then the proof would only be uh be locked to the to the split of second where I've been able to observe empirically that it really boiled when it
Uh,
reached 100 degrees
I,
Celsius.
I give you guarantee that you'll get the conclusion that I claimed. So, what's your evidence for God that we can do this similar experiments?
Mm, we cannot conduct experiments on God
And why the fuck you're asking, evidence for other things? What was the
because
purpose?
you were the one who was accusing me that I don't have a proof.
But yeah, that's the case, and I need evidence for your claims. Sure, I'm gonna accuse you if you don't give me the evidence because you keep claiming that
How
a
can you
God
how
exists.
can you claim how can you pose a claim when you cannot prove anything?
Or who said I cannot prove anything?
Go ahead, prove to me something.
Do you want me to
He
prove
just
you
did.
that water boils?
Pick something else
Well, I
because I
just
have to go
picked. Yeah, I can boil a water.
right now, like at this very moment.
Yeah, I can do that.
You see,
Yeah, I need some
uh,
teal, so let me do that. Julie,
you
you're
need
gonna
you
speak
need
or?
to go and actualize. You need to go and actualize your belief
Yeah,
for the
I can
water
do that. I
for
did it many
the
times,
whole.
Adri.
Yeah, but there is no limit to the times you have to do it
What do you
for
mean?
you know uh, for water
Three,
to be
five.
in your. Sorry.
He can conduct the experiment several times, and if he gets the same result, that's enough, right? Like if he does it 5 out of 5 times, that's good enough.
Enough for who?
Yeah, well, that would depend on the person. True. Maybe you can make it 100 times, but it's still the same. The same result will happen. Welcome, Zishan.
I don't understand why the
say
hell you have suspicion that water may not boil if
not
you give
having
enough
suspicion.
heat.
Yeah, I'm not having suspicion. I'm giving you, a hint on the nature of the epistemic nature of the things we believe in.
Yeah. We
Epistemology.
observe consistency
Epistemology delves into the nature of the truth and knowledge,
and
and it is just a one, you know, consensual fact that knowledge is can never give you the guarantee of it being as such all the time.
so what? So what? Adri.
So we are on equal standing as
Oh really?
to not being able to
Adri, Adri,
prove.
that's so funny. I'm not able to laugh because I'm tired. So don't get offended because I'm not laughing. But still it's funny. If you
Well, yes.
compare those two
At
things,
least I succeeded at at least
there's a
succeeded
hey
making you
man,
laugh.
listen all your word salad. Okay, here's the big difference. We can conduct experiments on many things and we get consistent results. Okay, some of them like they're very precise even. Okay, but we cannot do any of those things with your God. That's why there's a
And
huge
who told
difference
you?
that you
Who told you? And who told
no
you you
one
can
told
do
me
it
I
with?
do that. I do that. No one needs to
And
tell me it,
if
okay?
you if you can run experiment on God, would he still be uh, could he still be called God?
Why not?
You conducted an experiment.
Is there any definition that God is the one who cannot be experimented? I don't see any definition like that.
That's the framework I've been talking about.
Oh, really? Where exactly in which verse it says that you cannot conduct experiment on your God? Like which verse? Tell me.
A
Tell me.
samad. A samad.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means that he is not like anything.
That's false then, because God says God is wise, God is merciful, God is blah blah. These are human properties. So then there's a
No, they're
contradiction in the
not.
Quran. Congratulations,
They're not.
you found
They are
contradictions
not
in the
human
Quran.
properties.
They are.
The difference between God properties and human properties are God given. God's
God given.
properties, yeah, they are
Okay,
God
okay,
given.
that doesn't matter. God has the same properties, and now you're saying
No,
that
we don't, it's not God having the same properties.
that's what Quran says. God is merciful. Is that what Quran says?
Yes.
Humans are also merciful, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so you said that God cannot be anything like that exists. Like he's not similar, but now you're saying it's similar. That's a contradiction, Adri.
We use language, and ChatGPT uses language.
So what? So
Does
God is lying
ChatGPT?
when
No,
he says he's merciful.
this ChatGPT uses language the way we use it.
And God was using the language the way that we use it, so that we can understand what God says.
He is the
Right?
creator
So if
of
God
the
says
language.
that I am merciful, I am wise, so that means that's the case, right? Like why we should think in another way. But you're saying that God cannot be similar to us, or God cannot be similar to the things that He created. By the way, there's no such a rule also. But at the same time, if we see the similarities, then that means that there's only contradiction, because that's the case. God
You're
even
the only one
can get
talking.
angry.
You're the only one. You're the only one talking about similarities. The
Sure,
similarities you need to compare.
I didn't create those similarities. That's what your God says.
I didn't, refer to it as a similarity. It was you.
Okay, don't you think that those are similarities, Adri?
No.
Oh, really? God says He's merciful, and when we say like, like, He's a merciful person, or we have mercy, or show me mercy, like that doesn't mean we have the same properties.
I can mess around with your frontal lobe. right?
So what?
And all your traits would be gone, would vanish into thin air.
So what?
Yeah.
But if you don't mess, like if you just look at other people, all the people around you, you'll see the properties that your God has. Why you're not
Your
doing that?
properties,
Instead of
your
looking at
properties,
the
your
reality,
properties,
Adri, you wanna break things. I don't understand your purpose.
your properties are fluctuating. Your
Yep.
properties are dependent on one organ of your body.
Okay,
Your
the
properties, your
organ that
properties,
you think
your
that was
properties,
created by your
your
God.
properties, your properties are dependent on context.
So
They
what?
are stimulated by context. They are
So what,
triggered by.
Adri? Those properties still exist, right? I have that
Uh,
property. I have the
I'm
property of
trying to compare.
love or compassion or
Yeah.
other things, okay? Or intelligence. And all of those things your God has also. These are huge
Uh,
similarities that you want to
the
ignore.
properties, the properties of human beings are functional within the system.
So what? And that's why like I told you that your God also functioning because your God has same
No,
properties.
no, no.
No. You
We
cannot
can, we are not created.
we are not
We are not
created.
creators. We are not creators.
We are creators.
No, we don't create.
You think God created dildos
Hmm.
or your phone?
He create,
Let's
he
make it
created human.
less.
He created human beings.
Oh,
The
I'm
ones
not talking about.
responsible.
I'm asking a question, Henry. Come on, be honest a little bit, okay? Do you think
Yes.
God created phones?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good. I'm done. I'm done again.
Hmm.
This is the third time I'm done with you. Uh, I wish you try to listen yourself, Edri. This will be on
Yeah.
YouTube. You know that.
No, listen, listen. Uh, you were trying to steer this conversation, along the trajectory you picked up for it from the get-go. So whenever there's something that contradicts or goes against the plans, you
You
try
just
to
did
evade.
it, Adri.
You slam
You are the one who did all those things that you mentioned. You're being
no.
very dishonest right now.
I'm being no dishonest. Whenever you ask a question, I reply. You said, "Do you
No,
think that God
you
created
said,
phones?"
oh, that you don't find the word in the Quran. Like when I show you contradictions, you just ran away without even explaining.
No,
Like
no.
you just,
You haven't shown one contradiction.
I just did it. Like your God says that God cannot be anything like
Hmm.
humans or the things that He created, but at the same time, God's properties are nearly same as humans. That's a
Hmm.
contradiction.
So when ChatGPT uses empathy,
ChatGPT
when
doesn't use
ChatGPT,
empathy.
yeah, it uses empathy.
We are not like ChatGPT, right?
Okay, have you heard of the word sycophantic or sycophancy?
Oh my fucking god, Adri, I will give you one
Well,
example.
listen.
Adri,
No, no,
Adri.
no. I'm gonna finish my point. Please let me finish my point. When you ask ChatGPT a question,
Mhm.
99% point nine 99.99% of the reply would begin with these words or something along these lines. Oh,
And
that's a wonderful insight. I congratulate you for this insightful or very thought-provoking question. Let's break it down. ChatGPT uses empathy mechanically or through the algorithm to simulate human behavior, right?
so what?
So can we compare human empathy and ChatGPT empathy version of empathy?
Okay, Adri, like you see, like you're being very dismissive by just cherry picking some examples like this. Let me give you another example then. Imagine a robot that we created.
Yes.
with legs, with arms, with a
Hmm.
head, the cameras like eyes and a mouth, yeah, where there's a speaker. Just look at the robot when it's walking. When I say this robot can walk and humans can also walk, do you think that this is two different things that, you know, as properties that we have and we share commonly? Do you think that those are so different?
On the surface, yes, they seem the same.
Okay. What do you mean on the surface?
Yeah. You can walk to for pleasure, recreationally.
What?
You can walk to contemplate.
I don't understand.
You can walk. No,
You're
listen. I
bullshit
said
right
on the
now.
surface. On the surface, it is walking.
Yeah, it is
But
walking
we walk for different reasons.
for different reasons.
Yes.
Like we for example, we walk to reach from point A to B, and a robot can do that also.
You walk because you're going you go into a place where a hot girl is waiting you
The,
to
the
fuck her.
like the reason doesn't matter. Still, they both walk. A human walk, the robot walk.
No,
Who gives a
no, no,
fuck
no, no,
about
no,
the
no.
purpose?
Oh,
No,
now you don't
no,
give a fuck about the
no.
purpose because
Yeah, I don't
earlier when you were
because
talking about God,
it's
when you were talking about God's function, you went
yeah,
to Google and asked him
yeah.
what function is, and the
Okay.
moment
Do
you
you
saw
do
the
you want
word
to
purpose,
Google Adri
you were oh come on,
Adri? I'm gonna
oh come
mute
on, you're
you.
not serious
I'm
then.
gonna mute you. Do you want to go and check what does it mean walking? Because the property is walking, not the purpose. My example was about walking, and you say, "Oh, but the purpose is different there." I don't care. Why we should care about
We
the
are
purpose of
okay. Listen,
walking?
we are purposeful creatures. We are. This is one
Okay,
attribute of human beings. We are purposeful.
that's another property, Adri. I don't want to talk about purpose. I want to talk about walking property. We can walk, and by the way, an animal can
Okay.
also walk, right?
If you are going, if you,
Be patient. An animal can also walk, right?
Mhm.
So do you
Yes.
think that my purpose and an animal's purpose is always the same?
We can
No. The answer is no.
we okay
It's
we
a
can
yes or no
okay
question. It's a yes or no
okay
question, and Adri.
on the surface we can compare, but you should agree that we cannot keep it at surface level,
Okay,
for
like
God's sake.
don't keep it on the surface level. Just think, okay, and then reply to me. Even in the
Because
deepest level,
if you
and
are
even
engaged
in the
if you are
deepest
engaged in a place.
level, Adri, like tell me the answer. When we both walk, do you think the reason is the same?
No,
No, you see? So
honestly.
then that means, like, whatever the purpose or reason is, walking is walking, okay?
Oh God. You cannot isolate. The
I
reason
did.
science
I can.
is struggling. Okay, the reason science is struggling to understand systems. And by the
They're
way,
bullshitting right
there's
now.
yeah,
They're bullshitting right now.
reductionism, man. You cannot always, rely on a reductionist, minimalistic worldview because it's gonna cramp your style.
Adri,
It's
it's
gonna limit.
simple. You don't have to bullshit
I
about it.
told
It's
you.
simple. Walking is
Okay,
walking.
no, it's not.
It's not.
No.
They're like, guys, you see like how much he sacrificed from,
Because
thinking.
when you are about, I'm going to use your example.
Um,
As a human being, when you are about to put together a robot, you would not think, I'm going to make this robot walk. First of all, you need to think why you want to make the robot to walk.
so what? So what?
To accomplish tasks. To accomplish tasks.
So what? Still, it means
There
it's
you go,
walking.
purpose. There you go, its purpose. You cannot separate an action and its purpose.
Okay, but there's not only one purpose to give a function to a machine. There are a lot of different functions of it or reasons or purposes. You don't walk for only one purpose, Adri, right?
There you go.
There you go.
There
So,
you go.
so that means walking is walking. Doesn't matter what is the purpose is, right? There you go.
Walking
There you go.
as walking as an action, as
Walking
as a
is
raw
an
action.
action, and walking is an action. Okay, doesn't matter what is the
But
purposes.
you cannot keep the comparison to that level.
Why not? Why not? Like I needed this example, and you just diverted it a lot. On nearly 20 minutes, we're talking about this shitty thing. So it's just one property, okay? And it is similar, right? Between
No.
the creator of the robot can walk, and he has different purposes, and he can
So then,
adjust the robot.
so
Don't
then,
interrupt me, Adri. I can adjust the robot in like to walk through the same purposes. I can do that. Or
so
I can give different purposes to the robot, but still it means it walks and I walk. Okay. So that means a
then,
creator and the creation can share same properties.
mhm. So then, if the robot can walk and you're very happy that it walks, why don't you go the extra mile and use the moniker of human being to refer to it? Why
What?
don't you go the extra mile and instead of saying robot, say human being?
Did anyone understand him? Anyone? Please translate.
Why don't you why don't you want uh, why don't you go and call this robot a human being just because it walks?
Why don't I call what?
This robot a human being.
Because it's not a human being, it's a robot. It's a
What
walking robot.
what makes you say it's not a human being?
I'm gonna send him to the listener. Like the dishonesty level is off the charts. Like how can a sane human being can say what is why you don't call it a human? We're talking about a robot here, a machine. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You showed like maximum level of dishonesty today. I don't have much tolerance for that. And I'm so sorry, Kevin. It's a very long time that you're waiting. And what a fucking patience, man. That's too much. Robots are bad walkers. No problem. True. Blah blah. Still, they're walkers. Okay. Humans, we walk and they walk. We created them. If there is a creator of this universe who created us, we may share similar properties. What's the problem with that? And we see clearly that Quran tells about the properties of God, which sounds very similar that what we have. Welcome, Zishan. Long time no see.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening.
I think that party got stuck in word dilution, in which he moved away from his arguments and started fighting what does the word mean, which is not a
Exactly.
good he couldn't accept that when human beings or animals start to figure out how to walk, their primary function through evolution is to get to A to B. That's why trees try to throw their seeds long distance to prevent internal genetic mutations. Same logic for animals. But later on, that initial purpose through evolution, it doesn't mean that it's always going to be the same behavior. Some animals will play fight, even though it's worthless to them. But the act of play fighting is not a purpose to them. So I think he got stuck on word dilution. It's
A lot. A lot. That was
a
tiring.
frustration.
I really got tired.
Mm.
And I hope you're doing fine, Zishan.
I'm doing fine. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. We were missing here for a long time. I even sent you a message that you're using for talk for a long time, and we're streaming right now on YouTube.
Ah,
Yeah.
I get a lot of death threats and negative comments in the private messages because people who are upset, they don't like their criticism against religious topics and Hindu nationalism, etc. So I just
Here on High Local?
yeah, it's I get maybe every 1 week like 5-6 people
Really?
going upset constantly.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
There's people who stalk women on this app too, sadly, and they become very fixated. So I don't want to give them any. I don't want to feed their emotional negative needs. So I just ignore it because they're struggling.
I see. I see.
Yeah, sorry about that. So if I'm not responding to text messages on this app, it's because there's far too much spam.
That's okay. It's okay. But anyway, like I sent it because you like these topics, and time to time you
Yeah,
join.
I find it interesting.
Yeah, and yeah. But you
So,
can get notification if
for
you
that
subscribe to me on YouTube.
on YouTube, okay, let me see. I was going to say, that party, he was struggling with how do you scientifically verify something or get to what is considered the truth or a factoid, and he was doing the issue of which I can't pronounce the word for, but sophism, which is how do I verify my senses? How does God then verify my senses? He was struggling with that logic.
Yeah, they just they're losing themselves in that topic. Even that's fine. Like I proved my case. He joined the second time, by the way, today. The first one was very short and quick. He didn't want to go on my way because I had the suspicion that he's gonna do that. I didn't allow him, and he got frustrated and he left and he came back. He listened and he decided to join again. He complained why I'm not allowing him to start the conversation because I knew that, at least I guessed that, let's say, he's gonna do that. Like he's gonna take it to like some terms to go and divert it and try to poke holes into my. I didn't allow that even this time.
There was a large amount of word salad. I did hear that.
Yeah.
But we can excuse this because this is a learning language learning service, so that's acceptable.
I think we had enough chance to him. But yeah, I muted him time to time, interrupted also, but he had a lot of chance to express himself. But some claims that he made were really unacceptable.
Giving attributes to God as if he's able to talk to God, saying, "What's your current weaknesses?" I'm like, how do you know this? Like God can't be audited by any mechanism that we currently have. How? That's an incredible statement. How do you know that to be true? Like, are you God's oracle? Are you his legal counsel? How do you know he can't be tested? Maybe you can't test him, and the rest of us can. Like, how do you know this to be true?
And that was a good opportunity for me to ask him the question, is it written in the Quran? Because, well, when I made the claim about function, I don't know you were there, but so he said there is a function in the universe. Therefore, someone made it. And I said, okay, let's buy that.
Okay.
Your God also functions. He said, no. I was like, how come? Like, your God creates, your God sends messengers, sends angels. He creates hell, heaven, designs all those things. This is not a function? Like, there's no job there?
I would have unwound the statement first. If your logic is that the universe exists because it's a function method, therefore, can I swap the word universe with the word God, and then is the sentence still valid? If not, why not? Why do you get to say universe causes a creationism argument, but God is not creationism argument? Right? Why are they not the same thing?
That was the thing. Like, but then he diverted the topic because he said, "Oh no, God doesn't function because it doesn't say in the Quran."
Okay, is God so weak that anything he doesn't mention in the Quran he can't do? Why is the scripture controlling his behavior?
That's a good point. I wish you hopped in and just mentioned about this one. Yeah, what can I say?
Hello,
I think
philosopher.
Hey.
Good evening.
Okay, can I take a 5 minutes break?
Yeah, you need a 5-minute break.
Yeah. Well, I think there are enough people that can engage right now. Welcome back, James.
Well, thank you so much. So after you get back, I'll probably start a stream of my own because I don't want to hijack your stream and I want to engage with some of the stuff Chris was saying in chat. But for now, I'll cover you. Go ahead and go take your break.
Okay, thank you so much.
We gotcha. All right, somebody catch me up to speed. What's the topic on the table, or the point of contention, I
Oh,
should
the
say?
speaker left. I think that
Oh.
maybe there can be a new one with Kevin because he joined a long time ago from YouTube, but he hasn't said anything yet. So I'm not sure if you don't know that you have to unmute your mic, Kevin, if you want to say something.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, nice. Hello, how are you doing?
Good.
Okay, I think, yeah.
Do you believe in a God?
Yeah,
Which God do you believe in?
the Christian God.
All right. So can you be more specific, like Catholic, Protestant, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons?
I used to be Protestant, but these days I'm Catholic.
All right. And why did you make the switch from Protestant to Catholic?
I found like the evangelical vibe being a bit not. It was about the thing about the church fathers and history, things like that.
All right.
Yeah.
So in this space, I'm sure Phil would want me to ask you, what convinced you that the biblical God exists?
I was the topic I saw was God's existence, so I thought I wanted to like talk a bit on the argument from motion, things like that.
Argument from motion.
Yeah.
All right. Is your God moving?
No, not the not the motion part, like the part about potency, potential, and actuality, things like that.
All right. So are all of his potentials actualized?
Yes, he's completely he's complete pure action. No, he's not he has no potentials.
Has that always been the case?
Yes.
All right. So here's where I'm struggling with that point, because he had the potential to be a universe creator, but he hadn't actualized it yet. And eventually he did. He went from somebody with the potential to be a world maker and a people maker to somebody who actually actualized that into making worlds and people. And so to me, that sounds like a God who sometimes has potentials that haven't been actualized.
Yeah, I see that, but I think that would only work if I agreed that he has to exist in time. I don't agree that he has to exist in time.
I understand, but we have to exist in time. And if he would have made us 5 minutes earlier, we'd already be 5 minutes past this part of the conversation, right?
I'll say that again.
If he had made the universe 5 minutes earlier, made the world 5 minutes earlier, made you and me 5 minutes earlier, we would have already been 5 minutes further along in this discussion, right?
Oh, you're saying if see our concept of time is time begins, and then from there is when the universe starts to exist. I don't get how this connects to what you were
All right,
saying
so
before.
I'm just trying to understand you. So this universe, you, me, and the universe that we're in, didn't always exist, right?
Say that again. Cause.
Go ahead. So this universe did not always exist. It began to exist, right?
Yes, the universe has a beginning at the beginning of time.
So before there was our beginning of our time, did your God exist?
Yes, he exists outside time.
So in his frame of reference, his experience, did he ever experience his own self existing without this universe existing?
So in our concept, we see that he is outside time, meaning he sees
Right. So
I mean, he has no like he has no sense of him not existing or him being at a point where the universe did not exist, because he sees like if I were to say the same way you this is just an analogy, not a perfect vision. For example, how you'd see a line in a book, you'd always see the beginning of the line at the end of and the end of the line simultaneously, as seeing the middle points of the line.
Right. So does God have a memory? Does he remember things?
Our position is I think the position I think he is pure intuition. He just knows.
All right. Pure intuition, so instinct.
Yeah, pure instinct. He just knows. He
So
just is aware of all things at all times.
So it's kind of like an insect. He's not really thinking about things. He can just sense his environment then.
Yeah, he just instinctually, like by instinct, is aware of all things at all times.
I understand. So did God ever experience his own existence without there being this universe existing in that moment of his experience of self?
See, I think the question implies him existing in time.
No, the question only assumes that the universe exists in time.
Yeah, but he is outside time, so he
Right,
knows, he sees the universe even. Yeah.
Right. So here's the thing. So right now, the idea is that right now that God exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
And right now this universe exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if someone were to ask him, "Hey God, what are you doing existing without a universe?" he would say, "Oh, you're wrong. There is a universe." And he'd point over here and say, "There it is. See? There it is. There's the universe. I'm not existing without one." And so there is some frame of reference, even if he's not in our river of time, even if he's not in our pond or our ocean of time, right? He still has an existence, right? So the question remains the same. Like, my question does not depend upon God experiencing our time. My question is, in his experience of self, regardless of time, has he ever been able to examine himself, think about himself? And if so, did he ever experience examining himself or thinking about himself in the context of being someone that had not yet made a universe?
I'm trying to. I want to say. I want to repeat your question back to you, so that I get what you're saying.
Sure.
You're saying, did God, at a particular point, be aware of himself as existing without the universe being existent at that time, at that point?
Right.
Doesn't that necessarily imply time? Because you're saying there's a point here where he is aware of himself, and at that point there's no universe.
So here's the thing. If somebody says a God created the universe, they are talking about an act. They are talking about a willful decision to make a universe, right?
That exists in time.
Right. So he wants to make a universe. And so because he wants to make a universe, he makes a universe, right?
Yes.
So we are talking about states of being, where there's a God who wants to make a universe, but the universe does not exist because our universe has a finite point in time to begin and it hadn't begun yet. And he moves from that state to a state where he has made a universe, right? So he's moving from one state of existence to another, potentiality for being a universe creator, to an actuality of being a universe creator. The only way it could be said honestly, and I do mean honestly, that his potential to make a universe has always been an actualized maker of universe. The only way you can say that is to say that our universe has always existed.
Or to say the universe is eternal. Yeah, that would make sense. You know what? I'll cede that point and then just go read more about that.
All right. So with all this being the case, do you know why he decided to make a universe?
Oh, now the reason for creating the universe. I think how we see it is with the Trinity existing together. They they wanted to share love with to experience existence with the world. There's a whole argument there. I'm not sure I can make it.
I understand. So the amount of people that will ever exist is probably finite, right? At some point, I would assume humans are going to stop procreating, right?
I'm not sure about that.
All right.
Like,
So in theory, the grand plan design is that humans just might endlessly procreate, and maybe we'll expand to new worlds and we'll procreate those, expand to some more, procreate those, and this is never-ending eternal sequence of people having babies, possibly, right?
Yeah, that's one possibility.
It's one possibility, sure. So
though I think the Christian argument is there's a point where Jesus comes, and then from that point on, people will not marry or be married, but they will exist with God perpetually.
Sure. So a couple of issues with that. One, let's say that it happens. Jesus comes back, he judges people, all the bad people go to hell, all the good people go to heaven, they live happily ever after in heaven. Screw those people in hell, who needs them anyways? Fine. Well, moving forward from there, I would assume that the people in hell aren't going to be having new babies, right? Because their babies are going to be born in the oven. That wouldn't be very good, right? So I would assume that only the people in heaven are going to be having babies, right?
I don't think I hold to that. I hold to there's no marrying or not or being married. It's just like the people that are already in heaven, perpetually existing with God but not procreating. I think that's the position I hold to at the moment.
All right. So
maybe it's not correct, but that's what I think now.
Right. So it's one of two things. Either the people in heaven will eventually resume having babies, or they never will. Right. It's one of those two things.
Mm-hmm.
If they never resume having babies, then at that point there is a cutoff. The sum total of all humans that will ever exist will be a finite, quantifiable number, and that number will never get bigger. Right. If nobody has any more babies in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that being the case, let's say the number is 1 trillion, exactly 1 trillion people that have ever existed at that point. Now, no new people are going to be created.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the point of God, this infinite being with infinite love, is to make people to share his infinite love with, then I've got to wonder, if it was important to make 1 trillion people, why is it not important to make 1 trillion and 1 people to share that love with?
Wouldn't that just be wouldn't that just be like an argument to his will? So he can just will to say that's the number I want.
And so you would just say that it's just the number he wants and you don't know why.
Yeah, see that too, at the end of the day, it would just be what he willed.
Right. So you don't know why he didn't decide to stop at 12 people. You have no idea why. Why did it have to be 12,000 and then 12 million and then 12 billion? You don't know.
It would be difficult to know, but yeah, let's say I don't know.
All right. So with all that being the case, if nobody else is going to exist, these are going to be the sum total of finite people that will ever exist in the world, and you don't know why he created so many people, then it seems like that's a big part of the puzzle that's just missing, right? Because if you say the reason he created me and you is because he wants more people to love, because his love is presumably infinite, it seems like the only way to satisfy an infinite need of connection with more and more people would be to keep having more and more people, because he's going to keep pouring that glass and there's only so many people to pour the love juice into, right? It's just, we can't hold it all. It just seems like it would have been better to stop at 12 people and then not have any more, because then you're not going to have a world full of so much suffering and confusion and anguish and tragedy, right? If God can be satisfied with making only 12 people, then it's a small, easy to manage number, and you won't end up with nearly this much suffering in order for him to have some people to love. And so I'm just wondering what the logic, morally speaking, ethically, spiritually speaking, what would be the logic in filling this whole world up full of people?
Oh, is this like a question to the problem of, is it pain or suffering or something like that?
Well, it seems like if his point is to have people to love, he could have stopped at about a dozen, right? He didn't need trillion, right? And so he must have some other interest he's trying to satisfy, right? We just don't know what the interest is. Right? So we really don't know why you and I are here. We can say that in theory we know why Adam and Eve were here, right? Because he wanted some mud people to love, fine. And then he didn't like those people, so he wanted there to be some more people, fine. But we don't really know why me and you exist, because we're billions of people later, and God's need to have somebody to love was already satisfied eons ago, right? So now we don't really know why me and you are here.
Yeah, I don't think that really that follows.
Oh, I'm not sure where I lost you at, but he needed some people to love, right?
Yeah.
And so he made some people.
Yeah, he made some people.
Right, he made some people. And so he's unsatisfied with 12 in his ambition to have people to love, and he'll love him back. So now we got to have 24. He's still unsatisfied with having people to love and love him back. With 24 people, it's not good enough. So now we need 48 people, and the number keeps doubling and doubling and doubling. So it just seems to me that if that's because he's always needing more people, then we need to keep procreating forever and ever and ever. Where if that's not the reason why people continue to procreate, then he's got a secret agenda that we know absolutely nothing about in terms of his reason for allowing people today to continue to procreate. We don't know why he's doing it, right?
Oh, so so I see what you're saying. Let me say it back to you. You're saying, since it seems arbitrary, why like the population keeps growing, when, or like if it were only to love, to love, for love's sake, then the population should grow infinitely. If it is to stop at some point, it would be because of another reason apart from him wanting people to love.
Right, he's already got enough people to love, so why more? It seems like the only possible answer is he wants more people to love. And if that's the answer, then whenever that number stops, why did it stop there? Why not have even more people? Because it seems like if yesterday his reason for letting more people procreate was, I know there's a lot of people, but I want even more people to love. Well, then it seems like no matter when that number stops, that should still be his answer, right? That he needs even more people to love. And then we're left wondering, well, why did you stop us today? Right? Like, really? You had a quota? What's that about? Right?
Why would that be a problem if for example he had a quota?
Well,
or the problem of infinite love, Amma.
Right. So, infinite love and infinite need of more and more people would make sense if he's going to keep letting people procreate. But if he's not, and he's satisfied with any number of people to love and love back, that he could have stopped at 12, and that we wouldn't have a world full of so much suffering, right?
Wouldn't be wouldn't that be you wanting to choose for God, like how much he would be satisfied with? And I guess I would have like a problem with like the point of need. We don't consider God having a need. We consider that he just chooses to let things happen because like that's just what he wants to do.
Right. So he didn't feel completely self-satisfied with his existence prior to creating, otherwise he wouldn't have created, right? It's like if he feels like his self-love or his three personalities loving on each other, like this, it's infinite hug loop between three people. Seems like if he was satisfied with that, then wouldn't need to make angels. And if he's satisfied with the angels, wouldn't need to make humans. And if he's satisfied with the first 12 humans, wouldn't need to make more humans, right? So we can't really say he's doing it for us because we don't have to exist. He wills us to exist. And if he wills us to exist, it can't be for our sake because we didn't exist. You can't do something for someone that doesn't exist, right? He can only do something for himself. So I don't think it's meaningful to say that he didn't necessarily need people. Is if it's true to his nature, if the only way to satisfy his nature, whatever that is to make people, and this is part of his actualization necessity, right? Well, then his nature is what's being satisfied, right? So he does need to create because he can't withhold creating if his potentialities all require actuality, right? So he has a nature that needs to be perpetually self-actualizing. He doesn't have a choice. He has to make people. So the issue is, why wasn't that satisfied at 12 people? What changed about God? Whenever he stops letting us procreate, what changed about God? That he was finally satisfied so that his actualization of creator does no longer need to continue, right? It ceases to continue, which is another experiential state where God shifts from. He shifted from the potential to create to the actualizer of creating, and then he's eventually going to shift from the actualizer of creating to neither potential nor actualizer. He just stops, right? Stops on a dime. Okay, I'm done. So it seems like a pretty significant experiential or nature state for God to shift out of, right? This being that keeps making more people.
From a perpetual to creator to one who is not creating at some point in time.
Sure.
So considering that like the new heaven and the new earth will be at some point in time, not in eternity.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. At this point, I'm starting to think probably these are above my pay grade.
That's fair.
These points.
Right, I understand. So the reason I ask questions like this isn't because I'm not trying to imply that a God is obligated to me, how I think or what I should expect from a God. Instead, we're stuck in this paradoxical position, right? Because if a Hindu comes to me and they're going to tell me all about the Hindu God or gods, or a Muslim does, or a Jehovah's Witness or whoever, what they're saying when they come to me with a set of ideas about God, what they're saying automatically is, hey, James, or hey, whatever my name happens to be, I regard you as qualified to assess what I'm saying, to measure it up against what you would expect from a God. And if it doesn't hold true to what you understand about facts, about logic, about ethics, about your human experience, if it doesn't map on, right, then I would be justified to tell the Jehovah's Witness or the Mormon or the Hindu or the Muslim, I can't accept your set of propositions about God because they don't map onto what I would expect of a God, because I would expect a God to say things and do things that make sense to me, right? I would expect it to be logic as I know it, ethics as I know it, facts as I know it. And I'm willing to examine my logic and my ethics and my facts to see if I might have bad logic, bad facts, or questionable ethics. I'm willing to renegotiate within that space. But at the end of the day, if I've made every effort to negotiate and renegotiate in that space, and I still find that the Hindu theological proposition does not map to what my brain can process for facts, logic, ethics, and human experience, I'm justified in telling the Jehovah's Witness or the Mormon, etc., that I do not accept their set of propositions. Now, the Jehovah's Witness could say to me the same thing that you would say. I'm not qualified to know how a God thinks. I'm not qualified to obligate a God the things that he says, the things that he does, or his reasons for any of these things to map onto how I think, how I feel, how I live, or what I can make sense of. I'm not qualified to obligate a God to these standards. But the problem is the same problem I have with your theological proposition is that your ideas have these big blanks that where I don't think there should be blanks, and the ideas that where there's not blanks, there's actual specific claims. Those don't map on to what I know about history and science and ethics and the human experience and logic. And so I have to hold everything that you say to those standards, because if I don't, then the only way I could accept what you're saying is if I roll the dice or throw darts at a board. It would have to be arbitrary or emotional. Does that make sense?
I think I see what you're saying. I think in a nutshell, I think what you're saying is, like at the end of the day, if an argument is presented to you, you are the one who has to process it through whatever knowledge, like abilities, experiences you have.
Right.
Outside that, there is no other like metric you can use.
Right.
Therefore, you'd have to expect. What is it? You'd have to expect a certain sort of conformity, or what would I holding to a certain system of ideas, or
Right.
consistency in some way. That I see what you're saying.
Right, because I've got nothing else available to me, right? If I'm going to use emotion, then that could lead me anywhere. If I'm going to use
Right.
intuition, that could also lead me anywhere. If I'm going to defer to human traditions, well, that's pretty arbitrary too, because there are countless many different human traditions. If I'm going to defer to authority, which I'm not inclined to do, but if I were to do so, there are countless religions that all stand on the premise of authority. And so all I can do is say, look, if there's a God and he gave me my brain, I think he probably expects me to use it, right? And I exist in the world that he orchestrated. He set these things in motion, and he watches these things unfold. Life teaches me certain things. It teaches me to rely on my own cognitive functions, right? Even though I recognize my cognitive functions are limited, they're fragile, they're fallible, they're corruptible. I understand this about myself, right? My logic is not perfect. My data is not complete. But I can only use what I've got available to me. And when I ask a Christian a question and their answer doesn't map onto what makes sense to me, then I don't know what to do with that except to put it on a shelf of countless many things that don't make sense to me. And what that means is I can't do anything with it, right?
Yeah, and probably hope Christ
Right.
himself appears so that he
Sure.
will tell you, yeah, this is, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So with all that being the case, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Like, I don't know that you're wrong. I just don't have enough information to comport with the way that my mind works to be able to validate it. Philosopher is over. I'm sorry, Phil. I took over your stream again, and I did not mean to. I'm going to let you have it back.
I wish you started your stream already.
Oh,
that
did you
would
already
be...
turn yours off?
What?
Did you already turn your stream off?
No, I didn't. But like, since you were very hot, I wish you started already.
Oh, that's fine. I'll steal part of this later for my own channel.
No, you can just clip this part if you want.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so I know that somebody in chat, Chris was mad at me, and I wasn't trying to like dog out Chris. I really wasn't. I don't know them on a personal level. They're upset with me on my take about slavery, and I'm willing to have that discussion over at my space if they want to, or they could join me here on this panel. That'd be fine too.
Okay, so you were gonna debate about slavery.
We can save it for tomorrow, or we can do it tonight. But in order to do that with Chris, they have to grab a microphone. I don't care if it's in this platform or over at YouTube, but they've got to orally communicate with me, because it's too difficult to have a conversation like that where I'm just typing away on the keyboard. Like, it's exhausting to type all that stuff out.
Crisp,
and if I'm the only
crisp. Oh, Julie, he tried. Look at the attitude. Like, you think that he's gonna be serious, Julie?
Okay. I thought maybe it would be good to see what he has to say, because typing is really good without the emojis and everything, but when you have to talk, that's different deal.
He's not talking.
Right. And if I'm the only one talking at a microphone, then they're at a disadvantage, because I can cover. Hello.
Oh, I'm still here though.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, we'll wait to hear from Chris. They'll either show up or they won't. So in the meantime, Kevin, that's where I'm at about it, right? When I think about the specifics that I have for Christianities, for example, correct me if I'm wrong, but the creator of the universe cursed every descendant of Adam and Eve with imperfections intentionally, made sure that we'd be born in ignorance and confusion, with neurological deficiencies and chemical dependencies, and incredibly vulnerable to culture and to parenting and bad data and emotional manipulation. And we have all these formative life experiences happening consciously and subconsciously that shape the way that we think. They shape our personalities. They shape our relationship paradigms. They shape our relationship to language and concepts. And so, with all that being the case, I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of long-winded.
It's okay, but do you know much about Christianity?
I do. And so,
So what is our position about Christianity when God made Adam? How was he?
So, according to most Christians, God made Adam and Eve, and that He made them perfect in the sense
Thank
that,
you. Yes.
right, He made them perfect in the sense that
Yes.
they were completely capable of keeping perfect obedience to God's standards of morality.
No, it's not just that. It's more than that. They were perfect. They were like happy all the time. They were immortals. They were like gods. But the sin of the Adam, it ruined everything.
Right.
So yeah. So when you talk about cognitive functions and stuff like that,
Mhm.
but when it comes to cognitive function, the naturalists say that our cognitive functions just depends on survival. It's complete survival, not more than that. So what gives our reason fails if everything is survival? We are just like overgrown cells on a bunch of rock and just surviving. That's it.
Overgrown cells. Is that a fat comment?
That's how I think.
Yeah. Phil, are you leaving? Do you want to take over? What's going on with you, Phil?
Oh, I'm here.
I do this every time. I accidentally end up hijacking Phil's stream, and I just I'm
Don't worry.
It's okay, dude. Dude, I don't know what's your name. I followed you. You can follow me back, and we can talk later.
Appreciate it. Let me
Okay.
click on
Bye.
here.
Take care.
I'd say this was fun, though. Like at the end of I'd have to like concede, say maybe I'm an engineer, so maybe I'm not. I don't have sufficient tools to debate this, so I'll probably have to watch you and some philosophers and then make better choices. Thank you, though.
That would be fair. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Okay, have a nice day.
Joining Kevin. Kevin came from YouTube. He was a very nice guy. Thanks for being here.
Very nice and very patient.
Yeah.
Everybody knows you've got to be very patient if you're going to deal with James.
Oh, I don't know you were here or not, but like he waited, I don't know, more than an hour. Like I was, discussing with the other guy, and he just waited and waited and waited.
Yeah.
And thanks for that also, Kevin. So we have Winter and
Oh wait, somebody was here asking me a
Abdullah.
question. Did they leave? The guy that asked me
Which one?
He left. Oh, the guy with the cartoon picture. I don't know what.
Marlon.
Can singularity
Yeah,
be
he said
there?
he followed you.
Yeah.
He said he followed
yeah,
dude.
that's right. Yeah, I followed him as well. Very good. Right. So, just really quick to summarize the point I was about to make, and anybody can engage with it later if they want to. It's besides the point if we want to say that God created Adam and Eve perfect or not, or how we define perfect. Doesn't matter to me. The point I wanted to make was about everybody that came after Adam and Eve, right? In the context of this story, nobody walked up to God and said, "Hey, you know what? I know you're just mad at Adam and Eve right now, but I'm going to force you, God, to curse all of their descendants with the inability to make perfect sense, with the inability to always be honest, or to always be responsible, or to always be moral, whatever your moral standards are." No one told God he had to make me, you, Phil, anybody else imperfect, right? So he makes us imperfect It was a completely different issue from whether or not he made Adam and Eve perfect. We can just grant it, fine. Makes me and you imperfect. And now he needs a way to forgive us for the imperfections he forced us to have, right? So God's mad at us because of his own poor life choices, because nobody forced him to make me and you imperfect. He decided to. And now he's angry about it, needs a way to forgive us for what he did to us. And the only way he could think to do that is the dominant personality tells his submissive personality, I'm going to have you puppet a kosher Jewish meat suit, a puppet suit, meat puppet, for about 30 some odd years. You're going to screw around for the first 30, waiting for your assignment. So really only the last couple of years are going to matter. And then you're going to say a whole bunch of cryptic stuff where even your best friends don't even know what you're talking about half the time. You're going to intentionally get somebody to kill you, but they're not really killing you because you're an immortal spirit being. You're going to get the body, the puppet is going to get strung up on a big piece of wood. You're going to hang out in with that puppet for a couple of days, say some more cryptic things, stop animating it for a couple of days while you wander off and go do something else. Come back in a couple of days, pick it back up because you're going to keep it as a souvenir to bring back to heaven with you for the cool adventure you had on Earth. Show off to your best friends with a whole bunch of magic tricks that most people don't get to see, and you just take it back to heaven with you. And now because that happens, God can forgive people for the way he made us, but only if we arbitrarily stumble into the true version of the true religion before we happen to die and arbitrarily decide, for what honestly would be entirely emotional reasons, to believe that a Jewish carpenter in the Iron Age, who was secretly just a puppet, pretended to die so that God can forgive us for what he did to us, right? It just, the whole thing just is so convoluted, and it is so beyond reasonable or realistic to me that I don't even know what to do with it except to just, to me, it's just the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, right? It's just this mess of incoherence, inconsistencies, and just nuttery. Like, I don't even know what to do with that except to feel bad for people when they bring it to me. End of rant. A huge
That's
capital
really good.
Yeah, a huge capital T piece of wood, said Julie Snow. So yeah, I don't know what to do with it. At least when the Jehovah's Witness comes to me and tells me their version of it, at least their Jesus actually died. I don't think that's all that meaningful. I'm still not impressed, right? But at least they believed that the thing that died was a person, right, instead of a meat puppet animated by a person, right? And so, does that make it better? No, it's still a mess. But at least it's meaningful, right? It means something.
What do you think about the Muslim version where Jesus didn't even die?
Well, I can understand how Christians would be really upset about that. How dare you say he didn't die, Muslim sir? But this is just competing. To me, religions are mafias, right? And this is the reason why traditionally the Islamic peoples don't tolerate the Christians in their territory, and the Christians don't want the Muslims in their territory. That's happening even right now in America. The Christian nationalists ascended to political power, and they're looking around at Muslims like, yeah, we need to do something about you guys, right? It's the same thing in China, right? China, the guy that runs China, he's not religious in that kind of a way, but he's a mafia gangster operating under the pretense of government who has absolutely no tolerance for these small religious mafias to operate on his turf, right? And so it kind of makes sense to me. Mafias are violent. They do violent things. The only way one small mafia can exist in the territory of a larger, more powerful mafia is to make a deal with them, to network with that larger mafia family to say, if you let me operate within your territory, we'll make sure you get a cut of everything that we collect, right? And we'll always make sure to show honor and reverence to that larger power. And then the larger mafia will say, okay, I'll let you exist in my territory. We'll see how it goes, right? And when you don't decide to play nice with the bigger mafia, then bad things happen. So as far as Muslims saying that they don't think Jesus died, well, or they don't think he at least rose again, I think Muslims believe that Jesus eventually died because it was 2,000 years ago, and he's just a guy, right? So eventually he's going to die from one thing or another, even if it's old age. But as far as Muslims not believing that he was, he came back to life, I think that's the more important part. And I agree with them. Like, there's no good reason to think so. And to be honest, there's no good reason for a Jew to think so. And this, I think, is a huge part of the point, that the Jewish Messiah and the Hebrew religious texts and traditions was expected to say and do certain things. Nowhere in the entire history of the Hebrew religious texts and traditions belief system was the Messiah supposed to die for anybody's sins. Not a thing they were expecting, not a thing that's supposed to happen in their religion. When Jesus was alive, to humor the stories, to humor the dominant idea that he probably existed, I'm fine with that. So in the context of the stories, he's a Jewish religious guy, talks only to other Jews, talks to them only about Judaism, his understanding of Judaism. He himself is in a fringe mystery cult. His brother James joined it. They were recruited by a guy named John who baptized people in a river. Very fringe, very non-mainstream. That religion, that small group that Jesus joined in the stories, if you were to look at that group from the perspective of the dominant religious Jewish people, they would have seen that small group like Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons, right? Jesus was the Joseph Smith of his day. He was a small-time cult leader that organized and ran a small-time cult. And inside that cult, you weren't allowed to know what their secret beliefs were unless you made it to the inner circle, the upper ranks, and then they'd let you know what those were. And they were not respected by the mainstreamers because it was a departure from Jewish religion. It was a dramatic departure from what they taught and how they lived. In the context of that cult ran by John the Baptizer, in the brother of Jesus, James being in that cult, they also did not expect Jesus to die for anybody's sins. Instead, when Jesus died, they were heartbroken, dismayed, and confused because they were resting their hope on this champion. He was supposed to unite the 12 tribes of Israel. He was supposed to prove or turn out to be the true Messiah. At that time, there was a bunch of different Jewish sects. They each had their own champion. Our guy's the guy. No, my guy's the guy, right? So they have this competition, this informal competition to who is going to produce the Messiah. And the reason that mattered to them was because whichever sect produced the Messiah would ascend to social and political power within their religious system, because they sponsored the guy, like he's one of their champions. And so when Jesus died, his friends were confused and they were hurt about it. And so it wasn't until somebody thought they saw him, which I think would have been a post-bereavement hallucination, which is very common, that they circulated the idea amongst their friends. I saw Jesus. He's back, right? So in order for them to salvage their reputation, and in order for them to salvage the framework of their personal identity, they had to find a way to turn their failed apocalyptic cult, a cult that failed because their leader failed to do what he was supposed to do and died. They had to reinvent their own religious narrative so that all of their failed predictions about what their champion was going to do became metaphors and spiritual truths for spiritual stuff, blah, blah, blah. This is always what failed apocalyptics do. Failed apocalyptic cults. They always, as soon as they fail, like Jehovah's Witnesses, as soon as their predictions fail, they go through this period of time where they huddle back together to figure out how they're going to rescue their own reputation. They shuffle around their beliefs, they give it new spiritual meaning so that it becomes unfalsifiable, and then they reassert their dominance as the true religion. This is always what those kinds of religions do. And so even then, like, there's just no reason for us looking back at all of this to think that Jesus really came back to life. to think that this happened is just ridiculous for so many reasons. If the Jewish or the Israeli religions were true, then Christianity can't be true because it doesn't line up with it. It does not satisfy their terms and conditions or expectations for a Messiah. If the Jewish religion was not true, then Christianity automatically can't be true because you can't build a true religion to satisfy a false religion, right? And so either way, it turns out not to be true. So when the Muslims look back and they say, hey, we don't think he came back to life either, they're being reasonable. And the reason they're being reasonable is because they can afford to be reasonable, because they have a new religious system of ideas
Okay,
that requires that
it's hard to
Muhammad
stop,
is the
James.
best guy,
but
and they certainly can't
that's
afford
okay. We like
for
him.
Jesus to outshine
But
Muhammad before Muhammad
I'm
ever
tired
shows up,
and
right?
I want to rest.
And they also have absolutely no need for Jesus to have died for anybody, right? If they humor the idea, if Islam humors the idea that Jesus came
I
back to
sent the
life
link.
as a
Yeah, you
sacrifice
guys
for people's
can
sins,
join if you
then
want
there's
to
no
listen
room
more.
for Islam to even be a religion that gets rooted
And,
and
but
grown,
we have
because there's
some
no need to replace Christianity
something to
or
do,
to
as
circumvent
always.
Christianity or to challenge
So we had
Christianity,
Leo.
right? So it's
Leo
just
sent a
these are
super chat
incompatible
today.
religious
Thank you
views,
again.
and so
And I hope
Muslims
you
would have
like
no
my
reason at all to
pronunciation,
pretend like
Leo.
they thought Jesus came back from the dead.
Anyway, Ken Speak was here today. Spent some amount of time here. Thanks for being here, Kent. Scam Chan
Thanks to all
was
participants. Someone should
busy
stop him with
probably
the smiley
today.
face.
But anyway,
So
we like you
yeah,
so
I'm
much,
sorry,
Scam.
Phil. Phil, you can feel free to interrupt me
And
anytime you want to, in case
don't
you're still
leave
listening.
Crisp
But
alone.
that's where we're at, and I'm sure Phil has already
And
stopped streaming
Tibble,
over at YouTube. When
thank
Phil
you
logs
again
out, he does stop the stream
for the
over at the
support.
YouTube.
Thank you so much.
So
Fight was here. Thanks for
Shrike
being
says,
here, lad.
insert the mask gif where he
Shrike,
says, "Somebody stop
thanks
me."
for participating
There
again.
you go. Welcome back, by the way,
That was
Shrike.
interesting.
So,
Still,
oh, that's fine. I don't
I don't
mind
understand
that Phil
what you
left
mean
and I
by
didn't
that,
notice.
but anyway, maybe we
It
can
does.
figure
It
out.
just doesn't matter. These are my ideas. We've got
James
some
is
people still
speaking right
listening
now,
over in the listen
but
only
thank you,
part of the
James.
lobby. And
Even if you don't hear me
these
right
are my
now.
ideas.
Jay,
So,
that
all right,
Jay,
guys.
I
Well,
don't
since
know
we're not
who's
streaming
this
on YouTube
Jay,
anymore, and since nobody is still part of the
but
conversation in
there's a
live
Jay
time,
here.
I'm gonna go ahead and quit it here.
I'm gonna
If
try to
somebody
find.
wants,
Oh,
I
it's
can
Jesus
jump
is
over
the
and start a new stream.
way, truth,
Otherwise,
and
we'll be
blah
done here
blah.
for
Yeah.
tonight.
Thanks for being here. VR DNA. Thank you so much for being here, DNA. We had Justin.
All right, guys. Talk to
He
you
was
soon.
Justin, right? Yeah, he was Justin. Thanks for
Bye,
being
James.
here, Justin.
Good night.
Okay. This guy. I cannot read this name. Okay. Let me find. Maybe I will not be able to. There's too much chat going on here. Okay. But there is. What's that? It's a bookshelf on the profile. Strigetta or something like that, but I'm sure the nickname is different here on YouTube chat. Anyway, thanks for being here. Theo, the IJ, thanks for being here. We had James Paul and we had a very good one. It was fruitful, helpful. Thanks for being here, James Paul. Edward was here. Thank you for being here, Edward. Bible Enjoyer. Thanks. Tosek. Thanks for being here. We had Rafi again. Thanks for visiting. Sanji. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Yeah, Burger. Thank you so much for being here. The Goat. Kevin. He was here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He was a very kind person. Paul wrote well. Thanks for being here again. Secreto was here also. Thanks for being here. Anarchist. Yep. Thank you. And EJ 300K. I think that was just one message that I see. But thanks for being here. It's okay. Thanks for the show of hell. Thanks for being here, Justin. Okay, what else? What else? What else? Yeah, that's all. For me, that's enough for today. You can catch James. Oh, they left the room. I see. But I don't hear what they were saying. Shrike, thank you again, Shrike, for being here. And who else? Who else? Who else? Okay, that's all. Anyway, see you next time. Bye bye. Take care.